Arc 15 Colony, Part 1. Bentley lunged in my direction, and I could feel my people backing away behind me. I stood firm. The mutant bulldog landed with both front paws first, the impact so heavy that spittle and moisture was flung from his massive body. A low, guttural noise tore its way from Bentley's throat as he surged forward again. I could hear yelps and shouts of alarm from the crowd behind me. Wood splintered, cracked, and finally gave way. Behind Bentley, the husk of a fire-scorched building collapsed. Chains that had been lashed to the building's wooden supports trailed from the dog's harness as he bounded toward Bitch. Of everyone present, only Bitch and I held our ground as the dog barreled into his master, practically bouncing with joy. Bitch, for her part, wrapped her arms around his head as he lifted her off the ground. Good boy. He's just a dog. Beneath the 3,000-ish pounds of muscle and the exterior of tangled muscle and bone, he was still a dopey dog who adored his master. Bitch had given him what he'd been yearning for since he was abandoned or abused in his past life. She'd offered him the affection and companionship he'd been wanting for years. I could relate, not in terms of Bitch specifically, but I could relate. "Get to work clearing that up," I ordered. My swarm augmented my voice to carry it across the crowd of my followers. There were 22 adults and 20 kids. With Coyle's assistance, I'd brought in work gloves and black hazmat suits, but most people were wearing only the lower body of the suits. It was too warm for the full suits, and the masks were largely unnecessary. Everyone was dripping from the rain, but nobody was really complaining. I rather liked it. It was refreshing in the otherwise warm day. A generator stirred to life a short distance down the street, and there was something of a rush as people hurried to get away from the intimidating presence of the big bad supervillains and their mutant animals. That, and there was something of a fight to get the power tools. There were only so many circular saws and chainsaws to go around, and anyone who didn't have one was tasked with carrying the cut wood instead. I created a barrier of bugs to stop one of the teenagers from reaching for a circular saw. "If you're under 18, you don't get to use power tools," I called out. "Priority goes to the people who know how the tools are used. Able-bodied adults get second dibs. Listen carefully to the guys who know what they're doing and work somewhere dry if possible. We've had enough casualties. Let's not have anything stupid happening with someone slipping or losing their grip in the rain. If someone's being an idiot, tell Sierra and she'll inform me." Sierra glanced at me and nodded. I turned my attention to Bitch. "You owe me," she said. The rain had plastered her short hair against her scalp. Her gang of 4 people stood by with dogs on leashes. Barker, Biter, a college-aged kid with the scars of 4 parallel claw marks running across his face, and a girl with her arm in a sling. They didn't look scared, like my people had, but they still didn't look fantastically thrilled to be in close vicinity to one of Bitch's dogs on full throttle. "Never mind that you were the one that came here early. Of course, we'll get you and your people some lunch." She frowned. "Lunch?" There was a bit of a pause. I waited patiently as she considered the idea. "Fine," she decided. "Come on," I told her. "We'll go to my place while we wait for the others." While Bentley had been helping to tear down and dismantle the derelict building, I'd been contemplating how I'd leverage Bitch's early arrival to mend fences and rebuild some trust. I decided on something simple, as that seemed to work best with Bitch. I imagined that she hadn't paid a lot of attention to stuff like food as she took hold of her territory. Odds were good that she'd asked Coyle for a lot of easy food she could stuff in her pockets and eat on the go. She probably wouldn't pay much attention to stuff like seasonings or variety in courses. I'd recently spent some time looking back on our past interactions. Her perspective toward me had zigzagged between a kind of hesitant acceptance and hostility. We'd met, she'd attacked me. We'd gone to the bank robbery, and she'd been open and excited, only to do a 180 and start shouting at me after misinterpreting something I said. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, until I'd left the group and then been outed as an undercover operative a short while later. That had been a good solid 100 steps back. Recovering from that breach of trust had proven far more difficult than anything that came before. Not quite impossible, though. I'd apparently proved myself in the recent past, because Bitch was making an effort on her end. She was here earlier than I'd asked, for one thing, and she hadn't murdered me when I asked for a hand with some things I couldn't handle with my own power. She glanced back at her group and whistled once, making a come hither gesture. I couldn't tell if she was signaling her dogs and expecting the people to follow, or if she was treating her own people like she did her dogs. She grabbed the chain at Bentley's neck and used it to lead him. Barker and Biter looked pretty unimpressed, either way. Barker especially. We didn't talk as we made our way to my headquarters, and I was okay with that. Every exchange between us was one more chance for me to inadvertently offend her, and the silence gave me a bit more time to consider how to tackle all of this. I was used to feeling like I had to approach every conversation with a strategy, planning out what I was going to say so I didn't sound like an idiot. That went double for Bitch, because a slip-up could set me back days or weeks in terms of our friendship. Should friendship even be my goal? Maybe I was better off just trying to be a teammate. If it was just for my sake, I could probably convince myself. As it stood, though, I was thinking of Bitch. I felt like I would be abandoning her to a pretty lonely existence if I didn't at least try. I let them into my lair, after sweeping the area with my bugs to check for any observers, unlocking and opening the shutter. Charlotte had experienced a few sleepless nights since the scare 3 nights ago, so I'd given her permission to take it easy here, with the warning that I'd have guests and would want her assistance. She still looked a little wary as Bitch, Biter, and Barker entered. "Hamburgers?" I asked Bitch. She nodded. When I looked at her minions, they signaled agreement. Good. Easy and simple. "Charlotte, would you mind? Maybe fries too, if you know how to make them on the stove?" "I don't, but there's some in the freezer that I can do. They aren't bad," she replied. "Good. When you have a second, some towels for the dogs too." Okay. I led the others into the sitting area on the ground floor. With the shutter up, some dim light filtered through the rain-streaked windows. Bitch was outside, tending to Bentley, who had yet to shrink to a more normal size. I stepped outside to give her directions to where she could stow Bentley until he'd returned to a more normal size, pointing the way to the beach. She marched off with the 1-ton monstrous dog, not offering a response, which left me to deal with her people in the meantime. Barker and Biter gave me something of a George and Lenny vibe, with the smaller guy as the brains of the outfit, the larger one as the big oaf. While I didn't have any major clues to Barker's powers, Biter was clearly a physical powerhouse. He stood over 6 feet in height with a severe underbite exaggerated by a metal bear trap-style band of metal around his lower jaw. His teeth, I saw, were filed into points. His costume featured spiked knuckle dusters and a number of leather straps and belts over his clothes. Each length of leather was studded with sharp spikes. Barker was an inch or two shorter than me, his hair and beard cut short enough that there was more skin than hair showing. His eyes seemed overly large for his face, with heavy lids and folds around them that made him look older than he probably was. His costume consisted of a black sleeveless t-shirt, jeans, and tattooing around his mouth. I'd seen him in something more conventional when Coyle had introduced him to us, but now the only sign of his parahuman nature was the faint smoke that curled out of his mouth. Just going by his lack of bulk and short stature, I thought I might be able to take him in a no-powers fistfight. I'd nearly forgotten about Bitch's henchpeople in the chaos of dealing with the 9 and all of the fallout that had ensued. I realized I knew very little about them. To my surprise, it was Biter who did the talking. He had a low voice, and his words were muddled by some combination of the mouth gear and the underbite. "You get along," I folded my arms. He spread his hands. "How? How do Bitch and I get along?" I asked. He nodded. "I'm not sure I'm comfortable talking behind her back." The girl with her arm in a sling spoke up. "She acts like she's frustrated with us, and I think we're frustrated with her. I don't want to be rude, but that's really her business with you. They're her property, her territory. If I screwed around with her minions or started something, it would effectively be stepping on her toes." "You can't offer us any tips?" she asked. She looked so hopeful. "Damn it. I can, but it's going to sound pretty damn basic. Be honest. Be absolutely clear in what you're saying. Be obedient, but be assertive. Don't let her walk all over you, or she will walk all over you. At the same time, if you think there's something worth arguing over, be prepared to fight tooth and nail for it, because you'll be in a weaker position if you fight over it and lose. Respect her space and her things, and remember that she's your boss above all else. She doesn't act like a boss, Barker said, and he made it sound almost insulting. Puffs of the dark smoke spilled from his mouth with each word, but they seemed to carry further than cigarette smoke would. It seemed to be tied to the stress or emphasis on the sounds that drove it forward. She does her own thing, and she leaves us to clean up shit. Adapt, I told him. That's all I can say. If you've proven yourself reliable, showed that you're willing to clean up after the dogs and take care of them without complaining, she'll test you in other ways. That'll be your chance to prove you're useful. He sneered, looking at the girl and the boy with the scars on his face. She's cutting them more slack than she's cutting Biter and me. We shouldn't have to prove anything. What do you do? Your powers. He looked up at me. You want to see? I shrugged. Whore. The puff of smoke that accompanied the word detonated like a small thunderclap, mere inches from my face. I flinched, but it hadn't been intended to harm, only to alarm. He sniggered. I'd never met anyone who really sniggered before. I could see how Coyle thought Barker and Bitch would be a match. I could also see where there would be some friction between the two. I sighed a little, watching as Barker looked to the others, then over at Charlotte, as if they'd be joining him in his amusement. None did. Biter earned a brownie point in my book by staying quiet and simply watching. I caught my baton from behind my back and swung it underhand, still folded up, into Barker's chin. His teeth clacked shut with percussive force, and I stepped closer to push at his upper body while hooking at the chair leg with my foot to pull it in my direction. He toppled backwards, his head hitting the wall behind him. I didn't have a full measure of his ability, but I did know his mouth was his weapon. It made me look weaker, but I stepped back so his legs and the chair seat gave me cover in the event that he decided to attack me. For extra measure, I drew the bugs out of my costume and sent them straight for his nose and mouth. He went bug-eyed as he sat up, coughing and sputtering in an attempt to clear the bugs from his airway. After one rolling cough, he created another detonation in and around his mouth, obliterating a majority of the bugs I'd tried to gag him with. I glanced at Biter. He was still seated. Good. I'd somehow thought that the guy would be stepping up to defend his partner, making this a 2-versus-1 fight. Barker was climbing to his feet. I saw him falter, then start coughing again, gagging. The capsaicin had kicked in. That's the sort of thing you have to watch out for, I told him, as he fell to the ground, writhing and coughing, tears welling in his eyes. I kept my voice level. You're in my house, my territory, and you fuck with me? That's the sort of thing that would get you in your boss's bad books if you did it to her. He has, the boy with the scars on his face spoke. Barker only gagged in response. Guess that's why he deserves shit duty, I commented. I leaned against the wall, folding my arms, my telescope baton still in one hand. Bitch had chosen that moment to return. She stared at the scene, me standing idly by as Barker was curled up on the floor, wheezing and making pathetic noises, a few stray bugs crawling across his face. She looked at me, glaring. He started it, I finished it, I told her. She looked at Biter, who shrugged and nodded agreement with my statement. Bitch seemed to accept that as answer enough. She picked up his chair, moved it a few feet so it wouldn't be in Barker's way, as he kicked and spasmed and sat down. I'm surprised there's no objections about me attacking your partner, I told Biter. Your house, your rules, you said. What do you do? No demonstrations, please. I make parts of myself bigger. He pointed to his mouth, then to the fist with the spike-studded knuckle duster. Open wide, swing with bigger hands. Nothing that would have been that great against the 9. I couldn't blame Bitch for leaving them behind. Fair enough. I addressed the 2 unpowered individuals from Bitch's group. And you 2, why were you picked for her team? I was just starting my first year as a vet before everything went to hell, the girl said. Needed money to pay my boyfriend's hospital bill. Was offered more than enough. He got better a week ago, then broke up with me. Not even a thank you. Guess I'm still here because I don't have anywhere else to go, and I like taking care of the dogs. I saw an opportunity. Did you have a dog growing up? Greyhounds, Eclair and Blitzen. Blitzen? Like the reindeer? No, like German for lightning, and Eclair is French. I could see Bitch was tense. Something about this line of conversation? I guessed what it might be and continued the questioning. Why greyhounds? Don't they need a lot of exercise? She shook her head. No, they're running dogs, but they only need about a half hour of walking a day. They work really well living in an apartment, which we were. They howl, Bitch said. Only if they're unhappy, the girl protested. She glanced down as Barker thumped on the ground with one fist, then looked up at Bitch and smiled a little. And ours were happy. Bitch seemed to accept that. Do you have a dog now? I asked. She shook her head. I don't have the money, or I didn't have money before Leviathan came. Student loans and living expenses kind of ate up whatever I made. I'm hoping to save up enough with the work I'm doing now. You buying the dog? Bitch asked. She seemed interested now, but there was still a tension, as if she was waiting for the other shoe to drop. One wrong answer, and this could turn ugly. I could only hope the girl had the right answers. I kind of want another greyhound, because it's what I grew up with, and you'll get greyhounds from an animal rescue 90% of the time. There's one I'm pretty fond of that's in one of your shelters, but he's yours, of course. She'd taken my advice about respecting Bitch's ownership. Good. Greyhound, Chase or Ink? Bitch asked. Ink. Bitch frowned. I tensed, ready to jump in and distract with some mention of food. Grudgingly, Bitch said, rather they have a proper home than stay with me. I could see the girl's eyes widen in surprise. I didn't, thank you. If I see him in some cage in a shelter after you've taken him home, I'm going to track you down and dismember you, Bitch growled. I could see from the expression on the girl's face that she believed Bitch. Still, I saw her steel herself as she replied, if I fuck up, I deserve it. There wasn't much more I could do to help that conversation. I had hoped that this would set Bitch's underlings in the right direction. While they continued talking, I stepped away to check on the hamburgers that Charlotte was cooking on the stove. Is he going to be okay? She asked me. It took me a second to realize who she meant. I looked back at Barker. Yeah, is he going to attack us? I dosed him with pepper spray, basically, as well as a few stings and bites to add to the hurt. That'll generally put someone down for half an hour, so I don't think he's a threat. I don't think he's stupid enough to attack with Bitch and I here. She nodded, but she didn't look relieved. I would have asked what was up, tried to pry for more clarification on just why she hadn't slept well, or why she was so easily spooked. But I was interrupted by the vibration of my phone. I stepped up into my lair to take the call. We're a few minutes away, Lisa told me, the second I picked up. Bitch is here already, I answered. Come in the front door when you get here. Rightio. Ta-ta. She hung up. I took a second to compose myself, alone in the second floor of my lair. Dealing with people, the sensitive management of Bitch and her underlings, pretending confidence where I didn't necessarily have it, and thinking of all the little details that would help me convey the image of someone confident and powerful, it was draining. It meant standing straighter, having the answers, thinking 2 steps ahead, and using intimidation and fear to prevent any argument or insubordination like Barker's little stunt. It meant retaliating in excess to any slight or disrespect. Barker had pushed me. I'd left him mewling like a baby. At the same time, I faced a dilemma on the opposite end of things. I wanted to help people, and I wanted to build friendships with the others. With the way Bitch sort of mandated that I go the extra mile, it was hard to be nice to her without seeming weak to others. Well, what they didn't see didn't hurt them. I stepped downstairs. Bitch? I asked. A word? She frowned, glancing at the food. We'll be done before the food is, I promised. She followed me up the stairs. It's not complete, I admitted, walking over to where I had fabric draped over a workbench. I picked up one piece and flicked it out. I just figured you'd want to see it and voice any complaints before the others got here, so your voice doesn't get drowned out. She took it from my hands. It was a jacket, not dissimilar to the one she'd lent me once upon a time, but it was naturally lighter. There was a hood with a fluffy fur border at the edges, extending around in front of her shoulders. Besides the zippers and buttons, the fur was the only thing I hadn't made myself. I dyed it dark gray. I figured if you wanted it any color, you'd want it something dark, so I can tint it dark red, dark blue, dark green, or whatever you want. She stared at it, her forehead creased. It's spider silk. Tensile strength like steel, but flexible enough to resist wear and tear that steel wire would experience. And it's lighter than the steel would be. Knives won't cut it. I figured you'd want a heavier feel, judging by the jacket you lent me before, so I put rectangular panels of armor in between the inner and outer layer to give it more substance. I originally meant for there to be an undershirt or something you can wear to protect your upper body for when you don't have it zipped up, but I kind of cannibalized it for my own costume after I burned my legs. I'll have the shirt ready for you in a week or two. Here, there's leggings too. They survived. I picked up the leggings. Unlike the jacket, they were skin tight. I don't wear tights, she said. I thought you could wear them under your pants if you were expecting a serious fight. I gave you an inner layer with a really fine weave for the inner thighs, for when you're riding, so there's less chafing. I went out of my way to give you lots of pockets like you had in the other jacket. I don't think it'll be too hot. There's zippers in the armpits so you can ventilate some cool air inside, and you can detach the hood if you want, but I liked how it looked with the fur. I'm planning an inside liner for when it's fine, she interrupted me. Stop talking. It's good. Yeah? I didn't get a chance to get your measurements, so I went by memory, based on the jacket you lent me. She pulled it on and adjusted the front. Fits fine. Here, I said. I turned around and grabbed the next piece. I handed it to her. She turned it around in her hands. I'd cheated and formed the base sculpt out of chicken wire, covering the remainder with layers of dragline silk and painting the end result. It was as close as I'd been able to manage, a recreation of what her power did to her dogs in the form of a mask, except I'd made it half human and half dog. Looks like Brutus, she said. I didn't see it, but I didn't see fit to correct her either. She pulled it on. It's just a little bit flexible, if you want to bend any bits that are rubbing in the wrong place, or shape it to fit your face better. It's fine, she said. She adjusted her jacket again. If you want me to change anything. No. Her refusal was so curt it gave me pause. I couldn't tell if she was upset or happy. I forced myself to keep my mouth shut. I'd give her a few seconds to let me know either way. If she didn't, I was ready to escape by pointing out that lunch would be waiting for us. You made stuff for the others? Yeah. But I didn't ask for it. I told you to fuck off when you asked me for my measurements, remember? I made it anyways. She adjusted her mask, turning it so it hung off one side of her head. She was glowering at me. Why didn't you listen when I told you to fuck off? 2 ways I could interpret that question. Don't worry about it. Look, the hamburgers will be ready soon. I trailed off. An awkward silence reigned. I turned to head downstairs. What do you want for this? I looked over my shoulder. What? Nothing. You're trying to get some favor from me. No, I'm really not. It might feel like it with the timing and what we're going to talk about with Lisa and the others, but it's really not. You're free to argue and disagree with me or the rest of us, just like usual. The costume's a gift. I don't get many gifts. I shrugged. What was I supposed to say to that? I couldn't help but feel that if I were a little more socially adroit, I'd have had a snappy answer. She kept talking. All of the stuff I've gotten, it's been with strings attached. Used to get gifts from one of my foster dads, she paused, and I get the money from Coyle. Those aren't really presents, they're more like bribes or enticements. Really, truly, this is no strings attached. You can act like you normally would, I won't expect any different. Again, that glower. I swallowed. Wear it or don't wear it. It's okay either way, it's not a big deal. I'll wear it, she said. When I turned to head downstairs, she followed. I guess that means thank you. We were greeted by the others in the kitchen. There was just enough time to grab and prepare our burgers before the others arrived. Gru, Tattletale, Imp, Regent, and Shatterbird. They turned down the offer of food, and together we ventured back upstairs. With everyone gathered in my headquarters, I handed out the costumes. Like Bitches, the other costumes were in various stages of completion, primarily with minor details missing or askew. I ate while the others tried it all on. Lisa's costume was virtually the same. The complicated aspect had been maintaining the crisp differences in color without any bleeding of black into lavender or vice versa. There'd also been the issue of getting the mask to fit her face well. I'd accomplished the former by making the black and lavender pieces separately and attaching them to a gossamer thin sublayer when I was done. We had the boys and Shatterbird turn away while Lisa and Aisha changed at one end of the room. The mask was a failure. It didn't sit right around the eyes, but I was left with an idea of what to do. Gru's costume was not unlike his motorcycle leathers in terms of thickness and design, making him one of the most heavily armored of our groups in terms of the amount of material he was wearing. His headwear was the part I'd changed the most. I'd modeled the faceplate after a figurine he'd bought at the market. It was a step away from the visor he'd worn up to now, more demonic than skeletal. The only real trick there had been making it non-porous enough that his darkness wouldn't bleed through. A quick experiment proved that my efforts had turned out all right. In costume, the face mask down, the darkness framed his mask, but didn't cover it unless Gru forced it to. A demon's face in dark gray, in a vaguely human-shaped twist of darkness. For Regent and Imp, I'd settled on bodysuits and masks. Regent would wear his beneath his costume, and Imp would wear hers as a simple black bodysuit, complete with a scarf and the horned mask Coil had provided. There was more to do. Belts, Imp's scarf, Tattletale's mask and Bitch's shirt, not to mention finishing my new mask and my plans for different masks for our various minions. When we'd been fighting the Slaughterhouse Nine, I'd lamented the fact that I hadn't better outfitted the team, and people had been hurt where the costumes would have otherwise protected them. In the days I'd had to wind down, focusing on getting people organized and working on cleaning up the area, I'd been in range to get a serious effort going on the costumes. I was satisfied with this. By all appearances, they were too. Safe to turn around, Tattletale told the boys. They did. I gestured, and people found seats in the various chairs. Feels like we're different people than we were an hour ago, Imp said, looking around. I considered her words. I appreciate the sentiment, but I think it's more accurate to say we're different people than we were a week ago. There were some nods. I glanced at the scar on Tattletale's cheek, at Shatterbird, who stood obediently behind Regent, and at Gru, who had transformed more than any of us. And I couldn't forget the change I'd undergone, even if I didn't have the objectivity to nail down exactly what about me was different from a week ago. Sure, my costume was different, and I had the 300-pound beetle that was resting on the roof. You wanted to touch base? Brian asked, after he'd pulled off his mask. I had some words with Skitter, Lisa answered. I think it's about time we all got on the same page. In terms of tactics? Lisa shrugged. There's that. I think working independently is kind of throwing us off, and it leaves us weak against any coordinated attacks from the Chosen. We work best when we complement one another. Alex shrugged. Okay, that's easy enough to arrange. Not really a reason to throw a major group meeting. There's something else, I said. I swallowed, looking at Regent, Imp, and Bitch. I've already talked about this at length with Lisa, and I've discussed it some with Brian. This isn't an easy topic to broach, because it sort of fucks with the team's status quo. That had their attention. I guess the question is, how keen are you guys on continuing to work for Coil? Are we talking quitting in the short term or what? I don't know exactly what we're talking about, because so much depends on how you guys respond and how things unfold in the next while, I said. But this thing with Dinah, I'm not happy with it. I know Lisa and Brian have their issues with that, even if they don't share my perspective and how culpable we all are in that. I'm not responsible at all, Aisha pointed out. Aisha, Brian's tone was a warning. Just saying. You aren't responsible, I know, I told her. I get the impression you'd side with Brian, Lisa, and me if it came down to it. The people I'm really directing this question at are Alec and Rachel. I'm under the impression they're the least invested in helping Dina out, and they're most interested in what Coil has to offer. Doesn't Brian have a stake in this? Alec asked. Brian shrugged. Coyle approached me a few days ago about increasing my pay. I think he knows I'm not that reliant on him anymore. I got into this because I wanted to get Aisha away from my mom. With the way things in the city have been turned upside down, I know and Coyle knows that I don't need help. The fact that I can say I've got money saved up, I can arrange to get a place, and Aisha's safe and sound with me, that's almost enough to decide the court case as is. And Mommy's on a bender, Aisha said. Don't think it'll end anytime soon. It was odd, but Brian looked more upset at hearing that than Aisha was about saying it aloud. Hadn't he grown up with his dad? So it's really down to you two, I addressed Alec and Rachel. If I were to say I wanted to stick around, that I like the status quo? Alec asked. That's fine, Lisa said. You'd be an asshole and a prick, but we'd work around you. That's vague, Alec commented. We can't exactly share our game plan with you if we're going to wind up on opposite sides, I pointed out. It's a hassle. Why make things complicated for all of us because one member of our group has a moral quibble? A pre-adolescent girl was kidnapped with our help, and she spent the last few months in a dungeon, drugged out of her mind, all so Coyle can use her power, I said. That's not a quibble. Alex sighed dramatically. I'm just pulling your legs. World's gonna end in a couple of years. Won't kill me to help you make peace with yourself before it does. There was a long pause where nobody spoke. Nice, Alec, Brian said. Alec chuckled. What? It's true. That Dinah kid said it was. Don't pretend it's not going to happen. Might as well live it up before everything goes to hell in a handbasket. There's a chance it won't, I replied, my voice quiet. And with the sheer variety of powers out there, there's got to be an answer. That optimism's bound to be wearing thin by now, Alec commented. Enough, Brian said. Why are you guys freaking out? Because I'm calling you out on your willful blindness? The world's going to end, and I'm okay with that. Therefore, I'm saying I'll go along with your plan, whatever it is. Why argue with me? Brian sighed. Bitch, I asked. I know Coyle set up your dogs in those shelters, and we'd be asking you to potentially lose that, depending on how this plays out, but I've managed without money before, Bitch said. Smarmy bastard conned me, promised me I'd be left alone if I joined the group. That hasn't happened. If he thinks I'll forget that because of what he's given me, I'd like to see the look on his face when he finds out how wrong he is. Thank you, I said. So we're all in? I asked. It was fun, Alex shrugged. That's why we got into this, wasn't it? Easy money, fun, get to do what we wanted. No pressure, no responsibilities. It's become something else, so maybe we end that. I don't necessarily want to end it, I said. I'm not talking about taking Coyle head on, and I do want to preserve my territory if I can help it. It's helping people. So what do you want? He challenged me. For right now, I mainly wanted to know you're on my side. I really appreciate that you are, I said. I looked at Bitch and repeated myself, really. And for the future, we've got an awfully small window, Lisa said. 1.5 weeks, roughly, before Dinah's power is back online. Once that happens, Coyle becomes 1,000 times harder to take on. There's the mayoral elections, the question of whether the city gets condemned. What? I cut in. It's arguably more expensive to fix the problems here than it is to abandon the city entirely. Depends on what the consensus is from the president and all the other folks in charge. If that happens, what will Coyle do? Brian asked. Leave. Start over somewhere else, transporting any resources he can, leaving behind all liabilities. He might bring some of you with him, offering some hefty bribes. Somehow, I don't think he'll bring Skitter. Even my own currency is running pretty thin, Lisa shrugged. He can't afford to lose you, Brian said. You're too dangerous as an enemy. Oh, I think he's studied me enough to feel pretty confident he can off me if he wants to, Lisa said. Trick is making it a sure enough kill that there's no chance of it backfiring on him. And me? I asked, feeling a pang of alarm. He knows your weak points, the gaps in your power, your dad, your identity, your morals. You already know that. I did, but hearing it said so clearly, it was one of those cases where having the details laid out in front of me didn't make me feel more confident. So this is going to be a different kind of fight, Brian mused. It's about control and subterfuge. If he figures out what we're doing, if we clue him in, he's probably better equipped than any of our past opponents when it comes to knowing how to deal with us. If the city gets condemned, we're boned. And if Dinah gets her powers back, he'll be impossible to beat. That's the gist of it. Even I don't know what he has planned for his endgame here. It's looking pretty ugly, to be honest. Lisa counted off the points on her fingers. The Chosen will be gunning for us. Coyle's got a small army of pretty excellent, well-equipped soldiers at his disposal. He's got some pretty fucking heavy hitters with the Travelers. The heroes are going to be going into overdrive to establish some sort of control. And last but not least, he's Coyle. Well, Alex said, chuckling a little, at least we'll have something to help pass the time while we wait for the world to end. Arc 15, Colony, Part 2, One Thing at a Time. As much as I wanted to make it a focus, taking care of my territory was something I had to handle in my downtime. I felt guilty. I'd left my people to handle things on their own. I'd failed to arrange the cleanup of the bodies Mannequin and Burnscar had left behind. I hadn't made arrangements for food, fresh water, or accommodations. I wanted to make it up to the people who had stuck by me, or at least the people who hadn't left. But this wasn't one of the instances where I could let my emotions dictate my priorities. We had a mess of things to do and a limited amount of time to work with. After departing from our meeting, we'd taken the afternoon and evening to handle our personal affairs, agreeing to start on the major stuff in the morning. Bitch had to take care of her dogs. Regent was toying with gangs in his territory by puppeteering their leaders, and Tattletale had her various spies and scouts to keep in contact with. Things were a little less busy for myself, Gru and Imp. I'd tended to my territory, ensuring that the cleanup was going well and that the major concerns were being addressed. Gru and Imp had taken the afternoon and evening to try to catch up on sleep. Except we hadn't been able to break away from planning, and just going by his participation in our exchange of texts and calls, Gru hadn't managed to rest much. We'd arranged plans, discussed priorities, sent messages to Coyle, tracked down information from our various underlings, and in the doing, we'd managed to hash out a general game plan. With 100 problems we needed to handle, we'd agreed the most important thing was to deal with the most inevitable ones. There was no point in working out a complicated and involved attack plan against Coyle if we didn't wind up fighting him. There was a point in dealing with the Chosen. They were bound to attack us at some point, regardless of how future events unfolded. Better to take the fight to them. Whatcha thinking, dork? You're still calling me that? Regent chuckled. He was walking down the center of the street with Imp. I was keeping to the sidewalk out of habit, and because the raised concrete path was fractionally higher, so I wasn't wading in quite so much water. Just thinking about priorities, I told him. Yeah, Tattletale kept trying to rope me into the planning phase last night. Not my thing. I wouldn't have minded, Imp said. I wouldn't have anything to contribute, but I'd like to follow along, and I can't figure out my niche in the group with the trio being so trio-ish. Trio-ish, I asked. Tattletale, you and my brother, making all the plans, you've got the nemesis. Imp paused. Is nemesis a word? Yeah, I said. And you three have the brains, of course. Yunada. She stabbed a finger in my direction, as if it was an accusation, which leaves Regent, me and Bitch following along, expected to obediently do as we're told. Let's quit and start our own group, Regent said, throwing one arm across Imp's shoulders and gesturing dramatically with the other as he continued. Regent, Imp, and Bitch, the other siders, a spin-off team, and we'll stick with Coyle while the others turn traitor, and we'll have this epic fight. Imp took his cue, and Brian and I will go head-to-head, and it'll end in this dramatic moment where he says something pretentious. Et tu, sis? And then I'll say, yeah, it's me, and finish him. No mercy. They were playing off one another, joking. And he calls me the dork? I ignored them up until we met up with Tattletale. No, Gru, she asked. He's tired, Imp said, shrugging free of Regent's arm, which had stayed in place since they began their play acting. Not sleeping these days. We should address that soon, Tattletale said. We've seen how mistakes happen when some of us get too fatigued. With the way things are stacked against us, we could wind up with another few days of concentrated activity, and running on empty from the start could spell bad things. She glanced at me. Fine, I'd own up to it. I'd fallen into that trap. I nodded in agreement. And you? She asked me. You're good? Guilty about leaving my people to their own devices, I admitted, but I'm glad we're working through this stuff. Speaking of, she said, we've got the mayoral elections coming up in a week and a half. They were thinking about canceling them, but with the 9 gone, they're apparently wanting to get things closer to normal. What does this mean for us? I asked. I caught a glimpse of Imp nudging Regent in a CC kind of way. She muttered something about the trio. On the upside, Coyle has 2 agents as mayoral candidates, so he'll be focused on that. On the downside, it's another thing we have to take into consideration. We could throw a wrench into that situation to slow him down in his takeover and buy ourselves time to leverage the situation to our advantage. But I'm wondering if it's really worth it with our other time constraints. The primary one being Dinah getting her powers back, I said. I turned to the other 2. Are you wanting to chime in instead of poking fun? I'm good, Imp said. Regent chuckled a little. Tattletale said, I've been trying to figure out what's been happening with the Chosen and Purities group. The white supremacists keep losing leaders. Kaiser got offed by Leviathan. Now we've got a brainwashed Hookwolf running off with the 9. The natural thing for the group to do would be to fall in under Purity, but there's some snags. Some Chosen thinking they want to be leaders? I asked. There's that. Storm Tiger and Cricket have been Hookwolf's followers for a while. I could see how they might feel that it was their due to get a turn. There's also the fact that Hookwolf was probably engaging in some propaganda against Purity in case she tried poaching from his team. So you've got the overall group split between the Chosen and the Pure we've had for a few weeks now. Then you've got another split within the Chosen, with the loyal and the brainwashed, and the, not sure what to call them. The free thinkers? I offered. If you can call a neo-Nazi a free thinker, Tattletale conceded. So it's a prime opportunity to strike then, I concluded. Maybe, or maybe they're in the same straits as us. They could be feeling the same kind of pressure from multiple directions. Something to keep in mind, I said. Something to exploit? I glanced at her in surprise and she shrugged. Elaborate? You're not suggesting we ally with them, are you? Fuck yes. Imp skipped halfway across the road to join us. Finally, an argument I can get into. No way are we allying with the skinheads. Are you taking this seriously? I asked her. Totally 100% serious. I'm not cool with working with them on any level. I've put up with their racist asshole kids giving me a hard time at school. I put up with their racist asshole adults throwing slurs and swear words at me when I'm walking down the street. I'm not talking about working with them, Tattletale said. I'm talking about a ceasefire. We broker a deal. Agree to leave them alone. If they leave us alone, they can hold their own territory without worrying about us, and they extend the same civility to us. It gives us a chance to do what we need to do. Still not cool, Imp protested. It gives them a chance to do what they want to do, which is making life hell on anyone that isn't straight, white, and Christian, or whatever you call people that worship those Viking gods. They like naming themselves after those guys. I looked at Tattletale. I can't argue with her point. The first part. Tattletale frowned. I'm trying to think about what's easiest to achieve while clearing up the most problems. I already got in touch with New Wave and got them to chill out for a bit. How'd you pull that? Regent asked. Lady Photon was wondering where her nieces went. I told her that Panacea was healing Glory Girl, but she still wanted her space. I offered, to give an indication I was listening. It isn't true, or I should say it isn't the whole truth, but we tried to reach Panacea, and she turned us down again and again. It's a shame, but what can you do? Amy had crossed my mind as I'd reflected on the various encounters with the 9, and I'd thought about going to look for her. Having her in the group would be invaluable, no question. Even touching base with her could leave us options if someone got hurt or if we needed resources. That said, the major issue was that I couldn't be sure she'd actually join or even listen, and we were trying to operate with certainties. I couldn't afford to go when it meant potentially wasted time. Better to be in my territory for morale, for organization, and to keep working on the costume bits. It also let me eat, sleep, and take care of Atlas, stuff I tended to forget about. Thinking about Atlas reminded me of one thought I'd had during our downtime. It'd be fantastic if we could get a tinker in the group, I said. Between Bakuda, Armsmaster, Mannequin, and Bonesaw, I'm sort of starting to appreciate what they bring to the table. What you see there are the end results, Tattletale said. You have to realize how much time they're spending building stuff, or time spent building tools to build better stuff. Bonesaw did plastic surgery on 7 people, performed brain surgery on Cherish, and then trapped her inside a pod that could keep her alive for years or decades. And as far as I figure it, even if they got their hands on an all-terrain vehicle, they can't have had 5 or 10 minutes to do it in. That doesn't amount to much prep time. Some to build and program her mechanical spiders. But yeah, she probably wouldn't need as much time as you'd think. Probably didn't even have to put Cherish's head back together after doing what she needed to for the surgery, for example, if she was going in the pod. You're almost a tinker, Regent told me. Not really. You made these rags. He pulled down his collar to show me the skin-tight costume beneath. Rags? If you don't want them, I can use the material. He laughed. I don't think I'm anything like a tinker, though. I just realize my power's not that strong, so I rack my brain to think of ways to expand it. I make the most of the possibilities available to me, while a tinker creates possibilities. I'm getting what you're saying, Tattletale smiled. You liked having Panacea around as a pseudo-tinker, huh? The way it expanded your options? I shrugged. Goes without saying, doesn't it? But you especially, given how you think, it's a shame that there's not really any tinkers around that aren't already committed, unless you want to make a point out of recruiting Leet. There was a bit of a pause as we all considered the idea. We simultaneously broke into laughter. Come on, Tattletale said. Let's get down to business. Beyond our short detour to meet up with Tattletale, we'd primarily been focused on heading towards Regent's territory. As if they knew Regent didn't have the forces to retaliate or respond in kind, the Chosen had decided on an underhanded means of attack, if you could call it that. The Chosen's Wolfhead gang tag and swastikas marked every available surface. A snub, an insult. Shatterbird descended from some distant point high above us, landing in the middle of the college, Regent's territory. It was the middle ground between downtown and the docks, and the buildings were a mix of quaint housing and stone buildings. Or they had been. Most were ruins now. Dust and sand stirred around us. It coiled around Shatterbird, then streamed against the offending pieces of artwork. House paint and whitewash peeled and disappeared. Flecks of spray paint were gradually worn away, and concrete was chipped. In less than a minute, the area was clean. Not only was it free of the spray paint, but walls were left looking cleaner and newer than they had in years, maybe decades. Nifty, Imp commented. Why spend a few $100 on a sandblaster when you have a Shatterbird, who's a good little power tool? Regent gave Shatterbird a pat on the cheek. You are. Yes, you are. Stop that, I said. What? That's uncalled for. It's totally called for. Are you bothered I'm calling her a tool? Or are you bothered I'm mocking her? Because she is a tool, you know, in more than one sense. You don't have to mock her. Why? Because we should be respectful of the poor whittle mass murderer's feelings? He snapped his fingers, and Shatterbird covered her ears, shutting her eyes. There's a reason I'm doing this, believe it or not. You aren't the only one who can have ideas about finding some special angle in your power. Her best bet at breaking free is if she has a strong enough emotional reaction while being far enough away from me. I'm irritating her because I want to keep her emotionally drained. That way she won't be able to put up a good fight when she does get a chance. There's got to be a better way of doing that. Sure. Tell you what. Next chance I'll get, I'll take her to my lair, sit her down and torture her until her mind breaks. Heck, it wouldn't even be that hard. You? I started. He's being facetious, Tattletale interrupted. Regent rolled his eyes. The alternative is killing her, he said, but that seems awfully wasteful when she's giving us some much-needed firepower and deterrence. I'm not saying torture her, and I'm not saying kill her. I'm just asking you to treat her with respect. Shatterbird spoke, startling me. Hi, I've killed hundreds of people and maimed thousands. I get your point, Regent. Stop that. Shatterbird smiled wide, the expression so fake and cheery it was disturbing to see. I tried to ignore her as she continued staring at me. As an idle thought, I noted that her teeth were in surprisingly good shape. It made me wonder how the nine took care of their teeth. Did they threaten some dentist and force him to do fillings and whitenings? Or did Bonesaw handle that? It was odd to think about. Okay, we've got Shatterbird for some firepower. You've got a swarm Skitter? My bugs weren't condensed into a swarm, but I had a good number. I'm set. Can you find them? My bugs searched our surroundings. There's people. I'm just not sure they're chosen. Where? I pointed. 6 there, below ground. 8 there, on the far side of the building where it isn't caved in. 5 there, front room, drinking alcohol, I think. That group, she gestured to the first one I'd indicated, where people were gathered in a basement or cellar. Some stone building with sandbags around it to keep the floodwater at bay. Ages, genders? I can't say about ages, but 2 are below average in height, smaller across the shoulders, so probably younger. 2 female, 1 male. Are they agitated, busy? They're annoyed because of the houseflies and mosquitoes buzzing around them, but I don't think they've realized it's me. Just trying to figure it out. The quality of the lodgings here is pretty miserable compared to some areas close by. Then if I go by the graffiti and the placement thereof, yeah, it's them. All of them, or just some of them. Everyone present is a member of the Chosen. You're sure? Yeah. Nobody's going to hang out here otherwise. Doesn't fit. Even if I discount some of the evidence that's leading my power to the conclusions it's finding. Yeah, I'm sure. Then cover up, Regent alerted us. I pulled the short cape over my head to cover my hair. I could see Imp wrapping her scarf around her head with the same idea in mind. Tattletale, for her part, pulled on the spider silk balaclava I'd made as a trial run at something for my minions, then donned a pair of goggles. Go, Skitter, Tattletale spoke. We attacked. My bugs flowed into the spaces where I'd found the people. In one moment, they were simply crawling on them. The next moment, they were under attack, being bitten, stung, scratched, and smothered. As usual, I kept the wasps and bees from contracting their abdomens to force the venom out. It would hurt, but the risk of anaphylactic shock would be minimal. They fled, running for the outdoors. I gave them a second of reprieve. A few seconds where they could catch their breath and think they'd escaped. Your turn, I told Regent. Shatterbird attacked, calling forth a light flurry of glass shards. There weren't many, far less than I had in the way of bugs, but our enemies couldn't defend against them. My mosquitoes could smell blood as the shards sliced thin paper cuts into their skin, impaled their cheeks and hands. Don't hit any vital organs, I said, or arteries. Keep it confined to the outer edge of their body. You're so finicky, Regent commented. If you kill them, this situation becomes something totally different. They'll have a vendetta against us, and any friction within their group is going to take second seat to getting revenge. I'm not saying I won't be careful, Regent sighed. I'm saying you're being picky. A section of building floated across the street to land at the midway point between Shatterbird and our targets. There were nearly 20 of them, and one of them was Rune. Okay. Shatterbird extended her arms out to either side. The pelting hail of glass shards split in two, each half arcing well to the left and right, circumventing the obstacle entirely. He stepped up the intensity a notch. Feels like we're going easy on them, he said. Just weeding out the foot soldiers. If we can eliminate anyone with powers, so much the better. I nodded. We'd made our point with the glass shards. I set my bugs on them once again. No point in playing fair, really. One by one, they collapsed, losing their balance and falling, or simply giving way under the pain. The second one of them went limp on the ground, curling up in the fetal position or trying to cover themselves in their clothes. I let up. For everyone else, I made the bugs a little more aggressive with every passing moment. They're going to retaliate soon, Tattletale informed us. A cloud of mist erupted and began to expand, squashing my bugs. That meant Fog was here, and if he was here, Night would be too. Night and Fog, Nacht und Nebel. I could sense someone who could have been her, running away from the collection of people. Rune, Night and Fog so far, I said. That's two different groups. Rune could be looking to join the Pure. Tattletale spoke. Purity's not here, or she would have responded already. You're not sensing anything that could be Crusader? Your bugs wouldn't be able to pass through his astral clones. No, Crusader. I sensed someone my bugs were unable to hurt. He ran forward through the swarm, the hail of glass and fog's cloud. Incoming, not Night. Victor, he was a talent vampire, stealing people's trained skills, keeping them if he held on to them long enough, and leaving that person temporarily bereft of whatever skill they'd spent their lives learning. People like him had a tendency to pick up martial arts, parkour, weapons training, and other combat skills. He tended to pair up with Othala, the girl who could grant powers, meaning Victor also had super speed, super strength, or invincibility. If he was wounded, she could give him regeneration instead. But her power demanded that she touch whoever she was using it on, and it limited her to granting one power at a time. If he had invincibility, it meant he didn't have super strength, pyrokinesis, or any of that. I started tying him up in silk, drawing the lines out with my spiders and carrying them with flying insects. He didn't make it halfway to us before stumbling. A minute later, he was caught. I began layering it on him, thicker. Victor down, Othala's somewhere. Only big problems are Night and Fog. Okay, how confident you feeling? Tattletale glanced at me. I could try my hand at dealing with Night, not sure about Fog. Regent? That's cool. Gonna see if I can bait them, I responded. You guys get back some. Play safe. Our last run-in with Night and Fog had been ugly. That had been months ago, and we'd basically lost. I wasn't content to simply lose, though. I'd replayed the scene over and over in my head since it had happened, doubly so since I'd found out Coil's power. If he could create alternate timelines and choose the results, and if he'd used his power to save us, what had happened in that other timeline? Had we died? I hated the idea that I owed my life to Coil because I hated him. I hated that he'd turned something I could almost make peace with, being a villain, and he'd turned it into something that I was deeply ashamed of, something that gnawed at me. He'd used me, and he'd done it to abuse, manipulate, and take advantage of a young girl. That irritation had been one more nudge to get me thinking about how I could have handled this. With every new trick, strategy, and technique I came up with, I tended to think about how they could apply to previous encounters, especially those encounters where we hadn't come out ahead. My bugs gave me a way of tracking Night. I could sense her change as she escaped the line of sight of both her allies and our group. I didn't hurry after her, but I kept my attention turned in her direction as she transformed into that multi-legged, hyper-agile, lightning-quick death blender of blades and claws and moved to flank us. I called Atlas to me. So long as I could see her coming, she wouldn't be able to maintain that form as she closed the distance. That didn't mean her human self was a non-threat. She was prepared to use any possible method to blind or distract, so her opponents would take their eyes off her. Flashbang grenades, smoke canisters, a cloak that doubled as a net, complete with hooks to catch on costumes and hair. Fog was in his cloud form, advancing inexorably towards us. He had the ability to adopt a gaseous body. He was capable of making the gas semi-solid, even maintaining a crude hold on objects. If someone happened to breathe him in or swallow that smoke, and he made it solid while it was in their bloodstream, it was capable of doing horrific internal damage. Shatterbird stopped driving the glass shards at our enemies and began collecting the nearby glass instead. She formed it into a barrier. The join wasn't perfect, and Regent apparently lacked the fine touch the real Shatterbird had, because he didn't strategically break the glass to make the joints fit better, or create smaller pieces to jam in the holes. Fog was slowed, but not stopped entirely. He seeped through the cracks. The high-pitched sound of glass slapping against glass filled the area as Regent patched up the holes by pressing larger pieces of glass over the gaps. Still imperfect, but it was as good a barrier as we might hope for. Night had paused. She'd clearly wanted to use the smoke cover or the distraction of Fog's approach to attack, but with his approach delayed, she was slowed down as well. I was already prepping my bugs, readying with a response of my own. I was nervous, I had to admit. I'd fought against Leviathan, I'd fought the Nine, but Night was never going to be an opponent I could laugh off. Fog managed to get enough of himself through the glass that he had leverage enough to break it. This power is so hard to use, Regent complained. So much to focus on. You're doing fine. I'm doing fine because she's helping. I think. Be careful then, Tattletale said. Don't rely on her power. Kind of hard not to, unless you want to let him approach. Would Shatterbird cease assisting at the most critical juncture, getting us all killed? It would fit, unless she was helping only because she didn't want to die. I'm going, I told them. Hold down the fort, run if you have to. We've basically scored a victory here. It's just a question of driving it home. I climbed on top of Atlas and flew away from my companions. If my plan failed, I could fly, but Tattletale and Regent couldn't. Better that she chased me with the others having a chance to escape than a scenario where I led her straight to them. My swarm swamped Night, catching her alien, angular legs with strands of silk. Lots of legs, only so much silk. It wasn't really working. It might have been doable if I had a sense of how her body moved or how the legs bent, but any time I looped silk around what I might consider a knee joint, it turned inside out, the silk dropping to the ground. Irritating. My bugs weren't finding anything I could identify as a sensory organ, no eyes or anything of the like. Nothing that pepper spray would have an effect on. Okay, something else. I held back with the bugs that had the silk lines, rearranging them as I closed the distance. The second I rounded the corner to spot Night, she was human again. She pulled her cloak around herself, glancing around until she spotted me. I swallowed, backing away slowly while keeping her in plain view. My bugs gathered, but not to the extent that they blocked my view of her. In one fluid motion, she wrapped her cloak around herself and then cast it out so it billowed. She had a canister in her hand, whipping it in my direction. I caught it in a net of silk strands buoyed by nearly 2,000 flying dragonflies, beetles, wasps, hornets, and cockroaches. Night watched as the canister floated off into the air a distance away. I readied 2 more nets, placing them in the air to the right and left. I knew what she would do next, but that was mainly because I hadn't been able to come up with a good way to deal with it. I could trust Gru to handle it, but he wasn't here. I could use my bugs with some luck, but even then, I wasn't sure it would have an effect. She used a flashbang. Close my eyes or stare dead on into the flash, I'd be momentarily blind either way. I opted for the former, covering my eyes and flying both up and away. With my swarm sense, I could feel her creating some distance, breaking away and heading for the general direction of the others, moving faster than any car, with far more raw mobility, turning on a dime and easily navigating obstacles. Even before the flashbang went off, I was turning to follow. I could tell the others were distracted by fog. Even some of the other members of the Chosen were slowly pulling themselves together. I stepped up the assault with my bugs to make up for the fact that Regent and Shatterbird were otherwise occupied. That left me to catch Night. She was taking the long way, favoring alleys and going through the ground floor of buildings, which simultaneously let her maintain her monstrous form while forcing her to take just long enough that I could keep up. The fastest path between 2 points was a straight line, so I had that advantage at least. So long as I had eyes on her, I could slow her down, keep her from assaulting my teammates. If I could catch her in human form, I might be able to bind her, or at least keep those flashbangs webbed to her belt. There was the worst-case scenario that she'd get close enough to kill someone in the span that a flashbang blinded us. I wasn't oblivious to that. I was gaining on her, slowly but surely. My heart pounded in my chest as I sensed her closing the gap between herself and the others, my eyes and my bugs scanning the surroundings so I could calculate the best position. It wouldn't matter how close I got to Night if there was a building blocking my view of her. She stopped. Or, more appropriately, she shifted gears from zigzagging from one piece of cover to another to running at human speed. I caught up a few seconds later, stopping Atlas so we circled directly above her. She glanced around, looked up at me, then bolted for a restaurant with a tattered canopy over what had been an outdoor patio. She disappeared from my sight for an instant, but she didn't change. The smoke canisters came out, but my bugs had lagged behind. Anticipating another rush for my teammates, I piloted Atlas to a position between Knight and the others. The smoke spilled out around her, but again, she didn't change. She collapsed to the ground. Wary of a feint, I approached with care. Imp stood over Knight, holding a taser. Got her, she said. Fuck yes. You can't tell me that wasn't awesome. Good job. Now don't take your eyes off her. She heals back to pristine condition the second you blink. We take turns blinking? She asked. Sure. Blink on 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I said. I waited until the second count and started blinking on 3. We draped Knight across Atlas and hurried back toward the others, continuing the count. Shatterbird had fog trapped in a box of glass, layers upon layers. Every time a puff of smoke escaped, a layering of glass shards covered the gap. My allies were all standing, and our enemies were soundly defeated. After a quick exchange to ensure we were sharing the duties of watching Knight, I freed myself to check the scene with my eyes, rather than my swarm sense. Rune was kneeling, bleeding from shallow cuts across her face, chest, ribs, stomach, and thighs. She was using her power on a scarf to bind the wounds tight. Othala was standing off to one side, hurt as well. Victor was bound. None of them were meeting our gaze. We'd won to the extent that it was embarrassing to them. You're in our territory, Tattletale told them. Get out. You've taken this whole fucking city as your territory, Rune retorted, scowling. Your point being? Regent asked. Where are we supposed to go? Leave the city, retard, Imp said. You can't just take the whole city. I didn't feel like Imp and Regent were giving the impression of strength. I spoke before they could. We already have. We fought the 9 and played a pretty big part in taking out more than half of them. I pointed at Shatterbird. Case in point, you took advantage of that to try to claim some territory for yourselves. Not only is that awfully pathetic, but you proved yourselves hypocrites doing exactly what Hookwolf accused us of doing. We staked out our claim. It's our right. You're right. On what grounds? Strength? We have you beat there. Did you earn it? No. I think my team has you beat on both points. Now, Tattletale stepped forward. Here's the thing. We can't let you get away with this unscathed, so we're taxing you. Tax? Othala asked. Tax. Imp and I are going to step into the basement of that building over there, Tattletale pointed, and relieve you of every valuable we can carry. You assholes! Rune growled. She started to stand, then fell to the ground, hard. Imp had pushed her. I tried to hide my own surprise at the girl's sudden appearance. The others looked somewhat intimidated as well. But that's not enough, is it? So there's another tax. We're borrowing one of your teammates. The Chosen weren't the only ones who looked shocked at the declaration. I snapped my head around to look at Regent. There was no surprise there. Fuck them. They'd planned this, and they hadn't told me. Arc 15 Colony, Part 3. To use a cliché, you can do this the easy way or the hard way, Tattletale said, a light smile on her face. Fuck you, Othala snarled. Tattletale hadn't told me. I could understand if Regent didn't inform me that they were hoping to enslave someone else, but I counted Tattletale among my few real friends. I had something of a sore spot when it came to being betrayed by friends. They'd planned to do this at some point today, and I hadn't been filled in. Was that accidental? We'd exchanged so many calls, I could almost believe that I'd been forgotten, or that everyone had assumed someone else would be the one to fill me in. But I couldn't shake the other possibility. They could have left me in the dark because they knew I'd object. And now that I was filled in on this plan, I couldn't object without making the group look weak. Tattletale would know that. She would know I wouldn't screw us over, even with my objections, and this next part of the plan would go ahead whether or not I agreed or not. Biting my tongue, I walked around until I stood at the very back of the scene, where I could see Knight as well as everyone else that was present. Victor, Tattletale said, you're the tax payment, so to speak, your call. Victor's eyes narrowed. Consider it an opportunity. You're bound to pick up something you can use, talent-wise. I won't betray my team. Regent chuckled, not raising his eyes from Knight. Not really getting a choice. The PRT trains its squads in resisting and reacting to master category attack. I've picked up some things. Victor's chin raised a fraction. Victor had a kind of easy arrogance to him. It wasn't just the arrogance of someone who thought they were better than everyone around them. It was the arrogance of someone who'd been born and raised thinking they were better, only to have that confidence reinforced and enhanced over the course of their lives. Even bound by the spider silk, he managed to carry the demeanor of a prince from one of the monarchies of old, transported to the modern era. He had the look, too: a cleft chin, close-cropped hair that had been bleached to a platinum blonde, and a stare that managed to look simultaneously condescending and angry. He would be angry, obviously, but I'd seen him in situations where he wasn't trussed up and lying on the ground, and he'd look the same then. His costume reinforced the image of someone between eras, with a simple black painted breastplate with a sharp stylized V around the neck, a blood-red shirt and black slacks. The color scheme extended to Othala, who wore something decidedly more traditional as superhero costumes went. Her bodysuit was skin-tight and tomato red, with a single icon in the center. Like the swastika, it featured a circle with a black border and white center, and a rune in black. It wasn't a swastika, though, but a diamond with two legs extending from the bottom point, each turning up at the bottom. She'd taken to wearing an eye patch with the same icon on it in white. Her hair covered enough of that side of her face that it wasn't obvious. She couldn't heal herself, of course. She granted powers to others. There would be no other reason for her to be kneeling in the water, bleeding from 100 paper-cut thin lacerations. Rune, for her part, wasn't much older than Imp. Her long blonde hair streamed out of a pointed hood, and runes lined the edges of a long dark blue cloak. "I'm kind of hoping you're right," Regent shrugged. "Nobody's ever resisted before. I could learn a lot." Tattletale asked, "Seriously, are you going to cooperate?" "No," Victor replied. He rolled onto his back and set his head down so he was staring up at the sky. "Fine. Imp?" I turned and saw Tattletale pointing toward Othala. Imp was there behind the villainess. Imp planted one foot between Othala's shoulders and kicked the girl face first into the street. "Hey!" Victor shouted. "Don't touch her!" "Anything we do to you or Rune, you'll always know in the back of your mind that Othala could heal it," Tattletale said. "But anything we do to her..." Imp took that as a cue, kicking Othala in the gut. "Your issue is with me." Tattletale was as calm as he was angry. "You're surprisingly upset. You'd think you'd be used to seeing your teammate taking some lumps in the course of your supervillain careers. You two are involved, aren't you? Makes sense, given how closely you've worked together." "You don't know the littlest thing about where we come from," Victor snarled. "I'm figuring it out. Give me a second. Judging by what you're saying, there's a loss in there somewhere. Group like yours, bound to be pretty insular. Making friends with similar beliefs, dating people with similar beliefs. Did your daddy give you some strong encouragement to date this little lady?" Victor looked away, his lips twisting into an expression I couldn't interpret. He shook his head. "Not quite, huh? It wasn't your dad. You were on your own, a lost soul recruited by a big, proud family. Proved yourself, and you were told you'd earn a proper place in Kaiser's empire if you married in, so to speak. Not an arranged marriage in the strictest sense, but the idea was that you'd date one of the lieutenant's girls and marry eventually. Except it wasn't her you were supposed to date. Her sister? Cousin." Victor spat the word. "I'm getting tired of hearing you fumble your way to answers. It was her cousin." "There we go. Something happened to the cousin, so you two got paired together instead. And you two work so well together, it's a kind of kismet. Only there's a little heartbreak on both sides." "This is your plan?" Victor sneered. "Hate to break it to you, but we've talked this shit out. It's called communication. You won't be revealing any big secrets to break us up." "No, you two are totally honest with each other. Kudos. Thing is, you're just not very honest with yourselves. You know why you're getting so angry at Othala getting hurt? You're really quite insecure in your attachment to her." "Oh God, this is lame." The water rippled as Victor let his head drop down to rest on the flooded street. "You're playing up your own anger because you're afraid that if you don't make yourself care, you won't care at all." "Okay, sure. You tell yourself you're growing to love her, but you're a very good liar, Victor, and you're very good at lying to yourself. You know that, So you found yourself wondering if maybe the feelings you have for Othala are just the head games you've been playing with yourself. Easily possible. But there's two other possibilities. It could be that I'm not lying to myself. Let's not forget that. Another possibility is that it really is just me lying to myself, but that lie will become truth over time. People all over this city feign confidence, and that becomes something concrete. You can become the mask you wear on a day-to-day basis. Something about that bothered me. I spoke for the first time since Tattletale had declared her intentions. Seems kind of hollow. Because it's not a fairy tale romance? It's not. But I'll tell you, I enjoy her company, I trust her, I respect her, and I'm even attracted to her. We've got a foundation, Bug Girl. There's nothing forcing us to stay together anymore. Empire 88 is gone. We're a pair because we want to be. Right, O? Right, Othala's voice was quiet. She'd pulled herself up onto her hands and knees. She glared up at Imp, then looked down. Tattletale stepped forward, or because your names and faces are known to the public, and instead of being part of your group by choice, you're part of the group because nobody else will have you. Victor laughed a little. Somehow I expected better from you, Tattletale. This is pretty feeble. Attacking our relationship? We're strong enough, and no matter what you try to pull, you won't change the fact that we have what it takes. Sure, but I don't have to. Your relationship is doomed. You don't have that same lovesick, infatuated feeling for Othala that you had for her cousin. The chance for that moment has passed, and it'll eat away at you. You'll crave that kind of feeling and feel like you missed out on something by throwing yourself into a relationship out of duty rather than love. You'll cheat because you're searching for that and because it's easy for you to get women. You're good looking, and you have access to all the little tricks, how to approach them, how to win them over. And Othala over there, she's still head over heels for you. It'll kill her when you betray her. The smile slipped from Victor's face. You're not saying all this to fuck with me. You're fucking with her. I glanced at Othala, who was staring down at the ground. Why? He asked. Why do this? What other options do we have if we want to pressure you? You're invincible for at least a little while longer, but even without that, if we beat and tortured you, I think we'd come out behind, just by virtue of how far we'd have to go before we got past whatever interrogation resistance techniques you've stolen. Wouldn't be much different if we beat and tortured Othala. We'd piss you off, but I don't think we'd break you. So at the very least, this is a more civilized route of attack. You don't need my agreement, and I'm not about to give it. Not betraying my teammates. Your agreement would make all of this a lot easier. Don't play dumb and say we don't need it. You and I both know you're a master of martial arts that you could use if we cut your legs free. Capoeira, I imagine. There's certainly others you could draw on, and I'd bet you've blended all those styles together. You'd kick our faces in, maybe distract us long enough for night to bounce back. Victor smirked. Regent and Skitter would stop you without a problem, but that's a lose-lose situation. You and your buddies end up dead or seriously injured, and we don't get to borrow your talents. But you do it to deny us what we want, and because you hate it when someone else comes out on top. And what makes you think you're going to change my mind? The fact that that was just a sampler. I'm just getting started. We're not in any particular rush, so we can sit here until I've completely fucked up your group. I'll find every little chink and weak link there is and leverage them until you break. Tattletale shrugged. You think on that while we go take our pick of your stuff. There's bound to be some juicy clues in your living space. Imp, come on. Tattletale and Imp headed off to collect the spoils. I settled down, silently fuming, keeping one eye on Night. Silence lingered for a good minute. You can cheat, Othala said. Not now, O. We open up the relationship. You do what you need to. Just promise that if you don't find what you're looking for, you come back. I spoke up. Not sure if it's really true, given who you're associating with, but don't you deserve better than that? Shut your mouth hole, Hebe, Othala snarled. Butt out. I felt my heart skip a beat at the Hebe. She knew my last name? No. Hebe was short for Hebrew, not Hebert. I'm not Jewish, I thought. How had she come to that conclusion? I could believe someone would make an assumption like that if they'd seen my skin tone and hair, but my costume covered my skin. I'd spent some time wearing a mask that did show some skin after Bonesaw had cut up my good mask, but Othala hadn't been there for any of those incidents. I had ideas about what that could mean, but I kept my mouth shut. "Don't stress about it," Victor said. "She's trying to get to you." "No shit," Regent muttered. "I'm just thinking if we can find a solution to this, then I can be more confident we'll find solutions to the other stuff." Victor shook his head. "Just relax. There's no rush. Any problem Tattletale brings up, every issue, it's something we can work through. If you get panicked, if she starts making you think that whatever she's talking about is suddenly a crisis and it has to be addressed right now, you're playing into her hands. She'll use that to make you say or do something you'll regret. So take." "Regent, keep an eye on Knight," I spoke, interrupting. "Sure." Victor stared at me as I approached. I held out one hand and let a spider drop from each fingertip, dangling from threads. "The hell?" He squirmed in an attempt to get away, but his arms and legs didn't afford him much room to move. I slowed their descent enough that he could see the spiders clearly. Black, orb-like abdomens, stamped with a red hourglass marking. If it wasn't for my wanting to do this to make it clear what spiders they were, I would have just used the spiders I'd employed to wrap him in silk. I wanted the drama and to make it absolutely clear what I was doing. I moved my hand and let the spiders swing a little to the left to make sure they were in place, and let them settle on his face. "Hush," I told him. "Now close your eyes. You don't want to startle them, or they'll bite." One of his eyes fluttered in a reflexive action as the spider touched his eyelash. He growled, "You psycho," scowling, before shutting his eyes. I moved more spiders into positions on his lips. "Careful," I said. "I'm focusing on watching Night, so I'm not really bothering to suppress their instincts. Don't move." I looked at Rune and Othala. "You two be quiet too, I can handle you the same way." Othala only stared, while Rune offered a slow nod. It took 5 more minutes for Imp and Tattletale to come back, each loaded down with bags. Given the variety of labels, I guessed the bags contained things looted from stores downtown. Imp put down a spray can and set to spraying the glass cube Shatterbird had imprisoned Fog in, filling in the gaps, cementing it together. "I'd step back, Skitter," Tattletale said. "His power works by proximity, among other things. Physical contact, eye contact, and active use of a skill lets him leech them off you. The stronger the contact with each transfer point, the more transfer points he's maintaining, the faster the drain. He could suck away something essential or make you just a little bit worse at everything you do." I stepped away, silent. "So, have you made a decision?" Tattletale asked Victor. "Because I'm all geared up to carry on with the discussion here." Victor didn't respond. Couldn't. Tattletale turned to look my way, and I met her eyes. I left the bugs in place. "Could you please move the spiders?" she asked. "Of course." I dismissed them, but I didn't break eye contact. She was the first to look away, turning her attention to Victor. "Well, Victor?" He looked over at Othala, then stared up at Tattletale. He managed to look confident despite being bound and lying in the floodwater. After a long moment, he said, "I'm undecided." "That's a step forward," she said. "Maybe you could provide me some incentive?" "He needs to win on some level if he's going to make a concession," I thought. Regent shrugged. "I could keep you for 72 hours if you don't cooperate, or 36 if you do." Victor turned to look at Regent. "That'll do." "Can you cut him free?" I had my spiders start severing the threads. "You leave the others alone," Victor said. "Skitter will keep an eye on them until the sofa is safe distance away, and then she'll give them the signal that it's okay to move," Tattletale said. I nodded. I didn't agree, but I would play along for the sake of the group's image, and because I wasn't willing to sabotage a plan in progress, even if I didn't agree with it. I brought Atlas to me and was in the air a few seconds later. Between Imp and I, there was a pretty slim chance that we'd both blink at the same time and leave Night free to use her power. When Tattletale and Regent were out of my range, I turned to leave. Night didn't turn into a monster, but I took that to be a result of her being unconscious. Or maybe the taser's effects. Either way, I wasn't complaining. It gave me more of a head start. When the Chosen were at the limits of my power's range, I drew words in the air to let them know it was safe to move. I caught up with the others a short distance away from Regent's headquarters. Victor was being loaded into a van, hooded and heavily shackled. Another truck was parked a short distance away. The moment the door was shut, I stabbed one finger in Tattletale's direction. "What the fuck was that?" "Wah," Regent said, "relax." "I'm not going to relax. You two deliberately left me in the dark there, or it was an exceedingly stupid oversight to forget to mention it, and I know Tattletale isn't stupid. It was only sort of deliberate. Regent didn't have any part in that." "Explain," I told her. "I didn't realize you had such an issue with Regent using his power until you brought it up before. I could have mentioned our secondary goal then, but I was worried that would start something, or that it would discombobulate you before we got into a thing with the Chosen, as opposed to finding it out right after. I'm sorry. Again, I really underestimated how much you'd care. I was okay with Shadow Stalker because she's a legit psychopath, and sure, there was some personal bias in there, whatever. I'm also cool with Shatterbird because I don't think there's a shred of humanity in there. This is different." "See, that's what throws me," Tattletale said. "I don't see that big a difference between Victor and Shadowstalker. I've spent more than enough time around Shadowstalker to feel confident in making the call. I haven't spent any time around Victor. I didn't know if he's a psychopath, if he's just deluded, or if he's being forced into what he's doing. I could have filled you in." "You're right," I said. "You could have. That's all I wanted. I just wanted you to ask." She frowned. "And of course, now we're locked into this thing, and I can't help but wonder if I can trust you in the future." "That's rich," Regent said, "coming from you." I shook my head. "I've played along. Bullshit. You've demanded concessions and compromises from us every step along the way. And I've made concessions and compromises. I accepted it when you revealed your real power. I agreed we should capture Shadowstalker for the one job. Let's call a duck a duck. You agreed to capturing Shadowstalker because you wanted revenge." I shook my head. "No. Remember when I first brought up the bullying? I was pretty clear about how I didn't want any of that. You said it, but that's a long ways away from meaning it. I say what I mean." "Says the most dishonest members of the group," he retorted. Before I could reply, he raised both hands, as if to ward me off. "Not really intending to get on your case, not accusing or insulting you. Just saying, the whole undercover operative thing, I don't think you have much ground to stand on." I looked away. "I'm not proud of that." "Sure, that's fine, but let's be honest about all this. You spent a whole lot of time saying one thing while doing another. I think we all rolled with that pretty damn well, even went the extra mile on some occasions. Well, Rachel accepted, but yeah. Are you saying you can't return the favor? If we're talking mind control." "No," Tattletale cut in. "We're not. We've already established a precedent when it comes to using Regent's powers on the legitimately fucked up, and I already knew Victor fit that label. Your issue is with my neglecting to fill you in. I'm willing to admit I was wrong. It was a bad call on my part to leave you in the dark. It's your call if you want to accept that apology and move on." "And how often can this happen before I can say we're taking it too far? Regent's power is going to get us in trouble, one way or another. If our enemies decide that the threat of being mind-controlled is too big and band together against us, it might be creating more of a disadvantage than an advantage." "It's body control, not mind control," Regent said. "I don't touch the gray matter. Semantics. My point stands." "Then let me raise my own point," he said. "What am I supposed to do if I'm not using my power? The whole bit with tripping people up, knocking them down, making them drop shit? It's not exactly grade A material as superpowers go. I'm saying we discuss it as a group before enslaving someone. And if there's a window of opportunity," he asked, "a chance to capture someone on the fly? Do we just let it slip by because you want to host a debate?" "No," I sighed. "You could capture the person in question. We hold them for long enough to talk it over. Then we let them go if it isn't appropriate." He shrugged. "Which doesn't do a damn thing to ease people's suspicions if everyone's watching their friends, seeing if anyone's dropped off the map long enough to have been captured and converted. I've been there. Maybe not on this scale, but I've seen it happen, the paranoia." "Right. And your little plan here has started that ball rolling. Whatever we do from here on out, people are going to be spooked enough that they'll see the mind controlled where they don't exist. Fear is good, Tattletale said. Paranoia isn't. If our enemies are backed into a corner, they might do something stupid. You yourself said how Victor was willing to attack us if we cut him free, even if it put himself and his teammates in grave danger. And he's not dumb. He's not brilliant either, Regent said. Just saying, but having a power that gives you brains doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. Tattletale gave him an annoyed look, then turned to me. I can understand your frustration. You feel like we just set ourselves back on a city-wide scale for a relatively minor gain. I shrugged. Pretty much. Except our enemies are already banding together to attack us. Having Regent as a target doesn't change anything except taking the focus off of more important members of the team, she said. I see what you did there. A little quid pro quo, Regent muttered. Tattletale stuck out her tongue at him, then turned back to me. And people are going to be scared to take him out if it means releasing Shatterbird. Picture yourself in their shoes. It's not a comfortable position to be in if you're itching to retaliate. It's not a comfortable position to be in anyways, even with him on the team, I said, glancing over at Shatterbird. Not that we hadn't taken countermeasures, but yeah. Tattletale looked as well. But the main thing I was getting at is that we're working towards something here. We got Victor, bully for us, but you're probably wondering why. Just a little. Remember our attack on the PRT headquarters? We walked away with data. Data Coyle and his best people couldn't crack. I nodded. I think Victor could pull it off. Okay, still not convinced. Hear me out. I told Coyle that, and that got his attention. I had something of an idea that Victor, Rune, and Othala were looking to leave the Chosen, so I floated the idea to Coyle that he could make them an offer. I'm not so sure I'm a big fan of that idea. I don't think they'll accept, but if they do, I think it'll work out for us anyways. But I'm getting off topic. The important thing isn't recruiting them, but letting them know in a roundabout way that we're involved with Coyle and Coyle's involved with us. I nodded, outing Coyle and his relationship to our takeover. Maybe possibly. There were advantages to that. It would divert attention from us and maybe distract him. Point 3. Just a theory, but what if Gru could borrow Victor's power and get some permanent boosts? Just as an idea? It's interesting. You brought this up with him? No. Imp said he was resting when I called to ask. I figure it can't hurt. I nodded. So we're getting the data, we're possibly outing Coyle, and we're putting a skill vampire in a situation where he's surrounded with some very skilled people. Like a kid in a candy shop, I doubt he'll be able to keep from drooling. Coyle won't let Victor get in situation where he can pick up anything special unless he agrees to join. That's obvious enough. Except I've talked to Miner, Senegal, Prit, and Jaw, and they're willing to give him a little something in the way of exclusive skills he wouldn't otherwise have access to, in exchange for a few small favors. Like getting a read on Coyle's talents and skills, perhaps. I can't say for sure, but I'm thinking Victor could tell us what Coyle's day job used to be. Enough of a starting point that I can dig up more details. Know your enemy. And with a guy that versatile, I can think of several ways he could be useful. Okay, I said. Okay? She asked. Okay. Yeah. I wish we could have talked about this before, but I'm willing to accept that we've been through a hell of a lot, and you've put up with a lot of demands from me. If you think this is a good idea, if you're certain about this, I can accept that. She nodded once. Thank you. And me? Regent asked. No, I have faith in your judgment. I really don't, I admitted. Shh, after everything I've done for you. Never mind, he said, chuckling. I'm going to catch a ride to Coyle's and handle this next bit. Wonder how long he'll hold out. I'll come too, Tattletale said. I want to see how this plays out. If you don't need me, I'm thinking I'm going to head back, I said. Take care of my people. Tattletale nodded and gave me a short wave as she climbed into the back of the second truck. I wasn't thrilled, but I could deal. I felt relieved to have a window of time to do what I needed to do. It wouldn't be relaxation, but more moving on to the next point on my priority list, handling the stuff that absolutely positively needed to be handled. Making sure my dad was protected from Coyle was a big one. Making sure my people were both protected and equipped to protect themselves from the chosen was another. I needed to get my equipment in order and the costumes finished, make sure I touched base with Bitch so our recent good relationship didn't fall apart, and maintain the lines of communication with Tattletale and Coil so I was up to date on upcoming events. Do me a favor? Someone asked from behind me. I spun around, drawing my knife. It was just Imp. Damn it. What? I asked. Where'd you come from? I stayed behind to keep an eye on Night, winking instead of blinking so I didn't lose sight of her. And you don't even remember that I was doing it. Fuck. Ungrateful bastards. I had to run the last block so I could be sure you didn't fly off before I could ask. You could have phoned. She shook her head. You heard what Tattletale said. Coil might be listening in over the phones. We don't mention anything we wouldn't want him to overhear. And you don't want him to overhear this favor? I asked, hating myself even as I opened my mouth. How was I supposed to get a handle on everything if I was posed with 2 more crises every time I got something done? Arc 15, Colony, Part 4. Sundancer had once described her life in costume as intense, violent, and lonely. I'd had a hard time understanding the last point. That had been about the same time that I had been riding the high of having friends for the first time, after a couple of years spent in almost total solitude. Maybe, if the subject had come up again in recent weeks, I might have understood, nodding my head in sympathy. Powers raised us above the common people. It was maybe arrogant to think that way, to say I was better than the likes of Sierra, Charlotte, or my father, but I sort of was. I had all the potential they did, and then more. Even if I looked at how Powers elevated us, though, I had to admit we weren't raised to the same level. We weren't all raised up together. If anything, the Powers drove us apart. Our trigger events, our reasons for wanting to use our powers, the agendas and missions we took upon ourselves, and even how those powers made us think and operate in different ways. They put barriers between ourselves and others. I just had to think of Panacea or Bitch, and I had some damn good examples of that. I couldn't think of 2 capes who were in a committed relationship where there wasn't some degree of fucked upness. Night and Fog were, if I'd understood Tattletale right, essentially functional sociopaths. They'd acted out the role of a married couple with none of the affection or fondness. Victor and Othala were screwed up in a different way, burdened by a shared event in their past. Brandish and Flashbang? If their kids were any indication, yeah, fucked up. It was no small wonder we were all so fucked up. It was the human condition to need a supporting hand now and again, and yet we could barely help ourselves, let alone each other. Worse, if by some small miracle 2 capes managed to find comfort and support in each other, there was no guarantee that those other 2 points that Sundancer had raised wouldn't ruin things. The intensity of our lifestyle and the sheer violence. Lady Photon had lost her husband in the Leviathan fight. Glory Girl had, if the magazines and papers were any indication, maintained an on and off relationship with Gallant. He died too. So this, lying here beside Brian, it was sort of bittersweet, with maybe a 60-40 split on the sweet versus the bitter. I couldn't see Brian's face without raising my head, and I didn't want to do that and risk waking him. I'd left my glasses on the table with the knife and gun, so I couldn't see that well anyways. I settled for studying the fabric of his sleeveless shirt, the nubs of lint, the weave of the textile, and how it shifted with the slow, deep, and rhythmic breaths he was taking. I could smell his sweat, with the faint traces of his deodorant beneath. It was funny, because when we'd settled in, I hadn't been able to smell anything. I felt warm in the core of my chest. That wasn't just the morning light streaming in through the windows. Not happy, exactly. I didn't feel like I deserved to be happy, not with the responsibilities I wasn't attending to right now, not with the mistakes I'd made and the people I'd failed. But I could convince myself that this was something I should be doing. It was one of the tasks that I had to tend to, no matter how the coming days and weeks unfolded, and we'd settled on making those tasks a priority. We had to support Gru if we wanted him around to help us when everything started going down. I wouldn't rest any hopes on this, not with the way every other parahuman relationship seemed to go. I'd take these individual moments for what they were, all of which amounted to a pile of excuses and rationalizations I was layering on top of one another, trying to convince myself this wouldn't end disastrously, that I wasn't being irresponsible, or that I wasn't going to regret this on 100 different levels. It was enough that I could feel at peace, here, mostly at peace. I had to pee, and yet I didn't want to move and disturb him. Nothing was easy, it seemed. My body won out over my willpower, and I decided to extricate myself. I didn't even try to get to my feet, instead easing myself down to the ground as I unwrapped myself from Brian as slowly as I could. Once I'd disentangled myself from Brian and the couch, I grabbed my glasses, knife, cell phone, and gun and rushed to the washroom. The cell phone rang while I was on the toilet. Tattletale. For Brian's sake and my own sense of decency, I refused the call and texted her instead. "What's up?" She replied soon after. "R is done. Bird in the pen 4 now. C wants a meeting newways. Get GI and come 4:11 a.m.?" So it was time to see if Brian could glean anything from Victor's power. I responded, "G sleeping. Don't want to wake him." I could guess her reply before it appeared. "Hate to break you two lovebirds up, but we are tight on time, and C is impatient." I texted her an A-OK before hanging up and putting the phone away. The kitchen had been cleaned up, but my bugs hadn't alerted me to anyone coming in. Had Aisha returned and used her power to stay quiet? I decided to assume she had and began preparing breakfast for 3 people. If I had to rouse Brian, I'd do it with the smells of bacon, coffee, and toast. It was as inoffensive a method as I could think of. Aisha woke up before Brian did, venturing downstairs in a long t-shirt. "Thanks for cleaning up," I said, quiet. I could remember her reaction the last time I'd been talking to Brian, and added, "And for not getting upset. I can't help him, don't know how, so I'm putting it in your hands." "Thanks. Don't thank me. If you screw this up, I can and will make your life a living hell." I frowned. Honestly, that's not very fair. I think I probably will screw up along the way. This isn't going to be smooth sailing, whatever happens. So maybe it'd be better if you just trust that I'm going into this with the best intentions for him. She plucked a piece of bacon from a plate and popped it into her mouth. Maybe, but no. Don't fuck this up. I rolled my eyes. I've had a lot of practice. It's the little things, convincing someone they're going crazy. Nothing they put down is where they left it. Things go missing. Furniture gets moved. Then it gets more serious. They find the stash of drugs they were supposed to barter for stuff is missing. "I don't have any drugs," I told her. Talking hypotheticals. I get them in trouble with people they know. Then they have little injures they can't remember getting. Splinters under their fingernails, paper cuts between their fingers or at the corners of their mouths, little cuts on the back of their hands. That's usually when they freak out. They run, go somewhere else, and it stops, just a little while, until it comes again, twice as bad as before. They snap. Then I leave them a message telling them that it all stops when they leave the city. Put it on their walls in blood, or put it on their bathroom mirror in soap so it shows up when the room gets all steamy. They're glad. They're happy to have a way out. Except I wouldn't leave you that note. "What the hell are you talking about?" Brian asked from behind her. "And where are you getting that blood?" Aisha wheeled around, not appearing even half as guilty as she should have. "I asked Coyle's lieutenant for some. He asked me how many gallons I wanted. How weird is that? I mean, seriously, who needs gallons of blood? Or maybe I could use it. Paint someone's house, see if I can't freak them out hardcore." Aisha smiled wickedly. "Ignore that question. What were you saying to Taylor about not giving her a note?" "It's fine," I told him. "She's being protective of her big brother." Aisha plastered a fake smile on her face. "I didn't know you cared," Brian told Aisha with a touch of sarcasm. "I'm dropping this only because Taylor's sticking up for you." Aisha rolled her eyes and began serving herself. It was 9:30. Assuming it would take us half an hour to 45 minutes to get to Coyle's place, that left us only about an hour to get ready. We ate in awkward silence. Aisha took the first turn in the shower, leaving Brian and me alone once again. I didn't know what to do with myself. We had taken a step forward, but I didn't exactly have any experience on this front. What was I supposed to do? What did I say? I wanted to hug him, to hold his hand or raise the idea of spending time together later, but I didn't know what was allowed or what would be pushing boundaries or taking things too far. He sat down on the couch, putting his feet up on the coffee table, and I grabbed a glass of orange juice before sitting down next to him. Would he put his arm around me? Or, this thing with Coil, do you have a plan? Opportunity missed. I shook my head. More like I have a bunch of smaller plans. Can't commit to anything in case things unfold in an unexpected way. Okay, let's talk about them. Plan A? I whip my territory into shape. Coil decides that it's more valuable to keep me in his service. The idea is that he values my ability to keep an area stable more than he values having Dinah. He lets her go. Not likely. I frowned. I almost gave up on it after Burnscar torched everything. It isn't that impossible. Think about what it would mean in terms of security leaks. If he let Dinah go home to her family, she wouldn't be able to return to her normal life. If Coyle was dumb enough to let her go with no safeguards and without people to watch her, then the heroes would swoop in on her and use her to get him. I nodded, glum. And really, can you honestly say that your services are worth the cost of everything you're taking from Coyle in the way of resources, plus the cost of the agents he'd need watching Dinah at all hours? So you think he'll say no? Tattletale thinks that Coyle may be considering dropping you from the team once he has what he needs. I turned to look at Brian. His forehead was creased in a frown. You think I'm expendable? To Coyle? Possibly. I nodded. It's something to keep in mind. He said, Thing is, I don't know how that really changes anything. Should I stop helping the people in my territory? I'm not going to. It wouldn't be fair to them, and it would tip Coyle off. I think it was a bad idea to tip him off by making the deal in the first place. Now he knows you've got pretty strong morals. On a level, anyways. I nodded. On a level. He went on. I imagine it's troublesome to have someone with those sorts of moral concerns that could throw his long-term plan off course. He might be looking to replace you. And with his power, that might make for a bit of a pinch. His power? I paused. Tattletale clued me in. He creates parallel realities, makes two different decisions, and he gets to see the outcome of each as they unfold, decides which he wants in the end. Brian frowned. And he's been doing that with us? Since before I joined the team. Send us on a job in one reality, keep us back in another. If we succeed, great. If we fail, well, nothing lost. He deletes the reality where he sent us out. He rubbed his chin. I noticed he had stubble. So he gets 2 tries at everything, including dealing with any of us who cause him any trouble. I nodded, which is why we need to play along for as long as possible. Fair. What's your plan B? Plan B, well, it's not so much a plan as a fallback. If I get found out before we make any headway, it means fighting Coyle and his underlings. The travelers and circus included. Tattletale and I have talked about how we might approach that. The problem is that Coyle would be backing them up. Normally, I'd suggest we go on the offensive so they don't have time to go after our weaknesses. But with Coyle at work, we have to assume that it's all the more likely that the travelers would get that one lucky hit off, or that they'd pick the plan of attack that would work out for them. And they're powerful enough that they'd really only need to get lucky once, Brian said. I saw his expression darken. He was staring off into space. Sorry, I said. Impulsively, I leaned closer so my arm and shoulder pressed against his arm. If you want to talk about something else. I want to make sure we come out of this alive. But it's stressing you out. I'll manage, he answered, putting one arm around my shoulders and hugging me close. But he didn't raise the subject again. Aisha got out of the shower. He took the next turn, ostensibly to clean up after her. I took the brief period of quiet to get my stuff in order. I'd worn my costume under my clothes, the top and dress portion bound around my waist, beneath the sweatshirt. Once I was free to use the shower, I pulled off the costume and hung it up. The steam would help with any wrinkles for the parts that weren't skin tight. I had to admit to being a little disappointed with the way the morning was unfolding. Part of that was with myself, not knowing how to act, but part of it was with the lack of romance. Rationally, I knew that the movies, TV, books, and all that, they didn't paint a realistic picture. I knew that we wouldn't instantaneously click, that everything would be fixed. But at the core of it all, I wasn't 100% rational. Had to take what I could get. Last night, cuddling, it had been nice. Really nice. All in all, we were ready to move out well ahead of time. I racked my brain, trying to think of things to say. Everything social or romantic seemed forced or awkward, especially with Imp there. Everything related to our costumed selves seemed too delicate, fraught with reminders for Brian. Each time I entered Coil's headquarters, it seemed like it had transformed. On our first visit, it had been a bare-bones setup with piles upon piles of crates and soldiers congregating wherever there was room. Our last visit had seen some organization. Now it had finally taken form. The interior was divided into 2 levels. The lower level sported a cafeteria, a bar, a small computer lab, and bunk beds for the soldiers on standby. Doorways leading to what I suspected were washrooms. I knew that Coil had squads positioned across the city by now, in quarters not unlike the lairs he had assigned us, if a little more austere. Anyone who stayed here had the bare necessities. There was an area with more of a focus on the actual war part of soldiering, with men at the ready to hand out the guns and ammunition that were tidily arranged on racks and shelves, a massive laundry room that appeared to be devoted to washing and preparing the uniforms, and 2 more stations for heavier gear and more esoteric stuff like walkie-talkies and explosives. The upper level was pretty plain, with a metal walkway bridging the gaps to the doorways that were recessed in the concrete walls. Still, things had been added, including whiteboards with shift schedules and maps, very similar to the one I'd seen in Tattletale's base of operations. I glanced at one map. Our territory had expanded somewhat, or maybe it was better to say that the pockets of enemy forces that had lurked at the edges of our territory were collapsing. Cranston, the blonde woman who served as one of Coil's liaisons to us, who was my contact when I needed something, was standing outside the door to the conference room. "Skitter, how are you?" "I'm fine, Miss Cranston. You're a bit early. Can I offer you anything while you wait for Coil to arrive?" I shook my head. "Gru? Imp?" They refused as well. "It'll only be a few minutes." Gru and Imp stepped away to talk to the fat, short man who I took to be their liaison. I stepped over to the railing and watched the scene below. A group far to my left caught my eye. I ventured closer. Trickster, Sundancer, Genesis, and Ballistic were gathered around Tattletale, joined by Coil and a blonde boy with striking good looks. I couldn't really get a good look at it from my vantage point, but the wall jutted out beneath the walkway, and there was a heavy vault door set into the concrete, similar to the ones I'd seen at the shelters. Noelle, Tattletale, was shaking her head as she talked. She gestured toward the door. I could see the travelers respond to that. Trickster folding his arms, Sundancer turning away slightly. Genesis, in her wheelchair, hung her head just a bit, her mop of hair blocking the view. They weren't hearing what they wanted to hear. Tattletale touched the wall, some panel or button system, said something, and then turned away, walking towards the staircase. The travelers and Coil followed behind. "Everything okay?" I asked Tattletale as she joined me. "Oh, not really," she gave me a tight smile. "Fill me in later?" "Can't. Sworn to secrecy." "Uh-huh. You know, for someone who calls herself Tattletale, you're way too fond of keeping secrets." "Believe me, some secrets aren't so fun to keep." I frowned. What was going on there? I could only trust that she'd inform us when we weren't in earshot of Coil and the travelers. Bitch and Regent were waiting outside the conference room as we approached. I gave Bitch a small nod of acknowledgement, and she returned it. All together, we got seated. Travelers on one side of the table, undersiders on the other, Coil at the head. I understand that things have been hectic since the 9 departed the city. Communications are difficult to establish. There's still lasting damage from the Endbringer attack, and everyone has their individual concerns. Before our focus fell on the 9 and eliminating Jack Slash, I told you to establish your territories and do what you could to effect some sort of control. As Tattletale may not have all of the necessary information to draw the right conclusions, I'd like each of you to inform us on your progress. He gestured to Trickster. "Putting me on the spot, huh?" Trickster asked. "Dunno. Nobody's doing business in my neighborhood, and there aren't any crooks there that the public knows about. But Purity and her people are still hanging around, and I'm waiting on my teammates to wrap up their stuff so they can lend me a hand." Infrastructure? Recruitment? Coyle prompted. I've made a few small steps forward for each of those things. I offered some of the low-level thugs the option of moving out of the city or serving under me. Got a half-and-half split of each, more or less. Enough people to deal product, if you want, or to scare some people. Good. Sundancer? Sundancer had the posture of someone who desperately hoped to avoid being called on in class. I don't know. I've been working with the maps Tattletale provided me, but I'm not good at this. I burn them out of whatever place they're holed up in. They run, then half the time, it's like they settle somewhere else that's nearby. You have to scare them more, Trickster said. I burn their houses down. I don't know why that's not scary enough. You're too soft about it, being too careful to let them know what you're doing and when, because you don't want to hurt them, and they can tell. Coyle cleared his throat. How far along? Sundancer didn't look happy. I dunno. I've maybe cleared out 1 in 4 of the local groups. Genesis? Coyle asked. Mostly clear, Genesis replied, leaning forward and putting her elbows on the table, not sure how to get anything going in the way of operations. It's not exactly heavily populated territory. You're keeping Noelle company tonight, yes? Genesis nodded. Then we'll discuss it then. Okay. And Ballistic? Further along than him, Ballistic jerked a thumb toward Trickster. Nobody doing business in my area, only 2 capes hanging around. Got that girl from Dolltown who's pretty insistent on holding on to her neighborhood. Even if pretty much everyone that lived there is dead now. It's the only spot that I haven't taken over. I see. And the second cape? There's a kid from the old merchants group, has powers, going to try to scare off the doll girl and recruit the merchant kid. You might start with remembering their names, Genesis pointed out. I'm not a cape geek like you. You're a cape. Parian and Scrub? I spoke up, hoping to keep them from going off on a tangent. Sure, sounds right. Ballistic conceded. If you're dealing with Parian, can I come along? Actually, Coyle said, I had a request to make of you, Skitter. I turned my attention to him. After, he told me. Let me get to the main topic of this meeting before I address it. For now, I'd like to hear how the Undersiders are coming along. Been busy helping everyone else out, Tattletale admitted. Like Trickster, I guess, I'm waiting for others to finish what they're doing. I'm pretty solid for business, though, bringing in more cash than I'm spending. What's the business? Trickster asked. The big one is reclaiming items and homes. I offer goodies to any people from the shelter willing to band together and scare them off. Anything too difficult, I use the mercenaries you provided. Coyle's hooked me up with some banking services so we can actually make the transactions. People don't have a lot of use for money with the way things are right now, and they do have stuff that they value. Figure a few $100 to $1,000 per job, 3 or 4 jobs a day, and they're sort of doing my work for us, dealing with the gang members. With the idea that your teammates will claim the areas at a later date, Coyle said, his voice firm. Right. Gru and Imp? I saw Gru hesitate. 75% clear, Imp said. The chosen and leftover merchants mainly moved into our territory and regents. Maybe we're not 100% done, but when we scare people off, they stay gone. Good. Can you drive out the remaining threats in the next 2 days? Got this far in 3, don't see why not. Excellent. Regent? About the same. Nobody wants to cross Shatterbird, but lots of people keep popping up, moving in because they're oblivious that she's there. With no radio or TV, they're clueless. Make it more obvious, then. Regent nodded. Bitch, nobody left in my territory. No threats? Nobody. Coyle sighed. I did tell you that you could run your territory as you wished. Still, that's not ideal. Would you object to a rearrangement of territory? I would grant you more overall area to control, but it would be limited to the outskirts of the city. So long as it's mine. Good. And Skitter? I shrugged. No threats. Nobody's daring to pop their heads in. Then consider working on rooting out the individuals too afraid to show themselves before they cause a problem. They're dealt with, I said. Explain? I'm doing 2 sweeps through my territory every day. Only 1 yesterday, but we were busy dealing with the chosen. I'm checking every building for trouble. If I find contraband, drugs, or weapons, I confront the individuals in question. Past 2 days, I haven't had to confront anyone. The only people with weapons are your people, then? I nodded. I've got 60 people working under me, and maybe 100 more who are working for me in an indirect way, joining the community that started on the cleanup projects. Filling, moving, and placing sandbags to control and reroute the flooding, clearing the area Burnscar burned down, and setting up accommodations. Impressive, Coyle said. I nodded. I feel like I'm cheating, though. My power's suited to this. It remains impressive. Let me explain just why I find this of interest, undersiders, travelers. The mayoral elections are in 1 week. Before this occurs, I would like to have this city firmly in my control. It will shift the tone and the aim of the election, which would be to my advantage, our advantage. So you're saying we have less than a week to wrap stuff up in our territory, Trickster said. Yes, I also have some other issues I would like you to address. Skitter, Genesis, I trust you're able to step away from your territories to give me a hand? Tattletale leaned forward over the table looking at me. I glanced at her, then turned to Coyle. Yes. Sure, Genesis said. And Trickster, if you're idle while you wait for your teammates to come assist with Purity's group, I'm sure you can lend your assistance for one night. Trickster nodded. The mayor and several members of the city council will be traveling to Washington to discuss the state of Brockton Bay and the possibility of condemning the city. Skitter, Imp, Genesis, I would like you to visit him and ensure he argues towards our ends. Brockton Bay will stand, and it will recover. I nodded slowly. Sure, I think I can do that and still help Ballistic with Parian. I haven't asked for your help, Ballistic said. Coyle's call, I responded. If Skitter feels she can spare the time, I would be glad to have the extra assurance the job will get done. Ballistic folded his arms. Didn't look happy at that. That's the last point of discussion. I will provide anything you need to see your tasks to completion. If there's no questions, that will be all. After a brief pause to check that nobody wanted to speak, we all stood from our seats. The travelers headed out the door and turned a right to go back to where Noelle was sealed up. Tattletale led our group to the cells where Shatterbird and Victor were. While we waited for Regent to go and bring Victor out of his cell, Tattletale stepped close so she was right next to Gru and me. She murmured, 1 piece of good news, 2 pieces of bad news, and 1 spot of catastrophic news. The good news is that Coyle is impressed with you, Skitter. Okay, I said. That's what we were hoping for, right? But something tells me we've got a major snag. I'd say odds are pretty fucking good that he's on to us. I felt my heart drop. How sure are you? I asked. Not positive, but pretty damn sure. And I'd say there's a 50-50 chance one of ours informed him of our aims. A member of the Undersiders? Gru asked. That, or he's got our places bugged. But I didn't get the sense that anyone who built the place or brought our stuff in knew about any electronic bugging. Like I said, 50-50 chance. I nodded. I glanced around, looking at Bitch, Imp, and the door Regent had disappeared through. Fuck, Tattletale swore under her breath. I was trying to signal you to say no to Coyle's request, but you weren't looking at the right moments and I couldn't exactly tip anyone off. I'm positive he's asking you to go on that errand with Genesis and Trickster because he's planning on eliminating you. I felt Gru's hand squeeze my shoulder. He'd gone rigid, as if he was more spooked than I was. And of course, he knows I know. So this is a loyalty test. I'm betting. If you don't go, I flunk. Arc 15, Colony, Part 5. We fell silent as Regent stepped out of the cell with Victor in tow. How's he handle? Tattletale asked. Like a Mercedes with an invisible sticky gear shift, Regent said. Care to explain? Victor stretched and said, Everything moves well, peak condition, but his power doesn't work so hot with him as a puppet. Can't tell what I'm borrowing or who I'm stealing from. I think I'd need his cooperation. Our captive sneered a little. And I don't think he's willing to give it, Regent said. So the question is whether we want to take the time to try to convince him or take an indirect route, Gru said. Skitter's going to have to go in a few minutes, so let's see what you can do in the here and now. Sure. Gru extended a hand and smothered Victor in darkness. A second later, he said, I'm getting something. Anyone here speak another language? Sugpupane tilhor mamandin? No, Tattletale said. You're getting that from Victor. Can't really use it. Now how do I change what I'm stealing? Tattletale shrugged. It could be you're only picking up the surface stuff. Here, Regent, try some martial arts forms. Like what? I don't know this stuff. Victor does. You fight using your puppet's muscle memory, right? Try moving around, see what clicks, and Gru will let you know if we're accomplishing anything. There was a pause. Victor's hand briefly flashed out of the cloud of darkness as he shifted positions. Gru rolled his shoulders some. Yeah, there's a martial art in there somewhere. I'm picking something up, but it's slow. Tattletale smiled. Take everything you can. We'll see what sticks. It's kind of depressing, Gru said, settling onto a stool. I always took some pride in honing my body, training, all that. This feels like cheating, skipping the hard work. You said you never had the time or interest to dedicate yourself to investing in a martial art, Tattletale pointed out. I didn't, but that's not to say I wouldn't eventually. A few years down the line, when things are quieter, I can see myself doing that, earning belts and learning to fight. If you don't want to do this, Regent said, I could do something else with my day. Gru shook his head. No, it's fine. Doesn't feel quite right, said, but I'll be able to do more to help you guys if I can fight better, if I'm more versatile. And I'm getting another language again. Latin, I think. Get him doing the forms again? Regent sighed. Tattletale frowned. He's trying to drag you off course, using his brain to bring other stuff to the surface. Listen, I'm going to see Skitter off, and then I'll talk to Coil, see if he has anyone who could drug Victor and mess with his mental functions without incapacitating him. Drugs, like the ones Coil's using on Dinah, I thought. And this would give Tattletale and me a chance to have some words about the hit Coil had put on my head. I had to wonder why. I was arguably doing the best among his underlings. Why was it so hard for him to simply let Dinah go? Maybe take countermeasures to ensure she didn't betray him and leave things alone. I wouldn't be any threat to him if he wasn't doing something morally reprehensible. We left Regent and Gru to their task and stepped out of the wing with the cells, venturing onto the metal walkway that overlooked the lower level. I could see the travelers at the vault door that kept Noel contained, as well as the soldiers going about their business, which struck me as odd when I thought about it. What's with the soldiers? I asked. He's got, 50 or 60 here? A little under that, but some are elsewhere. Why? I get that he was using them before, fighting Empire 88, but what's he using them for now? He didn't send them against the Endbringer. He didn't use them against the Nine. I get that he maybe fought off the merchants and the Chosen when they were thriving, kept them from gaining too much steam, but it seems like a lot of money to spend on soldiers he doesn't intend to use. Well, Tattletale said, leaning on the railing. One, keeping them employed here means they won't be hired by someone else. Right. And I think they factor into his plan, either as a contingency or a greater aspect of it. I nodded. I would have asked what that plan was, but I didn't want to say anything that would be too suspicious if overheard. Not while we were on Coil's turf, especially. Tattletale didn't seem to have those same concerns. She leaned closer and murmured, You've got 2 jobs back to back. That means you've got a few things to do. Number 1, if we've got a mole in our group and our communications are compromised, that means we need a mole in Coil's group. Someone that can inform us about any of Coil's movements he's wanting to keep concealed from us. Ballistic? I asked. She murmured a response. Sound him out. Be careful about it, but try to get a sense of how tight he is with the rest of the travelers. Like Cherish said, Trickster isn't tight with his team. See just how untight Ballistic is with his boss, and maybe we can make some inroads. Okay. That won't be easy, because I get the sense he doesn't like you, and he's upset you've stepped on his toes here. I frowned. The second thing? About the possible murder attempt? She asked. Just a little worried about that. He only decided it as recently as this morning, so anything he set up is going to happen later. And you don't know how he's going to approach this, or what he'll do? She shook her head. All I know is that Coil's intending for it to happen tonight, probably related to your job with the mayor. And you're positive on this? It's one of those things where everything clicks into place perfectly if we acknowledge this one fact. He wants to kill you. For example, he has more reasons to send imp than to send trickster. How's that work? I've already filled imp in on this, but Coyle's concerned about Gru's emotional state and what it means for our team as a whole. I nodded, which means he wants to remove imp from the picture to see how Gru handles himself. So we're keeping that on the down low. I'm not sure when we'll be able to do it, but I've talked with Imp and Regent and sort of hinted on the subject with Bitch, and we might be looking at making you our team leader, at least for a little while. I snapped my head around to look at her. It makes the most sense. You have the best grip on who's in play and how to use our abilities. You think tactically, she murmured. Why not you? I asked. You have seniority. You have more experience. You can apparently keep track of Imp, and you can identify our enemy's weaknesses. I'm not sure I have more experience, Tattletale admitted, or at least my experience doesn't count for much. Robbing software companies and casinos doesn't really compare to going toe-to-toe with Mannequin. My other points stand. Just because we're putting you in charge doesn't mean I can't still handle that stuff. If you want to delegate to me at any point, that's fine. It's just a question of who we turn to when we need a spur-of-the-moment decision. I'm not good at those. I'm only good when I can plan, consider everything that's at play. I don't think you give yourself credit. I've said it before, I'll say it again. You're good at improvising. With just me, maybe. Just my own abilities. I'm not sure I can do that if I'm also worrying about the four of you. We'll have to see in the field. Unless you're really going to argue Gru's going to be able to hold his own in a high-pressure situation? I frowned behind my mask and shook my head. Of course, discussing this means nothing if you get killed. Don't. Easy as that? Don't get killed? You're going into a tricky situation with the most amoral member and the most versatile member of their group. Keep an eye on everything and try to be unpredictable so they can't get you in a trap. I just had to figure out how to do that with a job this cut and dry. Ballistic's coming, Tattletale said. I looked and saw Ballistic ascending the staircase at the far end of the walkway. It would take him a minute or 3 to join us. Any final tips before I'm left with him? He's angry. Coyle's roped in the travelers by promising to help them with Noel, but there's 2 snags in that, which we may be able to use. For one thing, I don't know if Coyle seriously intends to offer any fix he does find. For another, Ballistic cares less about that than anyone else. Or maybe it would be better to say he almost doesn't want to help with that because Trickster wants it so badly. That sounds like it's less about team friction and more about sheer enmity. I think they were really good friends once, and now they're distant. Well, it wasn't like I wasn't unfamiliar with that idea. And, she said, her voice low, I can tell you the Noel thing isn't the only crisis they're working on handling. The focus on Noel is something of a sore point with Ballistic. Vague. And I can't really say anything about that without admitting the info came from you. Yeah, she said. Then she straightened, turning toward Ballistic. That huddle looked like a conspiracy at work, he commented. He looked like he'd based his costume off of the capes of a different era, with only some concessions made to fitting in with his team's color scheme. A costume in black with red patterns on the fabric, heavy on the armor panels and padding, making a big guy look even bigger. His mask was square, with holes only for the eyes. Belts and pouches were strapped across his entire body. Conspiracy? Us? Tattletale grinned. You were whispering about something. Boys, she said, winking. He didn't look impressed. No, we really were talking about boys. About Gru, specifically, and maybe replacing him as leader. Hey, I said, before I'd processed why she was saying that. She wanted to earn some measure of trust by volunteering a secret. She shrugged. They're going to find out eventually. We'll have to trust Ballistic to not go running to Coyle to tell on us. He folded his arms. Putting me in a compromising spot? Sure, you can handle it, she told him. She gave me a pat on the shoulder. I'm going to see about those drugs for Victor. Good luck to you two. Tell me, Ballistic said as Tattletale strolled off, do you ever get past that point where you feel painfully uncomfortable around her? Yeah, I said. You get over that with time. I didn't add that the discomfort he was describing was largely linked to the number of secrets one was trying to keep from her. It almost went without saying. "You're still insisting on coming along?" he asked. "You know I can handle this on my own." "I don't doubt that, but I'm kind of wanting to see this place." "Why?" "I'm running my own territory. Maybe there are ideas I can use, and I want to see how people are coping in other districts." I'd ask why again, but I'm not sure I'd get it. If this city doesn't get condemned, you're going to have people moving into your district. Even after the city's infrastructure is up and running again, those people are going to put pressure on you for certain things. See, you're approaching this like a medieval lord, managing her serfs and servants, and I see this more as being a watchdog. I gestured toward the exit, and he sighed. We began making our way out of the base. "Do you really want to limit yourself to being a watchdog? When I'm making this much cash? When even the top guys in this town would run scared from me? Sure." He held the door open for me. "And that's all it comes down to? Cash and being feared? I'm a living gun, and my surroundings are nothing but piles of ammunition. What do you expect? You don't think you're scary? I think you can have money and power, you can be fearsome where necessary, but you can still make a difference at the same time. Doesn't seem worth it, working your ass off to make some people a little happier and more comfortable before the world ends. You're one of the people that's fixated on that, huh? The world's gonna end. How can you shrug that off? It might not." "Right," he said, clearly humoring me. This wasn't working. Tattletale had said Ballistic was angry, but I'd taken that to be the same sort of anger that Bitch harbored. Whatever was going on with Noelle and the group dynamics that had Sundancer so unhappy, it had made Ballistic angry at the world, angry at circumstance. A different sort of anger, really. He didn't really care about anything or anyone. How was I supposed to get through to him if that was the case? I decided to call him on it. "Okay, so your only priorities are money and power? Then why are you so annoyed that I'm coming along? What does it matter? It's my business, my territory, and I'm capable of handling her on my own. It's insulting that Coyle thinks I'd need any help, and it's rude that you'd volunteer yourself without checking with me first." "Okay," I said. "Hypothetically, just going by what you were saying earlier, why should I give a damn? The world's going to end in a few years anyways. What does it matter if I get on your bad side?" "That's different," he said, sounding annoyed. "Why? Because it's you that's getting shortchanged? Because we're basically coworkers. If we're going to have to fight alongside one another, we can't be worried about this sort of thing." "Okay, first of all, I have a closer working relationship with the people in my territory than I do with any of the travelers. If and when you get more people in your territory, you might find that's the same with you too. So I'm not sure I buy that coworker thing. You're talking apples and oranges, capes and non-capes. Fine, he'd left an opening for me to target. Then I'll just point to your other coworkers, the other travelers. There's obvious friction, there's resentment. Cherish said as much, so I don't think you buy the coworker thing either. Again, that's different. You say that a lot. Maybe this principle you're living by isn't that strong if it can't hold up to the most basic arguments. Unless you care to explain why that's different. You're grilling me for info on my team. I'm curious what's going on there, yeah, but I'm also trying to figure you out. As you said, we're coworkers. Weren't you just debating the coworker thing? Decide if you really believe it, let me know, and I'll change my argument accordingly," I said. He sighed. "I'm not trying to get on your bad side," I said. "Really? But I've dealt with some interesting personalities like Bitch, Regent, and Imp for a little while now, and I know I won't be able to communicate with you until I understand where you're coming from. So I'm willing to go the extra mile to figure you out now so I can understand you in the future." I trailed off, but I kept one eye on him to see if there was any hint that he knew about Coyle's plans to terminate my future. There was nothing. I couldn't see his face, but nothing had changed in his posture, his stride, or overall body language. "You're not going to stop digging and get off my case here, huh?" he asked. I was mentally categorizing him as very similar to Bitch in many respects. He was smarter, though, and the weapons he wielded in a discussion were less about threatening imminent harm than what? Setting himself further apart from me? breaking ties, categorizing me as an enemy in his head, and making dealing with him harder in the future. It would explain why there was a schism between him and the other members of his group. If you ask me to, I'll back off. But I made the call on the spur of the moment, as I might with Bitch if I were positive she wasn't about to hit me. I think you and I would both agree that you'd be admitting I'm right if you did. That's dirty. Sure. So what do you want to know then? Shall I divulge my deepest, darkest secrets? I'll settle for knowing why you're all so angry at Trickster, why you specifically are angry at him. Nope, can't say. Can't or won't. Won't. We made a deal, and that deal means we've kept some stuff from Coil even. I'm not about to tell you. I don't need to know specifics. You don't need to know the general details either. Not really, but maybe you need to tell me. One of your teammates said they were awfully lonely and they're closer with the rest of the team than you are. Maybe you're lonely too, nobody to vent to? I'm a guy. We don't do the whole emotional sharing thing. You trying to channel tattletale here? Why are you so intent on getting the details here? This isn't just curiosity or wanting to know your coworkers. Because so much hinges on my ability to get you on board against Coil. I didn't have a good response, so I fell silent. We continued walking down the streets towards the crater lake, our footsteps sloshing in the shallow water. He took everything from us, Ballistic said, breaking the silence. Trickster? Trickster. When everything started falling apart, he stepped up to make the calls. Bad ones. And now the group is all we have left. No friends, no family, no home to go back to, no goals beyond fixing Trickster's fuck-ups. I was thinking of how it had come out that Sundancer was reluctant to use her powers because of the damage she'd done in the past. Civilian deaths? Had they included their own families? Had Noelle been included in that? It might explain why they were so gun-shy about using their powers to their fullest potential, and why they'd been so insistent on keeping Noelle locked up when we were up against the 9. He went on, the others might hate Trickster, but they still respect him. Or they don't respect him, but they don't hate him either. Probably more the former than the latter. But I don't have any love for the guy. I don't have any respect for him either, and I seem to be alone in that. So where do you go from there? Now we're back to square one. I already explained. Money being feared, respect, and living in comfort as a badass watchdog. All that stuff about hating him, blaming him for ruining your life, and you don't want any revenge on him? I asked, as casually as I could manage. No, I'm with the group for one reason. I stick with shit, not going to turn on the guy. I agreed to this thing with Coil because I thought it'd be a way to get back some of what we've lost, maybe. But all I see is my teammates getting all starry-eyed with hope while Coil feeds us empty promises, saying Tattletale will find an answer, or he'll make a request to some major scientists in parahuman study. And of course there's no answers. There could be. Nah, why would he give us what we want if it means losing our services? But I don't really care anymore. I made a deal with Coil, and I'll stick that through until I have a good reason not to. Way I figure it, fuck my team, fuck Coil, but it's not worth confronting anyone over if it means I'm wasting the remaining 2 years of my life trying to get another gig, this cushy. That seems kind of claustrophobic, setting those restrictions on yourself, letting things with your team drop by the wayside. Being all alone? Won't be alone. Figure I've got enough cash and respect I can get groupies. That'll do for the next couple of years. Unless you're going to argue there's some point to a committed long-term relationship when there's no long-term? I sighed. There was no point in continuing this. I could tell that Ballistic wasn't going to budge, and I didn't have a good reason to convince him to join us. We crossed several city blocks in silence. When we'd reached the lake Leviathan had created downtown, we began to walk around to the north end to Dolltown. So how are we doing this? Attack strategy? Ballistic asked. Any chance you'll let me make the first move? And take all the credit? His voice hardened. I'll let you take half the credit if I'm successful. You can take all the credit if I fail. Nope. What? I get what you're doing. You want to make us travelers look bad. Get yourself a bigger slice of the pie somewhere down the road. More respect, more power. And you're doing that by wedging yourself into everything, getting hyper involved. Gotta be in first place. That's crazy. Right. Then explain why you're going overboard with your territory. I'm getting the job done, taking care of my people. Nah, it's more than that. There's something driving you to work that hard. You're looking to supplant us. He'd stopped walking. I paused and turned to face him. He chuckled lightly. I don't blame you for it. I mean, it's pretty scummy when we're supposed to be working together, but I get that you want to be on top. We are working together. I may be taller and in better shape than average, but I'm not dumb. You think I didn't catch the wedge you were trying to drive into our team? Sounding me out for any hard feelings I might have for the others? Shit, this sort of thing was Tattletale's field, not mine. Now it was going south fast, and I could imagine how this would explode in my face. I cleared my throat a little and clarified. I was sounding you out because it was clear you did have hard feelings for the other members of your team, and I wanted to give you a chance to talk about it. Ah, so the creepy bug girl is really a softie in the end. His voice was laced with sarcasm. No ulterior motives at all. Whatever, I said. Never mind. So fuck you, he said. No, I'm not giving you first dibs on this doll woman. Second I see her, I'm taking her out of action and making it 100% clear it was all my doing. You'll get what you wanted, which you said was to see the territory, and I get what I want, which is to finish up my territory so I can kick back. This wasn't how I wanted things to go on any level. I could have groaned in frustration. Instead, I sent out a command to my bugs and took a deep breath. Okay, I told him. Yeah? But I think I'll stay out of the line of fire. I get the impression I offended you, so maybe we give each other some breathing room? Avoid getting shot? I wouldn't jeopardize the setup I've got with Coil for that. But maybe it's best you do stay out of the way. I nodded and turned to go. Okay, so no mole inside the Travelers. I could still hope to achieve something here. Using my bugs, I tracked Parian's movements within Dolltown. She was moving quickly, joined by a small collection of people. Many were shrouded in cloth, leaving me to guess if they were real people or something new she'd done with her creations. I drew out directions with my bugs, guiding her away from Ballistic. She didn't listen at first, but that changed when Ballistic fired off his first attack, creating a deafening crash. From the sound of it, he'd done something to send a car flying into a building. A moment later, he did it again. I walked faster. I could call Atlas to me, but I didn't want to get spotted in the air. Dolltown was ugly. It had been hit hard by the Nine and the fight between them and Hookwolf's army. There were scars on the buildings where Hookwolf had struck, holes and marks in the wall where Purity had fired her beams. Menja had done some damage here and there, with some handprints marking various pieces of architecture where her gauntlets had bit into stone and metal. I pushed open a doorway and stepped into a ruined building. Parian faced me. Her mask had a crack in it, and there was blood staining her worn frock. She was surrounded by a half-dozen of her remaining people, each of whom wore masks and costumes. A life-size doll, a man who was wrapped in fabric to the point that he looked something like a mummy, a little girl in a skin-tight suit of flannel with holes cut out for the eyes, one blue and one green. Did Parian have capes working for her? Or no? They were the people Bonesaw had done surgery on, the ones she'd altered to look like members of the Nine. They were covering the faces and bodies Bonesaw had given them. What do you want? Parian asked. To negotiate, I said. Your buddy isn't too interested in negotiating, by the sounds of it, she said. She flinched as another crash sounded somewhere nearby. I took a gamble here, warning you about him. He wanted to hurt you, make you into an example. I don't operate that way. Don't think I can trust you on that. You'll have to, because I've gone around Ballistic's back. I'm kind of counting on you hearing me out, because if I fail here, it's going to fuck up things with this alliance my team has with the Travelers. And with Coil. She glanced around. I could sense someone moving nearby, one of her people sneaking up behind me. No gun. A light search with my bugs told me, and more of the same cloth costume the other Dolltown residents were wearing. I ignored my potential assailant. I could handle an attack from a knife. I just need to be on guard in case they aim to club me over the head. I know about the person that's circling around to ambush me, I said. Can we just talk without someone trying to hurt me? What are you wanting to talk about then? You got dealt a raw hand. The nine targeted you like they targeted some people I care about, people I love. That's not fair. So I was thinking, I've got a lot of money. I have access to resources. I know it's not much, it's not really enough, but maybe we could get doctors for your friends and family, fix what's been done to them. And what would you want in exchange? Join my team, I said. No. Listen, I hissed the word. It's the best way to guarantee safety for everyone here. It gets ballistic off your back. Even if you avoid him today, he's going to level half of Dolltown, and he'll come back tomorrow to level the other half. Everything else would stay the same. You'd have the same freedoms, only we'd supply you with everything you need. Not just rice and fresh water, but good food, medical care, proper shelter. All you need to offer is lip service, and we can fix so many of the things that have gone wrong here. The person behind me stepped closer. I turned to keep an eye on her, and she lunged in that same instant. 3 spikes of metal were sticking out from between her fingers, like improvised brass knuckles. When she punched them into my shoulder, they went straight through my costume, piercing through the bone as though they were hot knives, and I were nothing but soft butter. She swept my feet from under me and pushed me to the ground. The lady said no, Flechette told me, one hand holding me down, the other hand raised to strike me again. Arc 15, Colony, Part 6. Not my brightest move, I had to admit. The problem with acting like I was tough enough to shrug off an attack from a knife wielder was that the illusion failed pretty damn hard when I actually got stabbed. I'd been relying too much on my costume. If I see a single bug, I'll be forced to use this, Flechette said, angling the spike of metal in her hand so I could see it better. Isn't that going too far? Parian asked, her voice small. No, Flechette said. Her hand was still poised to strike the second I moved. She was just talking. She just talked to Panacea, if you remember. And I told you before, the last time Glory Girl was seen was in her company. I've explained what happened after that. You think she did it? Did what? I think the Thinker 7 on her team might have. Running theory is that Tattletale has a clairvoyance that lets her see weak points, finds the points to attack in people, security systems, patrol routes, reverse engineers the results to get general information. Okay, she'd hit the key points, but sort of got it backwards. That was Jack, I said. Jack was the one who got to Amy. Occam's razor. Most likely answer is often the correct one. Or something like that, Flechette said. Is it going to be Jack, who has powers we already know, or is it going to be Tattletale, who has set down more than enough precedent for that kind of behavior and a still unknown power? It fits what your group's trying to do, taking over the city for yourselves. And I should point out that records do seem to point to people being left devastated or ruined wherever you go. Panacea, Armsmaster, the Slaughterhouse 9. You're complaining about us taking out the 9, and that wasn't all us. It wasn't even mostly us. That was everything going to hell and people with issues getting pushed past their limits. We were only involved because we've tried to help every step of the way. You think she was going to do to me what she did to Glory Girl and Panacea? Parian asked. I'd say the possibility exists, Flechette said, and that's reason enough to be very careful. Damn this. I'm not trying to fucking corrupt or psychologically traumatize Parian, or anyone else. Yes, we're trying to take over the city. Yes, we're currently working on eliminating the competition. Flechette murmured, her expression hard. But that's not why I'm here. Not exactly. It serves our goals just as well if I recruit Parian. It's one person out of the way, and it gives us a way to help people who need it. So you say, fuck, I hate it when people do that. Everything you say is a lie, including any protests or arguments over the fact that you're a liar. There was a crash, further away than the last. Ballistic had headed in a different direction. For the moment, at least, we were out of harm's way. You're sort of well known in the community for being deceptive and underhanded. Because of what Armsmaster said at the hospital? In part. Is nobody paying attention to the fact that he was seriously bent in the head? To the point that the Slaughterhouse 9 thought he was a good candidate for their group? Mannequin targeted Armsmaster to mess with him. It's his MO. He goes out of his way to attack and ruin tinkers and other individuals who could do something for society. I love how the so-called good guys get to revise events to make stuff more convenient for them. It's a perk. People tend to trust your version of events when you're doing what's right, Flechette said. The spike she gripped between two fingers tapped against my throat, but didn't pierce the fabric. She wasn't using her power, or she could have killed me. You're implying that you guys are doing what's right that much more often than we are. That should be obvious. And you really believe that? Have to. Do you know why Armsmaster was arrested? He wasn't. Unofficially arrested, then. Do you know why he was cooped up in the local PRT headquarters, with no official title or role? He was in therapy for his injury. He lost an arm. I know. I was there when Leviathan tore it out of the socket. I applied pressure to the wound to try to stop the blood loss. But that's not why they locked him up. They could have given him an administrative position if it was just an injury, and they didn't. Maybe they did. It's not like either of us were there when the decisions were made. With no job title, they didn't list one for him. And with the state of the city, they could have leveraged his reputation alone to boost morale just by saying Armsmaster was in charge of the local task forces. There's emotional stress with permanent injuries, too. Plenty of people under just as much stress, if not more, after the Endbringer hit. But I'll admit your perspective's better than mine, I said, looking up at her. You joined the wards just in time to see the aftermath of Gallant and Aegis dying. How did they handle that? If the PRT was that accommodating with Armsmaster, I'm sure they arranged for therapy and time off for all the wards. Yes to therapy, she said. No to the time off, too much to take care of. Oh, I asked. I hadn't honestly expected them to enforce and allow for therapy. It threw me off my stride. Why are you so surprised? And where is this coming from? Tattletale feed you this information. Only some of the general details, like what Armsmaster was up to. The bit about the PRT dropping the ball in taking care of you guys was mainly drawn from past experience. But they didn't. Flechette, Parian spoke up. Weren't you saying it was Weld who pushed for the therapy? Flechette shot her a look, as if she were thinking, whose side are you on? Wards taking care of wards, I said. Okay, I think my argument stands. No reason to suggest that Armsmaster was being coddled to that degree for any emotional or mental distress he went through. What are you getting at? I'm saying he was arrested, off the books, and there aren't really any reasonable explanations to the contrary. People are still taking his word on events, taking his word on me, but he was as fucked up as any of us. Given the choice, I'm going to take his word over yours. Sorry. That's what I'm saying is screwed up. I hissed the last two words. Why? Because of the label he chose to identify by? He calls himself a hero and he gets more credit? Because he put in a good 15 years of hard work to improve this city. And because I think your perspective's warped. Everyone has a screwed up perspective, especially here, especially now with the way this city is. My perspective's fucked up because everyone I was supposed to rely on dropped the ball and the only people I could count on were crooks. Panacea got warped because her parents let her down, because nobody ever sat down and talked to her about who her dad was. So she convinced herself that she was doomed to follow in his footsteps. How do you know that? I was there. We tried to help. But she's never had someone talk to her, so she didn't know how to listen to us. Which is probably a blessing in disguise because she didn't listen to Jack or Bonesaw either. Flechette gave me a funny look. Her eyes were vague shadows behind her visor, but I could see one distort in size as she raised an eyebrow. What? I asked. Something about Panacea and Glory Girl? She'd said something earlier, too. She spoke, interrupting my thoughts before I could frame them into a question. Nothing. I guess you're going to tell me you tried to help Armsmaster, too? No, I turned to him for help, and he tried to screw me over. I joined the Undersiders to give him the details he wanted on their powers and methods, and he not only hung me out to dry, but he tried to kill me. He did kill Kaiser and Fenja, nearly killed Kid Win by accident, and there were others there too. All for his own personal glory. because he had some kind of crazy tunnel vision when it came to his personal ambition and successes. Flechette frowned. I took the chance to hammer my point home. He knew I was just an undercover agent, but he thought my death and the casual sacrifices of the others who had chosen to risk their lives to stop Leviathan were worth getting a personal shot at killing Leviathan one-on-one. What? Parian asked. Seriously? Doesn't that violate the deal with? Yes, Flechette cut her off. Yes, it would. I shrugged, looking at Flechette, Parian, and the Dolltown residents. Probably going to get in trouble for revealing that, but I'll leave it to you to decide what to do with that information. I'm already a priority target anyways, pretty much, what with our intended takeover of the city. You seem to be missing the point that you're under arrest right now, Flechette spoke. I sighed, and nothing I say is getting through. It's exactly what I was talking about before. You're just using information Tattletale fed you to try to screw with my head, fill me with doubts and paranoia. And how would I know you'd be here? I'd have to get the information from her in advance, remember? Tattletale told you I'd be here. Okay, that's admittedly possible. So your interpretation of events is that I knew you were here, I came prepared with all this made-up information on Armsmaster to mess with you, and I just let you stab me? As if mentioning it reminded my brain, I could feel the pain radiating from my shoulder. At least she'd left the spike in there. It seemed even better at preventing the bleeding than I'd guessed it would be. A snug fit? I wouldn't bleed to death in the next 10 minutes. She didn't venture a response. Flechette, if you don't believe me, you can look at the armband Dragon gave us for the fight against Leviathan. Armsmaster fried it with an EMP to keep me from broadcasting Leviathan's location to anyone, and then he moved in only after he'd thought Leviathan had killed me. It's on top of a ceiling panel in the shelter on Slater Street. Women's bathroom, above the middle toilet. I couldn't keep it in case Dragon used it to track me down, but you can go grab it if she hasn't sent someone already. Get a tinker you trust to look at it. The results could be fabricated. Tell your tinker that. He'll keep it in mind, and he can tell you the likelihood of it being something I'm doing to frame Armsmaster versus it being Armsmaster's work. Why are you telling me this? Because I'm trying to convince you that right isn't the exclusive property of the good guys, just like wrong isn't wholly on our side of the fence. Armsmaster's sense of good was purely what was good for his own interests. I'm trying to do the right thing more often than not, believe it or not, or I'm doing the wrong things for the right reasons. And which were you doing here, trying to recruit Parian? I glanced at Parian. I don't know yet, thinking it's more the latter. There was a rumble as Ballistic knocked over a building somewhere a distance away. We don't need your help, Flechette said. Don't you? I don't know why you're wearing that getup, but I'm assuming those other people are because of what Bonesaw did. I could see the people in the concealing costumes shifting uncomfortably. Why I'm in this costume isn't any of your business. I'm here to help. I can help more. I can get them medical attention, start reversing what the Slaughterhouse 9 did to them. Parian spoke, her voice quiet. So you're asking me to choose between being loyal to a friend who's helped me, comforted me, and kept me sane these past few weeks, or selling my soul for the supposed greater good? Saying you'd be selling your soul is a bit overdramatic, I said. I'm an artist. I'm dramatic by nature. Then let me make an emotional appeal. Come to my territory. Let me show you what I'm doing there and what I want to help you do for your people. You'll just take the advantage of the situation to escape, Flechette said. I don't really think you can keep me, I said, sounding calmer than I felt. We'll see, she responded. I sent a command to Atlas. Easiest option is that I send a message to Ballistic. I really don't want to do that because it's going to get people hurt or killed. His files say he doesn't kill, she responded. With his power, it's easy to accidentally go too far. Combine that with the sheer danger your own power presents, it's like playing tag with guns. Not saying I don't respect your power with the damage you did to Leviathan, but he can escalate harder and faster than you. If you two get in a shootout, someone's going to get hurt. As if to punctuate my statement, there was a sound of a building collapsing nearby. Well then, Flechette said, She adjusted her grip on the spike of metal that she held between her fingers. A dart. She poked it through the armor of my wrist. When I tried to move my arm, it was fixed to the ground. I guess I'll come back for you later, after ballistics left. Undo it, release me, I said, pulling harder. No, and stop struggling. Unless you can tear that costume, you're not going to pull free. It's bonded. You're making a mistake, I growled. I'm only trying to help, and I'm doing my job. I get that maybe your intentions are good, but I'm obligated to take you in, especially now that I've heard your confession of intent to seize the city. How many wrongs have been done by people who were just following orders? I asked. I directed Atlas in through an open window. Every set of eyes was on Flechette and I, which made it easy for him to slip into the room. My bugs had identified tripwires Parian had set, and navigating Atlas around them wasn't too hard. Stop it, Parian cried. For a second, I thought it had to do with Atlas, but her shout followed within a second of my question to Flechette. Flechette looked like she'd been slapped. I stopped Atlas where he was, poised a few feet behind Parian. I folded his scythe-like claws down and out of the way. Skitter, if we let you go, do you promise not to attack or interfere under any circumstance? Parian, Flechette asked. She sounded almost hurt. It depends. Are you going to go confront Ballistic? Honestly, yes. You said he'd keep coming until he took us out. I frowned, but they couldn't see that behind my mask. Ballistic was angry, he was dangerous, and there was little to nothing tying him to Coil's service, outside of some vague sense of duty. Are you going to arrest him? I asked. No, Parian responded. At the same time, Flechette said, yes. We could scare him off, Parian said. Beat him up a little. And he'd bring in the other travelers and undersiders to wipe us out, Flechette said. Parian looked at me. He wouldn't, would he? I nodded. He would. Parian sagged, dropping into a sitting position. Flechette turned to look at her and froze. What the hell is that? She'd seen Atlas. I brought him in here as insurance, I said. I was thinking about taking Parian hostage if you went ahead with my arrest, but she started being reasonable, and I told him to back down. What is he? Panacea made him for me, for fighting the 9. Just a big beetle with sharp claws. That's what you were using to fly around when we were fighting the 9? I nodded. Creepy. Look, I said, seeing a chance to regain control of the conversation. I'll extend my offer a third time. Join us, Parian. We're not as scary or as bad as we look at first glance. You'll see that if you check out my territory. I'm not threatening you or extorting this out of you. You can say no. Because I have a weapon at your throat, Flechette said. Because it's her call, I said, my voice firm. Because I really do think she'll be safer overall. From those people who aren't as scary or bad at first glance, Flechette said. From all the other capes and unpowered individuals who would prey on her and her people. I can't, Parian said. No, I have to turn down your offer. I sighed. Damn. Can I ask why? Flechette's done too much to help us, for me to turn around and become her enemy, even if it's for the greater good. And maybe they won't forgive me for it, but I can't agree to short-term gains, to giving them some medical care and reconstructive surgery now, in exchange for becoming a criminal for the rest of my life. What if this was temporary? Can't reveal too much. Can't let them know Coil's reign ends soon if everything goes according to plan. I'd still carry the label, wouldn't I? Maybe I don't agree with everything Flechette said, but I do agree that just calling myself a villain, even for a short time, it wouldn't be something I could shake so easily. We'll find another way. I can use my power to make money. I'll heal them. I'll make up for failing to protect them. A woman with a cloth hood covering everything but one eye reached out and put a hand on Parian's shoulder. Squeezed. She felt the same kind of responsibility for her people that I did for mine. The realization made me all the more disappointed that she'd said no. Okay, I said. Flechette, I'm going to reach behind my back. I'm not drawing a weapon. No, she said. Whatever deals Parian is making, they don't change the fact that you're under arrest. I have to do my job, and with the 9 gone, your faction is a priority, especially with your suspected involvement in the incident with Glory Girl and Panacea. I frowned. I needed another option. My armor was loaded down with bugs, and that included the compartment. I could feel what I needed. It was just a question of getting it free. Spiders drew silk around the object in question, then made their way across my shoulder and up the back of my arm, braiding the threads together as they went and hooking them against the edges of my armor to get traction in the right areas. They reached my hand and encircled one finger. I twitched that finger and tugged the thread. Another, harder pull, and it came free. My bugs muffled the sound of the object hitting ground. "What was that?" Flechette asked. As a mass, they carried the object into plain view. "My cell phone. You make the call, so you know I'm not trying something," I said. Flechette frowned. "There's no reason. There's a great reason, but I don't think you'll believe me if we don't do things my way. Password to unlock the phone is 7281. She picked up the phone and threw it over her shoulder at Parian. Parian caught it. "Me? I'm keeping my attention on Skitter. Don't forget to watch that beetle of hers while you're making the call." Parian nodded too quickly. "What was that number?" 7281. "Okay, go to the contact list. It's all gibberish, symbols and numbers and stuff. It's a code. First number that starts with heart star colon. Okay, it's ringing. Should I put it on speakerphone?" "No," Flechette said. "Tell her you're speaking on behalf of Skitter," I said. Parian nodded. Hi, I'm speaking for Skitter. Tell her." She just said, Emerald S. "Tell her Celery A." "Celery A. Okay." "Upstairs, beneath the workbench, to the bottom left of the painting, there's a panel. Tell her to remove it." Parian relayed the instructions. There was a pause of no less than 2 minutes before she said, "The girl on the other end says there's a safe. 611. I paused to let Parian relay the numbers. 203-100-663. "It's open. She says there's stacks of money. Tell her to gather $200,000 from the safe. Pick 5 people who need a break from work, C included. Only C should know about it. I don't want the others to get greedy. They can pack it into a truck, head north, and meet you just before the ramp where Lord Street turns on to the 95. I don't understand. Leave this city, Parian. There's nothing good left here anymore. That money's yours. Use it to heal and help the friends and family you still have left. Get out of here. Use the money to get yourself settled, get some therapy for everything you've been through, and go pursue that career in fashion you said you wanted. Why? There's been too much ugliness here. There's bound to be more. I guess I have the money and you need it, and I guess I feel complicit in what happened. The 9 did what they did to Dolltown because we'd forced them into a corner. Maybe they would have attacked anyways. They were headed your way. I don't know, but let me do this. I don't know. Saying clear my conscience sounds naive. And to get this money, I have to leave this city?" Parian asked. She looked stunned. "Consider it a strong encouragement. In the end, it's your choice. I'd appreciate it if you kept quiet about my role in your leaving and about me giving you the money. I think the undersiders would understand for the most part, but the travelers might take issue with my interference." She didn't have a reply. I glanced at Flechette, but I didn't see anything in her expression. "My employee is still on the phone," I reminded her. "Oh, what was I supposed to say again?" I repeated the message. While Parian relayed it, Flechette commented, "That's a lot of money to be giving away." "I have more." I did. The amount I was giving Parian amounted to a little less than a third of my current holdings. The bank account Coyle had assigned to me seemed to be growing in alternating stutters and huge bounds. The benefit of having a bank account that was managed by a guy who called himself the number man, I supposed. "Lucrative job you have there." I didn't reply. It was just enough money that it'd be just a little tight to manage in the immediate future, but I felt like it wouldn't be meaningful if it didn't inconvenience me somehow. "Okay," Parian said. "She said they'll be waiting." "My territory is closer to the destination than you are. You should leave sooner than later." She nodded. "This isn't some trick?" Flechette asked. "Some trap you prearranged with those code words?" The code was just to inform her everything was fine. No trap. But I think you'll want to accompany her and the others just to make sure they arrive safely. There's still dangerous people on these streets. Would she tell me Parian could handle herself? Flechette turned to look at Parian, apparently considering the same thing. "You played dirty, Skitter." "All things considered, I think I've been exceedingly fair." I can't guard her and keep an eye on you at the same time. That was the idea. I could nail you down to the ground. Wouldn't even be hard. You'd have to tear your costume to shreds and run back to your territory in whatever you're wearing underneath that. You could. I didn't point out that if she did do that, I wouldn't have a chance of tearing my costume. I still think you have a warped perspective on things. I don't think you're right. I told you where the armband is. Slater Street, women's toilets, on top of the ceiling panel above the second of the 3 toilets. If Dragon hasn't tracked and removed it. Right. Good luck, I told her. Whatever happens. We're on opposing sides, you know? The next time we meet, we'll be fighting. Doesn't mean I wish you badly, right? She didn't free my armor from the floor, but she stood and joined Perian, who was already walking away. I heard her murmuring, "To New York City. I'll be finished here in 2 weeks." And then they were out of earshot. There was the sound of Ballistic continuing his rampage, tearing Dolltown to the ground. Maybe it was good if this place was leveled to the ground. I wasn't superstitious, I wasn't religious, but with what the 9 had done here, even their relatively short visit to this area, it felt darker. Wrong. There was too much death and sadness that had occurred here. Was that true of the city as well? Was it better just to raze it to the ground and start anew? I reached over slowly, wincing at the coarse sensation of metal dragging against bone and the red-hot pain of my own tearing flesh. The movement in my shoulder had shifted the metal spike Flechette had embedded there, pulling sideways against the hole it had punched in my shoulder. I could see the blood welling out, running down into the fabric of my costume. Once I had my hand in position, I began unstrapping the armor panel from my wrist. Free to stand, I used my knife and some kicks to get the armor free of the floor. Rather than pull the spike free of the flooring as I might have with a nail, I wound up pulling out a roughly cone-shaped chunk of wood, the spike and everything it had contacted seeming to have bonded together. I picked up the armor and tucked it under one arm. This could have gone worse. I might have to face some ramifications if the PRT took offense to my bringing up what had happened with Armsmaster, but somehow I felt like I couldn't have let Flechette stay in the dark. I just wasn't sure if that was for my sake or if it was for hers. The money I'd handed away would hurt too, but it felt necessary. I needed medical attention, and I felt like I had to check on my territory after I'd seen Perian's. I climbed onto Atlas. His flight would be smoother and less jarring than walking. I heard another crash as Ballistic continued tearing through Dolltown. I could have notified him that Perian was gone, but no. Maybe this wanton destruction would give him a chance to vent and find release over whatever it was that was haunting him. I'd have to get in touch with Trickster and Genesis to arrange our visit with the mayor for tonight. I'd have to deal with the threat on my life, whatever form it took. I didn't feel afraid. Anxious? Yes, but not terrified, not quivering or panicking. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. Gru had lamented my lack of survival instincts not so long ago. Had recent events worn them down even further? I shook my head. I'd have time for introspection later. For now, I had to plan. Arc 15, Colony, Part 7. How the hell was I supposed to get medical assistance when the guy I was supposed to ask was looking for a covert way to murder me? And I did need help. I was bleeding, for one thing. It had only started when I'd moved my arm to unstrap my armor. If I'd known, I would have tried to undo the straps with my bugs. Worse, the spike had penetrated the bone of my shoulder, and any movement of my arm rewarded me with scraping sensations in my shoulder socket that made my skin crawl, not to mention the pain. I was surprised it didn't hurt more. I hoped that wasn't a bad sign. My fingers moved without a problem, but the lack of pain could still point to bigger problems. Pain was a natural response, after all, and the lack of pain was unnatural. I called Tattletale instead. "Skitter?" she answered. "How did it go?" "Could have gone worse. I paid Perian off, and she's leaving the city. No bloodshed, mostly." Mostly? Flechette was there. I got stabbed. I remembered that Coyle could be listening in. I don't want to bother Coyle with it, busy as he is. Being stabbed is serious. It's not too bad. Can you lend me your medic? You're just leaving Dolltown now? flying home. He should be there before you arrive. I know you two haven't gotten along in the past, but he won't trouble you. He won't trouble me." Was that her way of informing me that he was safe? Well, I still felt better than I would be if I were putting my life in Coyle's hands. My desire to convey the image of someone who was confident, fearless, and untouchable had led to me getting impaled in the shoulder. It was something of a weakness, but I still found myself doing it as I reached my own territory. I landed Atlas on the beach and made my way into the storm drain, wincing every time my arm moved. By the time I was inside, however, I was pulling myself straighter, raising my chin and squaring my shoulders. I tried to focus on my power to remove my attention from my body. Checking the status of the various cleanup projects, some basic reconstruction, setting up dry and clean sleeping areas, stocking up on food and medical supplies. Sierra and her little one-handed brother Bryce were there as I stepped into my lair, along with a small cluster of older kids and Tattletale's medic, Brooks. I sat down on the stool by the kitchen counter, and Brooks started examining my shoulder. "You guys get the most interesting injuries," he said in his characteristic hard-to-place accent that seemed to put hard emphasis on syllables. "Interesting? Metal bonded to the bone. You have some sticking through and into the cavity your socket sits in. I have no idea how I'm going to get to the far end, cannot pull it out, and if I try sawing it off, I am not sure the shavings and flecks wouldn't do catastrophic damage over the long run. I would say you need surgery." "Damn it," I said. She probably intended for something like that, and every hospital in the area is going to be looking for someone with a spike in their shoulder. I could try to handle it, but it's going to take time to get necessary tools. "What tools?" "At the very minimum, a small rotary grinder, suction, some fine wire, blood. We have those things." He looked surprised. I looked to Sierra. "We did get that delivery of stuff for Dr. Taylor? The dentist?" "Yeah, but it's not unpacked." I turned to Brooks. "We have rotary grinders that we've been using for the cleanup. Not sure how clean they'd be. But the rest of that stuff, we've been having it delivered, so the people with medical training can start helping out. Since we already have an able-bodied dentist, we've been setting her up. It's kind of surprising how many people will start having issues with their teeth over just a month." "Okay, let me pack this wound, and then I will need to go there. I'll grab what I need myself." I waited while Brooks unpackaged and pressed bandages in place around the spike. "How is the pain on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 high? Maybe a 3 until I move it, then it's more like a 7. I'm surprised you're not passed out already. Do you have a high pain tolerance?" I wouldn't have thought so, but maybe. Or maybe the way it bonded kept it from damaging or exposing nerve endings? Maybe. "Okay, Ginger Girl, show me the stuff?" "Ginger Girl?" Sierra asked archly. Brooks smirked. "Brooks," I said, "treat my employees with respect or I'm going to have words with Tattletale about you." "Yes, I am sorry," he said, not sounding sorry at all. "Please show me where I can find the dentist's equipment." Sierra looked at me, and I gave her a nod as my go-ahead. That left me with the kids and Bryce. I studied him. His black hair was cut so short he was nearly bald, and like Brooks, he was wearing dark gray cargo pants and a beige sleeveless t-shirt. He'd put on some muscle since I'd seen him last. His still bandaged stump of a wrist tapped impatiently against his leg. And the kids, they were wearing some of the clothes I'd had shipped in, but they didn't look like the typical bunch of kids one would see around a schoolyard. Before taking advantage of what I had to offer, they'd been eating the bare minimum, spending all of their time outdoors. But diet and exercise weren't entirely to blame for the lack of softness in their faces or expressions. They'd seen people they loved die. I wasn't sure what to say. Making small talk seemed like it would lower me to their level. I used my power to check on progress in the area instead. I'd had a hand in getting recovery efforts underway and ordering both tools and supplies, so I was fairly in touch with what was going on. The streets were draining or drained in the areas we'd settled, with sandbags holding back or diverting the flooding. Crews were filling more sandbags and loading them onto trucks at the beach. Still others were working to clear the storm drains of blockages where they'd verified that both sides were clear of water and that the storm drains were intact. The storm drain leading to my base had been classified unsafe for the time being, meaning I wouldn't find strangers nosing around in there. Burned buildings were being torn down where there wasn't any hope of salvaging them, and small crews of people with the necessary skills were working to assess what could be recovered, assigning simple tasks to people who didn't have the training or know-how. Massive tarps were going up over roofs and being tied down. It wasn't pretty, and it wasn't fantastic, but it was something. My bugs noted 170 people at work, 174 if I included the kids here. 184, I realized. I'd nearly missed a crew that was working beneath the streets. The numbers were growing. It was a little intimidating. I didn't have any particular training or talents that really equipped me for a leadership position. Now I was in charge of this many people. Well, I'd do what I could. Supply what they needed. Keep an eye on things. Your name? I asked one of the oldest kids. Guy, Sierra didn't have anything for you to do? We're waiting until Char comes back, he said, pronouncing it Char. She said she was going to put us in charge of some younger kids, then have us run water out to the people working. Good. For now, you can run an errand for me. Head out the door, turn right, go 2 blocks. There'll be an open manhole with a cordon around it. A what? Tape and warning signs. Ignore the warnings. Just go to the manhole cover and shout down at them. Tell them to get back to work. I know they're just sitting in the dark and drinking. And tell them no power tools now, not if they've got alcohol on their breath. Okay, if they don't listen to me, I'll take care of that, I told him. He ran off. Big bad supervillain, giving orders to little kids, Bryce commented. Why did people insist on testing me? Was it something about being in charge that demanded that they try to establish their dominance? Did people like Bryce have a natural propensity for bucking authority, with me as the only clear target? Or was it more that they were angry in general? Either way, what did that mean for this city in the long run, if anyone who tried to change things for the better was facing this sort of resistance? I'm giving orders to everyone. Everyone contributes. Everyone benefits. To be more specific, you're having my sister give orders to everyone while you go out and get yourself injured in fights with other capes. Don't you dare, Sierra said, stalking back into the room. She put down a plastic tote of medical supplies. She sounded angry and scared. Do not pick a fight with my boss. I'm just saying, don't. Don't just say anything. If nothing else, she saved your life. I wouldn't have needed saving if she hadn't been there, Bryce said. He gave me a look that was just short of a glare. Don't be an idiot, Sierra said. You were with the merchants, and things were cool. Party all day, relax, had a girlfriend. If she'd left things alone, I'd be okay. I'm surprised Tattletale didn't mention it, I said. The Slaughterhouse 9 eradicated the merchants. Barely 1 in 20 survived. The ones that are left are scattered across the city. If you'd stayed with them, you'd be dead. She did mention it, but I would have made it. Cocky. Then you'd be starving to death, dirty, probably sick, going through withdrawal maybe. Don't know what you were taking with them. He scowled, glancing at his sister. None of your business. Hey, Sierra raised her voice. She grabbed him by the collar of his shirt and he slapped her hand away. She stabbed a finger into his chest. Treat her with respect, damn it. Again, that note of fear. I treat people with respect if they deserve it. She does. She saved us here. That's big. Wouldn't need saving if it wasn't for the people with powers being around here in the first place. He wasn't wrong. As validating as it was for Sierra to stick up for me, I couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt at the idea that these circumstances were because of capes. Hell, if I hadn't provoked the 9 by humiliating Mannequin, then this district wouldn't have come under fire by Burnscar. There was Dolltown too, and my complicity there. I was personally at fault when it came to some of the damage that had been done across the city. You want a better reason? She asked. She stepped close and pulled him down to hiss words in his ear. She wasn't being as quiet as she seemed to think she was, trying to hide her words from me and the kids. They attacked me and Char, mauled them, Mannequin. I shifted positions, and Sierra must have seen it, because she lowered her voice to an inaudible hush as she finished, rattling off a list of the things she'd seen me do, reasons that gave her cause to be spooked if her brother was mouthing off to me. When we'd met, Sierra had commented that I wasn't what she'd expected from a supervillain. Somewhere along the line, I'd painted a different picture. She clearly had no trouble with me on a day-to-day basis, but she also knew that when I was pushed, well, I'd gone easy on the 3 ABB members that had attacked her and Charlotte, but that was only in a matter of speaking. I'd still left them fleeing in mortal terror. Bryce looked at me, and I could see him give me a once-over glance, as if assessing me in a new light. "Go help Brooks," I told him. "I'll direct you to him with my swarm." It took him a second to weigh whether he wanted to or not, but he did turn and step out the front door, following the thin trail of bugs that I was gathering between him and the warehouse we were keeping supplies. "Want me to go too?" Sierra asked. "Your choice. Might be better to give him space." "I keep having to do that. When do we start being a family again?" "I'm not the person to answer that question. If you decide to leave him be, I could use a hand collecting some things so I can make effective use of my time." "Okay," she said. She seemed to pull herself together a bit. "What do you need?" "My laptop from my room and the surveillance stuff from the cellar. There's another set of surveillance gear in the bag beneath the shelves." Sierra hurried off to gather the equipment. The ensuing minutes were a little disorganized, as Bryce and Brooks both arrived with the last of the medical equipment. "Blood type? AB." He took one bag of blood out of the box and placed it on the counter. "Want to do this in your room? I have an armchair on the second floor I could sit in." "Need you reclining?" "I have somewhere to be tonight," I told him, though this would be something of an excuse to avoid the kill. "Don't put me under." "This is going to hurt." I had another reason for not wanting to be put under. I wanted to keep an eye on him. My conversation with Tattletale had suggested he wasn't a threat, but I'd feel a heck of a lot better if I could verify that for myself. "Do you have local anesthetic?" I asked. "Yes." He tapped one finger on a tiny bottle. "Lidocaine. I recognize the name, but will not prevent all pain. I do not want to use too much." "We'll try that, then." We headed up to the second level, and I settled into my chair. For additional lighting, I had my switch beetle flick the concealed switch that was contained in his terrarium. They lit up as I settled in. Brooks hooked up the blood bag but left the tube hanging, unconnected. Other supplies were arranged on the table he'd had Bryce bring up. He seemed very particular about the order and what was being kept too. "For a field medic, you seem pretty well versed in this stuff." "Worked in many hospitals," he replied. "Many places, often with less than this, sometimes with more." "Okay. We will have to dislocate your shoulder to access the inside of shoulder socket." "Okay. You will take muscle relaxant to minimize damage from dislocation. You will need to exercise arm to prevent more dislocations." I didn't like the sound of that, the possibility that it was actually poison, but the muscle relaxant came from the bottle, and they had the brand logo etched into them. One potential danger averted. No way he'd arranged it this quickly. I can do that. I took the pills with a swig from the offered bottle of water. Sierra arrived with the laptop and a large bag. She handed me the laptop and then plugged it in beneath one of the lower shelves. I balanced it on my armrest, turning sideways so I was sitting with my bad shoulder facing out front, my legs curled around me for as much stability as I could hope for. Sierra began arranging towels and plastic cloth around the chair. "This would be easier if you just lay down," Bryce said. I saw Sierra scowl at him. "It is fine," Brooks said. He lifted my arm and let it flop back down. I tried not to react to the pain that elicited. "Only one that suffers is her." "Ever a charmer, Brooks," I commented, but my attention was on the laptop. I used the switch beetle to open all of the terrariums and withdrew collections of spiders, dragonflies, large moths, and roaches. "They should not touch chair," Brooks said, "or anything on table. Must keep everything as sterile as we can." "I know," I said. I gathered the components from the bag, using my bugs to draw them out and airlift the miniature cameras, microphones, and transmitters into the air. One by one, I turned them on and used the laptop to connect to them. I used my free hand to click through each camera in turn, making their feeds the focus of the main window. Using my bugs, I drew forms around each, vaguely humanoid. It wasn't as intuitive as I was forced to use my own eyes to assess the accuracy. Still, I managed to rearrange each until they vaguely resembled me. I marched them down the stairs. Outside end first, Brooks said, starting up the rotary saw. Not my favorite sound. And the sensation of it sawing at the metal, it brought back even more unpleasant memories. Being on my back, Bonesaw trying to cut a hole through my skull. I shivered. Don't move, Brooks said. I focused on my swarm clones, staying totally still while he worked on removing the metal end of the dart. They were largely composed of flying bugs, but I was bulking each of the forms out as more bugs arrived, giving them a more solid mass. I used my free hand to pop my earbuds in. I felt bad about leaving my territory as often as I had been. People were spooked, scared, and insecure. Having a leadership figure that was never around wasn't helping matters. This would, I hoped, establish a kind of presence that had been lacking. Sierra had been coordinating everyone, trying to put people with experience in charge of people who were lacking it. It was interesting, trying to hold multiple conversations at once with the various project leaders. Difficult, too. For one thing, my speech with my swarms was somewhat lacking, missing consonants, but I could still make myself more or less understood. For another, my ears could only process one thing at a time. I managed by talking with one or more swarm clone while listening with one at a time. After too many misfires and moments of confusion, I scaled down my efforts to a single conversation at once, simply standing silently by with my other selves. I made a mental note to try to practice with that. Exercising the range of my power hadn't done anything for me, and there didn't seem to be any upper limits to how many bugs I could control at once, but there had to be other ways I could train my abilities. Multitasking was one I hadn't tried yet. Trying to interpret the senses of my bugs was another, though I feared it would take a more concerted effort to effect any sort of change. When Charlotte returned, I was in the middle of helping a foreman with the layout of a building, using spiders to draw out a loose web in the general shape of the planned shelter, lifting bits of wood to make the lines more visible from a distance. I adjusted the threads as required to meet his needs. Charlotte climbed out of a truck with 5 more of my people and made a beeline to my swarm clone. 190 people working for me. Word was apparently getting out about this being a safe haven. My conversation with her was delayed as Brooks enlisted Bryce in twisting and pulling on my arm, while Brooks held my neck and torso. Bryce drove his elbow against my shoulder while it was being twisted to its absolute limits, effectively knocking my arm out of its socket. I managed to avoid making any noise beyond a guttural grunt, then took a few seconds to try to avoid blacking out from the pain. As heavily as I was breathing, back in my lair, my swarm people didn't show any sign. I focused the whole of my attention on them, as if I could remove my consciousness from my real body. "Any problems?" I asked Charlotte once I'd recovered enough to pay attention. Glancing at my shoulder, I could see Brooks making an incision in the skin of my shoulder. He'd managed to open the tear in my costume. I hadn't been paying attention to how. I deliberately looked away as Brooks tried to forge a path to the inside of my shoulder socket. "Not sure," Charlotte said. "Have a look." It was Parian. I'd been so focused on my shoulder, the 3-dimensional web blueprint, and my swarm selves that I hadn't noticed her getting out of the truck. "You didn't leave," I said when she joined Charlotte and my swarm clone. "I didn't think the money would be real," she responded. "Of course it was. It was a lot of money. Very generous. But we were talking about it and split between us. It's not enough to give everyone all the care they need. I told them to go ahead, that I didn't need a share." "Sorry. I was worried it wouldn't be enough," I said. "Are you saying you want more money?" I might have to say no. There's a limit to what I can spare. No, no. She hugged her arms to her body, looking around at the people who were working. I thought maybe I should hear you out." "Okay," I responded. "Except it's not really you?" My clone shook her head. "Can I talk with the real you?" "I'm in my lair, and I'm preoccupied. You'll understand if I don't reveal the location, given who your friends are?" "Yeah," she said. She was still looking around, watching as a group moved by, pushing wheelbarrows of burned wood. I was telling myself that there was no point to taking your offer, that I could use my power and make more money legitimately. But that's not true at all, is it?" Walk with me? I asked. She nodded. I led the way through my territory with my clone as I talked. Crime does pay. I made the offer to you because I thought it would be the best way to get your Dolltown residents the money they needed to get their old lives back, or get as close to their old lives as possible. I kind of hate you, she said. Why? You're making it out like I'm a bad person because I won't betray Flechette and my own moral code to help them. I don't blame you for your decision. I don't think any less of you. But you wouldn't make the choice I'm making. No, I didn't. And you've done more to help my people than I have. You've protected them to the best of your ability through this city's darkest hours. You really think we're past that? The bad days? Yes. I winced as the grinding resumed, this time inside my shoulder socket. A makeshift rigging inside the cavity caught the metal shavings, while Bryce held the tube to suction the metal shavings out. So far, no assassination attempts. Good. I don't know what to do, Perian admitted. Seeing it makes me wish I'd done something like it. I'm not going to push you towards one choice or another. I know. You made that clear when you gave me the money with no strings attached. Look, I said, I know Flechette was saying my perspective is warped, but I think the system, society, it's like a series of rules and expectations that we established under some general expectations. But recent events have made it pretty clear that those expectations, those assumptions, they might not apply. Because of us? Capes? Yeah, at the end of the day, barring some extreme examples like powerful dictators, there's always the fact that any bad person who doesn't have powers can be killed with a gun, a knife, or even a good punch in the right place. That's not the case with us parahumans. The balance of power is pretty damned off-kilter. Things aren't fair. Are you making that imbalance better or worse? I'm addressing the problem. I'm saying there's no point to trying to hold on to the old status quo when it's based on a foundation that no longer exists. So you're going to take over the city? Yes, because at least for right now, I can give these people what they need. I moved my clone's head and followed a group of kids who were running away from my lair, carrying 6 packs of water bottles. And later? I don't know. We walked in silence, past a bonfire where scrap wood was being burned. Brooks and Bryce, meanwhile, set to shoving my arm back into its socket. All of the ambient pain disappeared in an instant. Perian needed the money. She needed the assurance that she could help the people she'd failed. I understood that. I can offer you one last compromise, I said. What? I can't guarantee it'll work. I can't say if anyone else will accept the proposal, and I don't know what's going to happen long term, but we don't have to call you a member of our team. We don't have to call you a villain. But I'd take territory for myself anyways? Yes. Others would call me a villain just because I wasn't fighting you guys. They'd know I was cooperating with you. Not necessarily. Maybe the people in charge, the protectorate and wards, maybe they'd understand it, but the people on the ground level wouldn't. The media would out me. I think we control the media, or enough to throw some doubt into the mix. The rules are pretty simple. You take territory, you hold it, and you ensure that there's no crime or parahumans operating there without your consent. And Flechette. I don't know her. I can't say how she'll react, but maybe if you explain nicely, maybe if you frame it right, you could convince her it's for the greater good. So long as she convinced the other heroes to leave your territory alone, let you enforce the law there all by yourself, you wouldn't have to fight them. And if she didn't, that's up to her, or you. She stared around my territory. It wasn't pretty, there was still devastation everywhere, but things were getting better. It was maybe the only place in the city where things were improving as fast as they were. We weren't taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back. It was all forward momentum. Not even a week had passed, admittedly, but it was progress, and it was apparent. I don't think I could accept if Flechette doesn't agree. Okay. The alternative was unspoken. If she does, I hate you, Perian said, and it was answer enough. Brooks was finishing stitching up the incision in my shoulder. I already had 2 pieces of scrap spider silk at the ready, one to cover the hole in my costume and another to serve as a sling until my shoulder was stronger. If I adjusted my cape, I could cover the arm so the injury wasn't too obvious. I stood from the chair and stretched, then reached for my cell phone. I can live with that, I told her, speaking through my swarm clone. I clicked through my contact list and called the man who was plotting to kill me. Arc 15, Colony, Part 8. The benefit of using my swarm clone to communicate with Parian was that I had relative privacy to talk to Coyle. He picked up on the fourth ring, not quite so prompt as Tattletale tended to be. Skitter, I know you wanted me to use Miss Cranston instead of calling you, but this is sort of important. I'm listening. I've talked with Parian, and we've come to a tentative agreement. She'll need to talk to other people before making a decision, but I think she'd join our alliance. I see. There was a long pause. I was getting ready to speak and ask if he was still there when he spoke once again. What are her terms? She holds territory. She'll defend it against all comers, but she's not going to do jobs or do anything criminal. As far as anyone else is concerned, she's not a part of our takeover. The implication being that we're too weak to deal with her. That wasn't exactly what I had in mind. It's the conclusion others will come to. I felt a swell of frustration and anger, powerful enough that I might have snapped at him if I could have come up with what to say any faster. I had to remind myself that I was anxious over the hit Coyle had put on my head, and I felt betrayed. I recognized that it was stupid to feel betrayed by Coyle when I was actively planning to fight him if he didn't cooperate on the Dinah front. But I also knew I didn't tend to handle it well when someone I'd trusted stabbed me in the back. Not that I'd ever trusted Coyle, but okay, I wasn't sure what I was thinking on that front. I forced myself to calm down before saying, I'm sure there's a compromise. Will you talk to her? I will not risk revealing my identity. No, Coyle said. Damn him. But, he continued, I will speak to her through a liaison. Thank you. Though this could have been done more smoothly, I do appreciate your hard work. This from my would-be murderer. It's not a problem. Ballistic might be upset if he realizes I went behind his back on this, so maybe if anyone asks, she got spooked and came to you? Perhaps. I'll be discreet in any event. It wouldn't do to have friction between your two groups. Right. Speaking of intergroup relations, I believe Trickster is preparing to leave for the mission this evening. You'll want to contact him to arrange something. I'd been hoping to put this off. It still felt like yesterday that I was watching my back every moment, waiting for an attack from any corner. I wasn't eager to return to that state. Okay, I said. He hung up without another word. Parian first. I've raised the subject with others. They'll be in touch. You should talk to Flechette and decide where you stand before then. A lot of pressure. I don't think you understand real pressure, I thought. But I didn't say it out loud. Yeah, my swarm said. The drones and buzzes that made up the syllables helped mask the lack of real sympathy. I began working to use silk strands and flying bugs to lift a cell phone into the air. I thumbed through the keypad and sent a text to Miss Cranston to inform her about what I was doing. I'm flying a phone to you. It'll be in your hands before you're out of my territory. Someone will use it to call you before the end of the day. This is you subtly telling me to leave? I'm in the middle of something, yes. Thank you for hearing me out. It was the least I could do after the help you've offered my friends and family. Whatever you decide, take care of yourself, Parian. You too. I scattered the swarm, then paused to think. The painkiller was starting to wear off, and I could feel the steady ache in my shoulder. I still had a dart sticking through the bone. Brooks had only removed the points on either end. I could only hope the pain kept me sharp. I'd hoped to take a break and formulate some strategy, some plan. I had a few small ideas, but they weren't broad enough to cover every base. And there were a lot of bases to cover when someone as well-equipped as Coyle was after me. Fuck. I couldn't do up all of the armor I'd removed with the one hand, so I enlisted Atlas's help in putting the armor on my injured shoulder, using his forelimbs to hold things steady. I took a deep breath. It wasn't confirmed 100%, but I had my suspicions that Parian was on board. I didn't want to die exactly. I was prepared to fight tooth and nail to avoid it, but at the same time I was ready to die, now. I didn't really have friends outside the team. My teammates would miss me, but they'd recover in time. Death was a reality in our business. My dad hadn't heard from me in some time. If I died, well, perhaps not as great a shock as it might otherwise be. I knew it would hit him as hard as my mom's death had, that he'd be devastated. But again, he'd recover. Maybe it would be easier, because at least here he'd have someone to blame. The city, the thugs, whoever Lisa told him was at fault for my murder. I was pretty sure she wouldn't reveal my identity to him when a simpler to-the-point explanation would do. And my people? My territory? I felt Perian receive the cell phone, a few blocks away, pulling it to her hand with telekinesis. From the bugs that lingered on it, I could feel it vibrate pretty violently as it moved the short distance through the air. If I died, Perian could take over my territory. I had the feeling I could trust her to care about my people the same way I did, more than I could trust even my friends. The transition wouldn't be too difficult. I took in another deep breath, then sighed. For Dinah. In any other circumstance, I'd back down, leave Coyle's employ. But I was willing to brave this if it meant keeping her and her freedom in my reach. I dialed Trickster. Atlas carried me into the nice part of town, southwest of the towers. The Christian private school wasn't far from here. Immaculata. New Wave was also based here. I kind of hoped I didn't cross paths with them. If they shared any of Flechette's opinions about me being at least partially to blame for whatever had happened with Panacea and Glory Girl, well, they'd be even less inclined to hold back. I needed to find out the story there. Had to ask Tattletale when I had a free moment. The area was riddled with hills and glades, with ridiculously large houses gathered in small neighborhoods. Brockton Bay tended to zigzag pretty drastically between the poverty-stricken areas and the wealthy. The contrast seemed even greater here, where things were largely untouched by Leviathan's attack, compared to the rest of the city where streets sat under inches of water. I didn't join Trickster and Genesis. Instead, I set Atlas down in one of the wooded glades close to my destination. Phone to ensure I'd followed directions to the right spot, and then got my laptop out to prepare. I was a little early, which meant I could afford to take the time to prepare. The range would be lower with the trees and any buildings between me and my destination, but I was still better off using my swarm clone as a body double. I double-checked my equipment and weapons while I waited for my clones to gather together. Centipedes and bugs chained end to end for the hair. Larger bugs formed the bulk of the legs, torso, and the core of the head. Smaller bugs filled the gaps, while flying insects clustering together to form the arms, and the parts too unwieldy to be supported by the rest, like the face. Once the basic form was there, it was just a question of refining it so the general silhouette was right, and positioning the miniature camera and microphones so they had eyes and ears I could use. Once they were ready, I gathered one swarm on top of Atlas and flew it to Trickster and Genesis. I walked with my swarms at my side, my laptop open and held with my good arm so I could see the video feed. As I gathered more bugs on top of my costume and in my hair to make myself resemble the clones, I used stray bugs to form similar laptops for the other clones. They didn't have glowing screens, but the generally rectangular shapes would serve for anyone looking at a distance. If I was in immediate danger, my clone on Atlas's back would take the hit. If my enemy or enemies saw through the ruse and came looking for me, they'd have to pick me apart from my clones. That meant they would have to take the time to find a telltale clue. They'd have to guess with only a 1 in 4 chance of hitting the real me, or they'd have to spread their attacks out among each of my clones. I had the additional security of bugs filling the area, sweeping over surfaces and ledges to spot anyone who might be in place to stalk or snipe me. And my costume served as a final line of defense. Redundancies. It didn't feel like enough. Trickster and Genesis were waiting as Atlas descended. They were crouched with their backs to a stone wall that bordered one property at the edge of a hill. Trickster was holding binoculars, gazing down at the neighborhood below us. Genesis was in the form of a ghostly woman wreathed with chains. Her white hair was smoky, wispy, and covered her face, and her fingers were talons. She had no lower body extending from the tattered poncho-style cloak she wore, and simply floated as though she were as light as air. How had she done that? Some basic flight mechanism? A gas balloon in her stomach? So powerful. "Welcome. Have a look," Trickster said. He extended one hand with the binoculars. Binoculars I couldn't use with my camera. "Don't need them. Which property?" he pointed. It took me a second to relate the direction his arm was pointing with the camera angle and relate that to my own position relative to my clone. I could have figured it out in an instant if I'd put a bug on his hand, but I didn't want to clue him in if I didn't have to. The grounds of the building he was pointing to was nearly as large as the city block where I'd grown up and lived until a couple of months ago. There was a fence, but it seemed to be directed at keeping the family's dogs in rather than keeping intruders out. Chain link, no barbed wire. I knew he had dogs from the flies that were clustered on the feces in the backyard that hadn't been picked up, and the larval young that festooned each clump. Not too many bugs inside the house. There were some in the walls, but the home seemed relatively new, and the insulation was packed tightly enough that nothing was really living in the walls. It took me a minute, but I did manage to start a head count. There's guards. There's a police presence in this area. I think they're expecting trouble, Trickster said. Anyways, the reason we're here at this time and place is that the mayor always eats dinner with his family. Tattletale says he's only missed 3 meals in 20 years, and that was only because he was out of town for work. His planned trip to Washington is going to be his 4th time away from home, so this is the one place we can be absolutely sure we'll cross paths with him. I found the dining room and started counting the number of shoes under the table. 4 adults. I think 2 male, 2 female, judging by the footwear. 2 younger girls. Going by their size, I'd guess between 8 and 12. He has a son and 2 twin daughters, Trickster said. I arranged bugs on the ground by Trickster to sketch out a rough floor plan of the house and show the pair where the family was relative to us. "How do you want to do this?" Genesis asked. "We scare the wits out of them, then we'll introduce ourselves to the mayor," Trickster said. "You guys start us off. I'll keep an eye out for trouble and handle things if any cops show up or if anyone flees." "We're attacking with their family there?" I asked. "Sure. Bigger impact if we threaten them too. Not sure I like that. When I was talking to Coyle about what Tattletale said about the schedule, he suggested it. Unless you want to go against him?" He was talking to Coyle. I made a mental note of that. Did I need to watch out for an attack from Trickster? It would be as simple as swapping the positions of an active grenade with a stone near me. It was possible. He was ruthless. He didn't seem to have many compunctions about killing, and he was in the best position to do it. I couldn't sense any people who might be Coyle's soldiers. There was the possibility that I was walking into a trap, that everyone in the house we were about to attack was a threat. I could handle that much. Too many potential avenues of attack. Too many potential threats. And with the possibility of long-range weapons, Trickster, or even a surprise attack by Genesis, it could come at any instant. "Skitter?" Genesis asked. Right? I suppose not. We just scare them, right? We don't do any physical harm?" "Right," Trickster said. "Well, I could do that. It wasn't so different from what I'd done in my first job with the Undersiders. I'd terrorized hostages then for a greater purpose, and I could do the same with a family for the same reason." "Just give me a second," I said. "I'm going, then," Genesis said, floating over the edge of the hill. "Not the first time you've needed time to get ready," Trickster commented to me. Just seems like a drawback." "Is he threatening me? Letting me know he's on to one of my weaknesses? I'm a general, and it takes time to mobilize my army. Better to hit hard with all my forces at once." "Not always. You could have built up to a crescendo there. And give them a chance to scatter? I'd have to divide the swarm to cut each group of people off, which would mean less bugs for each, smaller effect overall." He shook his head. "What?" "Nothing. You seem just a little more hostile than before. Do I?" My bugs had gathered around the handful of entry points I'd been able to find. Windows were open, but each window had been set up with either plywood or screens to compensate for the glass Shatterbird had destroyed. There was a fan system for the bathrooms that was structured to discourage bugs from crawling through in reverse, with flaps that would presumably only open when the fan was active, and that was easy to bypass with some cooperation of the arthropodic collective. Yeah. Any reason for it? Not a huge fan of you stepping on Ballistic's toes. He's sort of a friend. Not the way he tells it. I didn't intend any offense. More bugs were entering through one of the doors at the side of the house, which was ajar. I presumed it was to let the warm late spring, early summer air flow through the house. The challenge there was keeping the bugs from being spotted before I was ready. When I realized what Genesis was planning, I shifted my bugs to follow. She headed straight for the kitchen window and crashed through the plywood there. She was followed shortly after by my swarm, spilling into the room to spread over windows, ceiling, and floor, only a small few darting around the people. They turned to run, naturally, running for the door that led to the kitchen and to the hallway. They were met by the remainder of my swarm, a thick cloud of flies, dragonflies, moths, roaches, and beetles. I could feel them backing away, 4 adults, 2 children. Police are on their way. Gonna swap them with us the second they get to the house. Warning you in advance so we can look confident. Damn. Appreciate that line of thinking, but there's one small problem, I said. He looked at me, then frowned. I can't get a grip on you. You're doing what you did when you were talking to Legend and Miss Militia. A little more refined than that, but yeah. Fuck, he said. Then he groaned. And now I've lost sight of the cops. I can deal with them if you want. Just find them and I'll handle that. Where's your real body? I hesitated. Then I had my clone turn and point to another clone, just in case he decided to go on the attack. I see you, right? And the cops? Over there, but don't teleport me, I said. I've got something else in mind, and the visual effect will be stronger. If I don't teleport you, I have to fight whichever cop I'm not teleporting, he noted. Cope, I thought. I deigned not to respond, and dismantled the clone that was standing next to him. I did draw an arrow, pointing him to where the 2 officers had circled one corner of the property. Rather than visit the house myself, I gathered some of the bugs I'd sent to the room and began forming a clone there. From what I'd seen of the process, it was sort of spooky in its own right, a person materializing from vermin. I carried the small camera and microphone towards the swarm, using the video feed to remotely see the clone from a short distance so I could match the finer features and body shape. When I was done, I added the remaining bugs to the swarm, the camera and microphone hidden in their midst, and shifted the camera into place. I recognized our mayor. Never someone I'd paid a whole lot of attention to, given how I wasn't exactly a voter, but I recognized him in a general way. His face tended to pop up in advertisements and media. If the city wasn't in the state it was in right now, it would be on every TV channel, well into the swing of things for the imminent mayoral elections. He was 50 or 60, with horseshoe-pattern baldness on a round head and large ears that sort of stuck out. The woman next to him would be his wife. She had the look of someone who had purchased their good looks with stylish clothes, an expensive haircut, and top-notch makeup and skincare. She was clutching her husband, who was holding his 2 twin daughters. There were 2 young adults there, too, older teenagers or young 20-somethings. The guy looked seriously well-built, the girl statuesque. I got the vibe of an athlete and his cheerleader girlfriend more than I got the impression of a brother and sister with good genetics. The guy stood a little in front of his parents and girlfriend, as if he wanted to protect them. Genesis and I stood on the other side of the dining room table. "What do you want?" he asked. "A conversation," Trickster spoke. He had hopped up to the ledge of the ground floor window and was now hopping down, one hand on his hat. He adjusted it. "Hello, Mr. Mayor." The mayor looked at each of us in turn, well, at Trickster and the fake selves that Genesis and I were producing. To what do I owe this questionable pleasure? "We hear you're going to Washington tomorrow." I saw the son turn to look over his shoulder at his dad. I also noted that he was discreetly drawing a phone from his pocket, concealed by the way he'd turned his body. If I couldn't sense movements through my bugs, I would have missed it. I could have said something, but I stayed quiet. Instead, I drew Atlas to a point near the window and began uncoiling and stretching out lines of pre-prepared silk I'd already drawn out for emergency use. I am, well, I think it would only be fair if you heard from all of your constituents, Trickster remarked, before you come to a decision. You pay taxes? The son asked, shifting his position again so his right hand was hidden behind his girlfriend. I could feel him adjusting his grip on the phone. As far as I could tell, he hadn't actually done anything to it. I waited for him to stop moving his hand, and then threaded a series of flying bugs between his fingers and the device, winding the thread around it. Rory, the mayor spoke, his tone a warning. He turned his attention to Trickster. And which outcome are you hoping for? I think it would be excellent if the city kept on going. Things are getting better. And you're putting yourselves in charge, the mayor noted. We're just keeping the peace, Trickster said, doing a better job than your local heroes. If you have a liberal interpretation of peace, maybe, the mayor said. Rory moved his fingers, tapping the screen, and I had Atlas fly away from the window. The phone was torn from his hand and bounced off of the window pane before landing outside. Atlas reeled it in further while Rory looked around in confusion and alarm. No phone calls, I spoke, buzzing through my swarm. Give that back, he said. Is your phone really a priority? Trickster asked. Yeah, Rory said. Yeah, it is. Then you should have known better than to use it here, Trickster said, shrugging. Give it back. Rory turned to glare at me, at my swarm double. Trickster chuckled. Never really got that smartphone craze. People go gaga over the things. No, I thought. Something's off. What I wouldn't give for Tattletale's power, or even to have her present. How would she pull the pieces together, fill in the blanks? She could have looked at the big picture here and known exactly what was going on, while I was left to guess. The obsession over the phone? I couldn't draw any conclusions. What else? The family dinner with the son bringing his girlfriend over? Nothing too strange. They weren't scared. The little girls were glaring at us as they clutched their dad. Rory was too focused on his phone when his family was in imminent danger, and Rory's girlfriend was staying very still. Topping it off, the mayor was too casual in how he was addressing us. I think it would be in everyone's best interests if Brockton Bay kept going. Not quite fair to judge the fate of the city at its lowest point, Trickster said. Are you being ironic on purpose? The mayor asked. You're making a very strong case for why the city shouldn't continue down the path it's been going down, just by being here. Again, that confidence. One didn't trade banter with someone who was implicitly threatening them and their family with bodily harm. Not if they didn't have some measure of security their would-be assailants weren't aware of. I considered the various possibilities. Not too hard to narrow down the options, with the process of elimination. I drew the words against the wall, above and behind the gathered family. Trickster didn't seem to notice. I'm surprised you aren't showing us more respect. You'd think we'd almost be equal on a level, current guy in charge of the city, talking to the aspiring rulers. I earned my position through hard work, dedication, and by convincing the people that it was in their best interests to vote for me. Which it was. You three? You're criminals. Thugs. You didn't earn anything. Thugs? Do thugs take on the Slaughterhouse Nine and walk away? All you have going for you is violence and intimidation. You can't accomplish anything but destruction that way. I made the words on the wall bigger. Trickster didn't see them, or he didn't care. Trickster. I started, speaking through my swarm. I need to have a word with you. Well, Trickster said, cutting me off, if you insist, who am I to argue? In an instant, one of the two twin girls was replaced by one of the dining room chairs on our side of the table, and vice versa. Trickster grabbed her hair and pulled her close, drawing a gun and pressing it to her head. Trickster, Genesis said, in the same second I moved forward to stop him. Was she trying to stop him as well, or had she seen the words? She settled one talon on his shoulder. I wasn't sure what signal she gave, but Trickster paused. Whatever it was, he must have looked up at the words I'd written, because Rory noticed. He whipped his head around to see, and I couldn't disperse the bugs fast enough. Triumph, written on the wall, with bugs with a triangle beneath, pointing at his head. Above his girlfriend were the words Prism or Ursa. The mayor's son was the civilian identity of Triumph. enhanced physical prowess, and a concussive shout that could punch holes through concrete. He whipped his head around and stared at Trickster. Before the teleporter could pull the trigger or do anything else, Triumph shouted. His sister was untouched, but Trickster was sent flying into the wall hard enough that he was half buried in the drywall. "Duck, Kyla!" The little girl threw herself to the ground as Triumph lunged forward, kicking the dining room table. It slid halfway across the room, over Kyla, and into the wall. The side slammed into Trickster's midsection, and the table's contents flew into the villain and the wall around him. Trickster went limp, his upper body flopping over the table. I mobilized the swarm, but Triumph was already shouting again, slamming Genesis into a wall, much as he'd done with Trickster. A third bellow annihilated my swarm clone, and he turned to start eradicating my spread-out bugs while his family ran for the hallway, led by the superheroine. Couldn't get a serious number of bugs together in one place to mount a serious attack without Triumph obliterating them, and he was either too angry or too stubborn to surrender to the stings and bites I was managing to inflict. The superheroine had her phone out, and I wasn't able to tug it from her hand like I had with Triumph's. They would be getting reinforcements shortly. Even if I took all of them out of action, I'd still have to get Trickster out of there and escape with my own hide intact. "Damn it," I cursed. I broke into a run, accompanied by my swarm doubles, hurrying for the house. I couldn't leave him there, not without jeopardizing everything. He struck me as being disloyal enough to offer information for his own sake, or information about the Undersiders at the very least. And leaving him behind would leave a permanent rift between our team and the Travelers. It could even mean being dropped by Coil, an excuse for him to separate me from my teammates. That said, I couldn't save him or mount a serious attack with just my doubles. He was hitting too hard, handling my bugs too effectively. I could have killed or critically injured his family with the few bugs I did have, brought them down with the more dangerous insects, but I wasn't willing to go that far. Not with people who didn't deserve it. Atlas wouldn't be strong or versatile enough to carry an unconscious body to safety. If I was going to haul Trickster out of there, it would have to be with my own two hands. I could only pray I wasn't exposing myself to whatever assassination ploy Coil had in mind, or worse, that I wasn't doing exactly what he wanted me to do. Arc 15, Colony. Part 9. I had two different heroes to deal with, one of whom I couldn't identify yet. That posed something of a problem. Each likely possibility for the heroine's identity made for a very different scenario in how this fight could play out. Process of elimination had told me that Rory would be one of the local heroes, because there weren't any prominent male villains who I couldn't identify with their masks off. Coil had outed Empire 88, which had split into the Chosen and the Pure, and everyone else had been eliminated or driven out of the city. I'd identified him as Triumph from his build. Assault and Cash weren't as muscular, the wards were younger and smaller, and the remainder of local heroes were women. That had been easy enough once I'd pegged him as a cape. His girlfriend was harder to pin down, both as a cape and in terms of her costumed identity. I'd read her confidence and judged that she wasn't terrified enough to be ignorant about Rory's secret. She probably wasn't a civilian in the know either, because she hadn't been cowering behind Rory. Going by her appearance, I didn't think she could be Miss Militia or Battery. Her blonde hair didn't fit, for one thing, and she was too tall, too muscular. She had to be one of the two female capes who came to Brockton Bay with Legend. It was critical that I figure out which of the two she was before getting into a fight with her. Prism was a duplicator who could consolidate into one body to get a temporary boost in strength, speed, and durability. Maybe other areas too. Fighting her would mean staying out of close-quarters combat at any cost. Ursa Aurora, by contrast, summoned ghostly bears onto the battlefield. On a level, she'd want to fight like I preferred to, relying on her minions while staying out of the thick of things. Two possibilities, each requiring very different tactics to handle. I set my bugs on her and her alone in the hopes of forcing her hand. Atlas had returned to my side, and I made sure to collect Triumph's phone before climbing on. Triumph had picked up Trickster's limp body and was mounting a fighting retreat in the direction the heroine and his family had gone. He shouted again and again, controlling the magnitude, force, and breadth of each strike to hit the maximum number of bugs with just enough force that he was killing or crippling them without destroying the house. Walls of bugs pressed against the exits of the house. If they escaped before I got there, I wasn't sure I'd catch up. Triumph would be able to run faster than I could. Ursa Aurora could presumably ride her bears like Bitch rode her dogs, and Prism had the ability to move faster after consolidating her clones into one person again. If she didn't run faster than me, the little boost she got there would keep her far enough ahead. There was the family holding them back, yes, but there was also the possibility that there was a vehicle they could all climb into. I could maybe keep up while riding Atlas, but I wouldn't be able to mount a serious attack while doing so. I suspected the makeshift bug barriers wouldn't hold up. They wouldn't stand up to Triumph's shouts, and Ursa Aurora could summon her bears. That was if they didn't choose to just charge through. I needed more redundancies, more fallback plans. I began drawing out lines of silk at the lower half of the door frames while gathering the bulk of my bugs in the upper halves. The question was, would they go through the doors or would they settle for the windows? Would human habit triumph over slightly more abstract thinking? The heroine led the way, already under attack from hundreds of bugs. She grabbed a coat from the nearby rack and draped it over herself for cover against the swarm as she threw herself headlong into it. Her legs caught on the tripwire, and she tumbled down the stairs. I rebuilt the barrier of bugs behind her, condensing it to the point that they couldn't see through. I directed fly-borne spiders to extend threads around the heroine's arms and legs, as well as her fingers. After a moment's consideration, I started packing them in her pockets, sending bugs crawling beneath her clothes. Right, a gun at her ankle. I set spiders to the task of binding that up, too. Maybe she's a PRT officer? Gun? No apparent powers? None of the rest of the family seemed willing to try exiting by the same door after she disappeared into the cloud of bugs and promptly shrieked. Okay, that meant I'd separated the family from the woman. Triumph would catch up to them in a moment, so I had to make the most of this advantage if I was going to slow them down further. I began moving the bugs from the door towards the family, simultaneously bringing more bugs in behind them. They quickly realized they were cornered and backed into the nearby closet, closing it behind them. I could sense them throwing coats and boots down at the gap between the bottom end of the closet door and the ground, trying to block my bugs from getting in. Not quite good enough to stop the bugs, but I could leave them where they were. As I was arriving on the property, the heroine was partially disabled and Triumph was en route. Genesis would be pulling herself back together in another body, I supposed, but that wasn't so reassuring. The heroine had made a call to the PRT, and there would be reinforcements on the way. Okay, how was I supposed to do this? I had to deal with Triumph, but he was shutting down my swarm. I'd probably lose in a straight-up fight as well. Whatever damage my bugs were doing with bites and stings, it wasn't enough to bring him down. He'd kicked a long oak table that had to weigh 600 pounds at a bare minimum, sent it skidding across the room. There was no doubt he had some superhuman physique. That same advantage might be giving him the ability to hold out against what my bugs were doing. I was forced to scale up, to start injecting more than the trace amounts of venom, and I was all too aware of how easy it was to go too far or go over the top. Life would be so much easier if I didn't give a damn about other people's well-being. But I wouldn't be able to step up my attack without getting more bugs on him, and I wouldn't be able to do that without a different tactic. I began pulling my bugs out of the house and gathering them. By the time Triumph found his way to the hallway where his family was hiding in the closet, the bugs were almost entirely gone. There were too few bugs there for me to catch it, but someone in the closet must have made a noise, because Triumph made a beeline right for them. He stopped when he saw the heroine outside the door, lying on the ground under a carpet of bugs. He said something to his family that was probably along the lines of, "Stay there," and headed for the door. He could see the human-shaped figures I'd molded out of bugs and positioned around the lawn and proceeded to gun them down one by one. His shouts were short, on target, and devastatingly effective. The heroine was starting to get free. Two additional versions of herself had appeared next to her, quickly searching out and cutting the silk cords that bound her. At least I knew who I was up against now. Damn it. Unlike Oni Lee, Prism didn't materialize her duplicates along with whatever additional baggage her original self had. None of the restraints and none of the bugs hampered her copies. Not to mention that her guns were probably free as well. I quickly directed Atlas to the roof and took cover in case she spotted me and decided to open fire. "Sam!" Triumph shouted. One of the duplicates turned to look at him, her eyes widening. She shouted, "Careful! Tripwire!" He jumped at the last second, hopping over the tripwire. Perfect. He landed on the stairs and stumbled. The entirety of his focus was on the tripwire, on the stairs beneath his feet, and on his attempt to keep from falling down the stairs with his unconscious burden. During the Slaughterhouse 9 fiasco, it had come up that our species was pretty bad at looking up. I'd pulled bugs out of the hallway and from around the backyard and gathered them above the door, with airborne bugs helping by ferrying the slower-moving ones up to a higher vantage point. I gave the command at the same time that Prism shouted her warning, and the bugs dropped down onto Triumph's head. Bugs tended to be very durable when it came to falling from high places. It had something to do with the amount of air resistance when compared to their surface area or mass. Something like that. Either way, it barely did any damage to my swarm when they fell to the ground. For Triumph, on the other hand, he was dealing with the sudden appearance of enough bugs that I could have formed 3 or 4 densely packed swarm clones from their number, on top of the fact that he was carrying Trickster, who had to weigh 130 or 140 pounds. It probably didn't help that he was standing on a staircase and was already somewhat off balance. The timing proved to be lucky for me. As strong as Triumph was, a strike at the right moment could still knock him off balance. I'd seen Alexandria do something like that to Leviathan, knocking something as big and horribly strong as the Endbringer to the ground. Blind and struck at an opportune moment, Triumph fell. I swept the bugs over him. There was no room for holding back or playing nice. I sent bugs into his nose and mouth, into his ear canals, and biting at folds and crevices below the belt. I could have been squeamish about that, but that would require thinking in too much depth about what I was doing. I attacked his more sensitive areas, including the insides of his mouth, the sensitive edges of his nostrils, and the insides of his ears. Others stung and bit at his eyelids. Some of my capsaicin-laced bugs flew from my cover at the roof's edge to Triumph and Prism. I directed them to the vulnerable mucous membranes of the eye, the nose, the mouth, and again, beneath the belt, the urinary tract and anus. The most important thing was to keep him from getting his bearings and dealing with the bugs. I wasn't sure I'd be able to catch him by surprise a second time. There was a secondary goal, too. We'd come here for a reason. If it came down to it, the mayor might change his tune once he'd seen his superhero son brought low. This was leverage. Prism was back on her feet, alongside her 2 copies. I was forced to split my bugs among them. What rules did she follow in terms of consolidating? How did she pull back together? And what happened to injuries? I knew she could survive if one copy was taken out of action. If she had a knife wound on one body of the 3 she had active, did it stay? Or did the damage get divided to only a third of what it should be? Whatever abuse my swarm was inflicting on her, she wasn't activating or deactivating her power like I might if I had her abilities at my disposal. In her shoes, I'd be splitting, spreading out, then consolidating into the body furthest from the bulk of the swarm. My secondary goals would be getting to a vantage point where I could shoot down my assailant. If I assumed she'd use the same basic tactic against me, I began gathering bugs around myself for additional cover and for a potential counterattack. I swept some bugs over the surrounding landscape while I waited for her to either decide on a plan of attack or succumb to the bugs. No threat of imminent attack by coil. It was spooky, having that hanging over my head. I almost wished he'd attack already and get it over with. I couldn't be sure how she spotted me, but Prism turned my way. Maybe it was the size of the cloud of bugs I had around me. It was almost a good thing that I had her attention. I had to take her out of action as soon as superhumanly possible if I wanted to get Trickster out of here before the reinforcements arrived. She backed up, spreading out across the lawn. One copy swatted at the bugs that crawled on her. Another was gagging and coughing from the capsaicin, but they seemed to be holding out remarkably well. One by one, they started towards me, running across the lawn. I did what I could to obstruct and hamper them, but the rightmost copy slipped past the line of my bugs and bent down, the other copies snapping back into her body. She flashed with light as she leaped with incredible strength. She arced through the air until she was higher than the rooftop, set to land in front of me. I sent the swarm forward to meet her, lines of silk stretched between them. If I could disrupt her landing, or even push her back enough that she missed the roof, she split into 3 copies in midair. The swarm caught the central one and tangled it. It landed hard on the roof and rolled, falling a solid 20 feet to the ground, while the other 2 landed and skidded for a grip on the shallow slope of the building. An instant later, she split off a replacement third, surrounding me. Okay, this wasn't as bad as it looked. I had Atlas. Yes, she could shoot him and me out of the air, but I had an escape route, and this terrain suited me fairly well. The shingled roof had a shallow slope leading to gargoyles and gutters at the edges, but I stood at the roof's peak, giving me the steadiest footing. She was pacing, each of her copies slowly moving clockwise around me as they searched for a glimpse of me or some weakness. I was doing much the same, trying to think of an approach that would work here. What did I know about her? Prism was one of Legend's people, which meant it was very likely she was being groomed to manage her own team somewhere. Or she was considered effective enough to warrant fighting at Legend's side. She would be good, if nothing else. In a way, that was useful to me. Any points where I'd had the advantage would be pretty indicative of her limits and weaknesses, since I wouldn't necessarily have to account for mistakes, accidents, and idiocy on her part. She hadn't immediately opened with her duplicates. Why? Did she have a reserve of power she drew on? Some restriction on when or where she could duplicate herself? I'd seen her fight alongside Battery when they'd been tackling Mannequin. They'd paced the fight so each of them took turns. It made me think that maybe she needed to charge before she made her duplicates. It would explain why she hadn't made them the second I'd outed them as superheroes. That, or she'd had another reason, and she needed time to recharge after using her power. One of her copies rubbed at her eye, then disappeared. She replaced it with a version of herself that wasn't suffering. That's one question answered, sort of. It was all too easy to see how she'd gotten this far. I couldn't keep all 3 versions of her in sight at the same time, and taking her out of action necessitated taking all 3 versions of her down before her power recharged. Couple that with how hard and fast she could hit. She could be a nightmare, Emphasis on the could. I countered her powers, in large part. If my suspicions were right, I had some kind of enhanced multitasking as a side benefit of my powers. I wasn't limited to seeing with just my eyes, so her circling me wasn't such a drawback either, and I could easily attack all 3 at once. The trick would be doing it without giving her an avenue for attack. She seemed reluctant to charge blindly into the swarm, but I was equally reluctant to use those same bugs to attack when I needed them for cover. If I waited, her reinforcements would arrive, which put the pressure on me to end this. I let out one deep breath, then carried out my plan of attack. I unwound the silk cords I'd gathered and climbed off Atlas, sending him out with one, taking hold of another. Crouching to make myself a smaller target, I sent my bugs out to carry the string. She moved to try to find a point where the swarm was thinner, while avoiding the clusters of bugs. It wasn't quite fast enough. I'd used my silk to grab Triumph's cell phone and yank it from his hand. I did much the same thing here. One silk cord wound around the throat of Prism A, masked by the presence of bugs. Another wound around the leg of Prism B. In the same moment, I pulled on the cord leading to Prism B's leg. Atlas pulled back on the cord, leading to Prism A's throat, and my swarm bull rushed Prism C, aiming to drive her off the roof through sheer force of numbers, surprise, and the pull of silk cords. A and B fell from the roof, then promptly disappeared, consolidating into C. She flashed with a light I could see through the dense cloud of my swarm and charged forward. In a heartbeat, she was out of my swarm and capable of seeing me. Prism reached down to her ankle and grabbed for her gun. It didn't come free of the holster. She could come with baggage she wasn't aware of. She had some control. Maybe she had to go out of her way to exclude certain matter or material from her duplicates. She formed 2 new duplicates, and I caught a glimpse of them pulling their guns free before I was back in the cover of my swarm. At my bidding, Atlas flew low, close to the building where he was out of sight of the rooftop. He circled around until he was behind me. I formed a crude swarm clone and then stepped back onto Atlas. I didn't sit, but relied instead on control of his flight and the angles he moved to help match my own balance. We swiftly descended to the ground as the part of my swarm that wasn't dedicated to forming my double moved forward to attack once more. I could hear and feel Prism firing blind into the center mass of the swarm. She was mad now. I'd nearly taken her out, had to think ahead. She would use the same tactic as before, consolidating to barrel through. She'd see my decoy and attack it, then come looking for me. I reused the cord that I'd had around her foot, winding it around one gargoyle. The trick was figuring out which copy I'd target. This wouldn't work if she unmade the copy to supercharge one of the other ones. I'd have to bait her. My bugs tied the silk around one of her wrists, letting the rest sit slack against the rooftop. As I'd expected, the 3 of her appeared at the edge of the roof, looking down to the ground to find me. I was already heading for Triumph, putting myself roughly between them and him. It would serve 2 purposes, the primary purpose being that it would give them reason to think twice before shooting. They leaped, then consolidated with a flash of light before they hit ground to absorb the impact with superior strength and durability. Only the silk thread connected the gargoyle to the prism duplicate closest to me. She didn't make it all the way to the ground. In the blink of an eye, she was whipped sideways, one arm hyperextended. She dangled for a second or two before the silk gave way and she fell to the ground. The power boost was temporary enough that she wasn't invincible as she made her awkward landing. I hurried to where Triumph and Trickster were. Triumph had managed to move a short distance away before collapsing again and remained buried beneath a pile of my bugs. He wasn't doing well. It was very much what I'd been concerned about at the outset, going a little too far. On their own, the choking bugs, the inflammation from the capsaicin, and the stings weren't too bad, but together, I eased up on him just a bit. A quick survey of the area told me that there weren't any imminent threats in the vicinity. Prism wasn't standing back up. There was a kernel of something where Genesis was rebuilding a body. The policeman Trickster had swapped with was making his way back here, and other cops were en route as well. I still had a minute or 2. The mayor, I noted, had left the closet, heading for a room lined with bookcases and cabinets. My swarm sense allowed me to feel him opening one cabinet, unlocking and opening a drawer beneath. He retrieved a shotgun from the cabinet above and a box of ammunition from the drawer. I could have taken him out right there, hit him hard with my bugs. I didn't. I'd have to leave after that, and I could almost believe that he'd be angry, that he'd argue for the city to be condemned with even more fervor than he might have otherwise. This could backfire if we simply left him wounded. Instead, I focused on building up several swarm decoys before he could make his way to the back door. I lifted Trickster up and draped him across Atlas's back, binding him in place with silk thread. The mayor had loaded the gun by the time he was in the doorframe. He must have overheard Prism shouting about the tripwire, because he moved fairly gingerly through the threshold. His eyes roved over my masked decoys, his gun drifting from side to side as if he was getting ready to shoot at any instant. Mayor, I spoke to him through one decoy, buzzing and droning the words. He turned and fired, blowing a hole through its chest. Your son is, another spoke, while the first reformed. He fired again, blasting the head off the second decoy. Dying, the first finished. He was in the midst of reloading the shotgun when he stopped. What? Suffocating, I spoke through a third decoy. No. Stings aren't helping. I began rotating through the decoys, each speaking a different sentence. The allergic reaction's causing his throat to close up. He can't swallow. There are bugs in his mouth, nose, and throat. They're making a dangerous situation worse. He can barely even cough to clear his airways to breathe. If I shoot you, he tightened his grip on his gun. My power rewrites the basic behavior patterns of my insects from moment to moment. If you shoot me, they'll continue attacking, and there'll be no chance of getting them to stop. You'll be sealing Triumph's fate, Rory's fate. He's stronger than that, the mayor said. He didn't sound sure. We all need to breathe, I replied. I could have said more, but I judged it more effective to let the thought sit with the mayor. I cleared the bugs away from Triumph, giving the mayor a visual of his superhero son lying on the ground, struggling. To make his struggles a little more pronounced, I briefly increased the pressure, shifting the bugs to limit the available oxygen. I wasn't sure exactly how much danger he was in, but he wasn't doing well. As much as I wanted to pressure the mayor, I was ready to apply the EpiPen the second Triumph's breathing slowed enough. For long seconds, the only sounds were the small noises that Triumph could manage, gagging, feeble coughing, and wheezing. You're going to kill him? I would rather not. He's my boy, the mayor said, his voice suddenly choked with emotion. Yeah. I blinked hard to clear my own eyes of moisture. I couldn't meet his eyes. I focused my attention on Triumph instead. I only ever wanted what was best for him. I didn't want this. Please. I couldn't muster a response. Please. This time, I thought maybe I could have said something to him. I deliberately chose to remain silent. Hey, he roared. He raised his gun, cocking it. Don't ignore me. Triumph coughed, then his chest heaved. I forced a bug down his throat to check and found it almost entirely closed up. I moved the bug away so it wouldn't block the already limited airway. He's almost stopped breathing, I said, almost in shock at what this had come to. I'd been so preoccupied with Prism, I'd pushed things just a bit too far. I'd allowed my bugs to sting him because he was tough enough to take it, but I'd forgotten to account for the other variables, the pepper spray and the reduced air volume, thanks to the bugs in his nose and mouth. I looked at the mayor and found his gun pointing at me. I spoke with my own voice. With a calmness that caught me off guard, I said, "It's not too late." The voice of the 60-ish man who could address whole crowds with conviction and charisma sounded painfully feeble as he spoke. CPR? Yes, but primarily this. I drew an EpiPen from my utility compartment and held it up. Do you know how to use it? He shook his head. I do, I told the mayor. Even as I was painfully aware of Triumph's slowing struggles, his body swiftly growing weak in the absence of air, I waited. Use it. Again, I didn't move. I didn't respond. I saw Triumph's hand close into a fist and then stop. A person can hold their breath for roughly 2 minutes. He's still almost breathing, but how much breath is actually getting in and out of his lungs? Use it, the mayor threatened me with a motion of the gun. We both know you can't use that. I'm the only one who can save Rory. He sounded more like he was trying to convince himself than me. There'll be instructions, and if I break the needle in my death throes, or if I drop it and you can't find it in time to read the instructions and deliver it, or if a stray shell fragment hits the needle. The mayor's voice was a roar. It was as if he could will me to act by sheer emotion and volume. He's not moving. He's dying. I know. Seconds passed. How long can I wait until I break? The gun clattered to the grass, the mayor dropping to his knees. His voice was hollow. I'll give you what you want. Anything. I didn't waste a second in stepping to Triumph's side. I tilted his head to establish the airway, swept my fingers and bugs through to clear away the worst of the blockages and mucus, and then pulled his pants down. I stabbed him in the thigh with the pen. I couldn't afford to stay. I couldn't be the one to administer the ongoing care Triumph needed. Coyle was still after me. The reinforcements were coming, and I wasn't sure I could bring myself to leave if I stayed much longer. Do you know how to give CPR? I asked. No, but my wife. Bring her here, hurry. He practically crawled on all fours in his hurry to get up the stairs and up to where his wife waited in the closet. Sorry, I murmured to Triumph. I didn't want this to go this far. He wheezed, a strangled squeal. Yeah, I told him. I know. The older woman bent over her son and began administering CPR. I watched a few seconds to ensure she was doing everything right. I threw a second EpiPen to the mayor. In 15 minutes, if the paramedics aren't here yet, use that. His hands were shaking so violently I was momentarily worried he'd break it. Washington, I told him. The city survives. He nodded. There were tears in his eyes. This stubborn man who'd talked so casually with the supervillains who had invaded his home and threatened his family, who'd tried to take me on with a shotgun. I turned to walk away, my swarm decoys moving in the same direction. Before he could think to go back for the shotgun and shoot me in the back, I had a swarm gathered around me, hiding me from view. Arc 15, Colony. Part 10. I passed the invisible boundary between the neatly manicured lawn of the mayor's expansive backyard to the tall grass at the glade's edge. My hands were shaking, and my breathing was heavy. I hadn't done anything more strenuous in the past few minutes than talking to the mayor and walking at a good pace, but my body was reacting like I'd just sprinted halfway across the mayor's property. I put a hand on a tree as I walked, as if it could steady me and keep me from falling. I wasn't in any danger of falling that I was aware of, but it was reassuring nonetheless. Damn him. How big was his property? And he could still afford to hire someone to cut his grass? Eat a nice dinner on a huge wooden table, complete with courses? Blithely ignoring what was going on in the rest of the city with his superhero son and superheroine date? No, try as I might, I couldn't bring myself to get angry. Couldn't blame him for what I'd done. I deliberately let someone come within seconds of dying, and he hadn't been a monster like Lung or the Slaughterhouse-9. He hadn't even necessarily been a bad person. If I'd waited just 10 or 20 seconds longer, he might have stopped breathing. CPR would be that much more difficult with a closed airway, and he could have died or suffered brain damage while they attempted to revive him. Of course, my first aid knowledge wasn't all that recent or complete. I let go of the tree, adjusted my sling, and moved on. Drawing my cell phone from the armor at my back, I made a call. Cranston? What can I do for you, Skitter? My voice sounded too calm for how my body seemed to be reacting. Need an ambulance to the mayor's residence, backyard. There's a young man having breathing difficulties. Can you use untraceable channels to get in touch with emergency services? I'll do that. Anything else? Tell Coyle the job's done. The second this phone call is over. I hung up. Triumph's family would probably do that anyways, but it made me feel a little better. I couldn't afford to dwell. I headed for Genesis, stalling her movements by signaling her with my bugs. I wrote out a message. Job done. Trickster hurt. Need help taking him to Coyle. I directed her to me with my bugs, drawing arrows in the air. A minute or two passed before she caught up. Genesis had decided on a form that was an overlarge woman's face carved out of bone, surrounded by long, thin, branching tentacles. She would have come up with that as a counter for Triumph and either Prism or Ursa Aurora, something that could take a heavy hit, either from a bear made of force fields or Triumph's shouts and punches. It would also be pretty effective against Prism for the same reasons I was, multitasking and the ability to handle multiple foes at once. Where's Trickster? She asked. I brought him down from above the tree line, unconscious and strapped to Atlas's back. I can't carry him all the way back. It's too far, and it'll be too slow. Atlas is leashed to me by my maximum range. And as long as I'm on foot, I'm vulnerable to any attacks from Coyle or Prism's reinforcements. You want me to carry you? I shook my head. I want you to carry him. Flying Atlas is hard enough as it is without an uneven weight on top of him, and if Trickster wakes up and starts moving, he's going to fall. Fine. Damn it. Making a new body's slow when I'm this far from myself. Can you make it at the far end of this glade? I can jog there by the time you're done, and I'll bring Trickster. She didn't respond. Instead, she began breaking down into a gelatinous, blurry mess. Her power was like mine, I supposed. It took time to prepare. I had to get my bugs to the battlefield. She had to put herself together. I checked Trickster was securely in place, adjusted my sling so my arm wouldn't bounce too much, and then hurried for the meeting place. Atlas followed, flying just above the tree line. It was times like this that I felt less normal, less human. It was dark, the foliage overhead dense, branches blocked my way, and the ground was riddled with roots, stones, and uneven footing. It barely mattered. My bugs flowed ahead of me to check surfaces, clinging to branches and carpeting the ground. I passed through the trees as though I'd spent my life among them, memorizing where everything was. I extended my foot just a bit further to accommodate the slope ahead of me, ducked a branch with wickedly pointed tips, and found a handhold on another branch to help myself hop over a spot where water had pooled. I liked running. For months, I'd used running as a way to forget about whatever was plaguing me. Before, it had been the bullying. Then it had been the pressures of dealing with the undersiders, my undercover ruse. Separating from my dad, Dinah. The fallout from the Endbringer attack. Coil. The times I hadn't run, I'd felt like I was losing my mind. Did correlation equal causation there? Or was it just that the moments I was unable to run were the same moments I was under the most stress? When the Slaughterhouse Nine had been in town, when I'd been living in the shelters after Leviathan hit the city, before I rejoined the Undersiders? Either way, it was good to break free of my thoughts on Triumph and what I'd done to him. I could focus on breathing, on putting each foot exactly where it needed to be, keeping my balance and letting my subconscious guide me through the woods. I felt vaguely disappointed when I reached the point where the small forest ended and the roads began. One of the busiest streets in Brockton Bay was desolate, a lone car cutting a path through the shallow water as it headed away from the city. I stayed in the shadow of the trees until it was well out of sight. I didn't want to do this. Didn't want to step back into the city and face everything that waited for me there. The threats on my life from an employer who divided and pruned realities was only a small part of that. I would have left if I could afford to, if Dinah and my people could afford for me to. My bugs found Genesis, and even with the indirect route I'd taken, I reached her before she was fully formed. She looked like a bison with wings, but her back had a bowl-shaped depression, and she had stubby little legs and antennae. Since she didn't have the means, I was left to try to ease Trickster into the basin. I could see why she did it, cradling him and ensuring he couldn't fall, but it was still dangerous and tricky to move him with just the one arm. I wondered if she'd seen the sling. We took off, and Atlas proved faster than she was. She had to ride the air currents, and she was heavier overall. I scouted forward some in case we crossed paths with Legend or any other heroes. I paused on one rooftop while I waited for her to catch up again. I drew my cell phone and called Tattletale this time. "Skitter?" She answered on the first ring. "Job's done. Already told Coil. Triumph was there, along with Prism. They hurt Trickster, took Genesis out of action. I stopped them and finished the job, got the mayor to agree to the terms we wanted." "Are you still there? The mayor's place?" "No, just left." There was a pause. "That doesn't make sense," she told me. "What doesn't?" "We're clear to talk. No bugs, I'm 99% sure. So listen, if Coil wanted to assassinate you, that'd be his chance. Once you leave the mayor's property, that's it. He doesn't know where you're going." "Trickster got hurt," I told her. "Maybe he was supposed to do it?" "Maybe," she admitted, "but that still feels wrong. Why wouldn't Coil have a backup plan? Or maybe Dinah's power is working and he's got some bigger plan in mind?" "I'm at his base right now. It doesn't fit with his movements. He's not really visiting her." I shivered. Visiting her, dosing her with drugs, interrogating her for answers about his grand plan. I hated the images that popped into my mind when I thought about Dinah in captivity. "Listen," she said, "I'm going to try to find out more. I'll call you back. I don't like that you're there without backup. You said he might want to get rid of you too. I'll know if he does." "Like you knew he'd try to kill me?" Another pause. "I'll call you later," she said. The line went dead. I reluctantly put my phone away. I had a hollow feeling in the center of my chest. A huge part of me wanted to call Gru, but I couldn't convince myself that it was really what I was aching for. I might have anyways, but I wasn't sure what I would have said. Would I have asked for a hug, another cuddle, for advice, tactical suggestions, for reassurances? I wouldn't have said the thought had ever explicitly crossed my mind, but somehow I'd always assumed that I'd know what to do when I got into a relationship. I didn't want this thing to be designated the nice memory that we avoided mentioning until things had returned to the old status quo. But I wasn't sure he was the person I wanted to reach out to. The people in my territory? Was I seeking some validation there? Some cheers, smiles, hugs, and other assurances that I was really on the right track, doing the right things? I couldn't be sure. I met with Genesis in the air, flying just beneath her so our heads were as close to one another as possible. Is he okay? He was awake a second, then went under again, she said. Might be a good thing. He's hurting. Probably. Why? Why did he pick a fight like that? It's how he operates. I'm not saying this is usual or that this wasn't an extreme case, but it's always how he dealt with things, big or small. The worse things get, the more stubborn and cocky he gets in going up against them. It worked when we were just messing around together, just playing around. But we were never suited to be, I don't know, a family? A family? We've spent 2 years together with just each other. I don't know what you could call us, if not that. Why don't you quit? Split up? Is it Noelle? She's only half of it, Genesis said. She didn't volunteer anything more. We flew in silence for a few long seconds. Don't blame him, okay? He has his way of handling stuff, but those methods don't scale up so well when we're dealing with stuff this screwed up. Things are getting better. The 9 are gone. We're cleaning up the city. Our enemies are getting driven out of Brockton Bay. Better for you, maybe, but those are your priorities. I didn't respond, wasn't sure how to. Just don't blame him. I'm sorry things got so bad tonight. Okay, I said. I hadn't meant to get caught up in a conversation. I saw a chance to say what I wanted to. Are you good with going to Coyle's on your own? She looked surprised. It was too dangerous to meet with Coyle right now. I wasn't thinking straight, and I wasn't willing to walk into the lion's den. Another day, under different circumstances, with backup? Maybe. But not now. I'm going to head back to my territory, I lied. Yeah, sure. Okay, good luck. Coyle can call me if he needs anything. All right. I veered off to head north, leaving Genesis to continue in the direction of Coyle's headquarters. As Tattletale had suggested, the window of opportunity had passed. If I returned to my territory, would I be walking into a trap? The same could be true if I went to any familiar place. Coyle had enough soldiers to have one lying in wait in any given area. On the other hand, if I broke pattern and stayed somewhere off his radar, I'd be letting him know I was suspicious. That might be all he needed to decide to step up his plans and go all out. I came to a decision, all my disparate thoughts and concerns snapping together into one simple, inelegant solution. Too dangerous to go to my territory. I set Atlas down on top of the tallest building in the area, climbed off and sent my bugs into my territory instead. They flowed into my lair as a mass. I left some in the appropriate terrariums to restock my supply of some of the rarer spiders and larger beetles. The rest passed through the upper floors of my lair and retrieved the necessities. They returned, surrounding Atlas as a cloud. Once Atlas had landed beside me, I began getting everything in order. Atlas held my rain boots in his front claws and carried my backpack and some of the clothes I'd had him pack on his back. Using my hand, I swatted other items through the backpack's opening as my bugs brought them into position. Underwear, socks, wallet. I ran one hand over Atlas's rough exterior. What am I going to do with you? Atlas didn't have the instincts to operate on his own. He was an entirely unique creation, designed from scratch with no real blueprint or model for behavior. He couldn't move, couldn't eat, and couldn't defend himself if I wasn't in range to control him. I'd have to figure something out, someplace I could stick him so I could keep him close. I picked out what I wanted to wear, checked there wasn't anyone nearby, and changed on the rooftop. I had to take off the sling to free my arm, which maybe wasn't the best idea, but I was gentle with my shoulder as I worked my way into a tank top. When I was changed, I fixed my sling, I packed my stuff in my bag, and bound my costume loosely in silk to keep it compact and tied that package loosely to Atlas's back. I wouldn't be going anywhere without him, and wherever I was, he could probably bring my costume to me faster than I could access whatever hiding place I'd chosen. I double-checked there wasn't anyone watching, stepped up onto Atlas's back and stayed standing as he lowered us to the street. I skipped down with a bit of a splash, slung the backpack over my good shoulder, and started walking. Things were getting better. The flooding was more under control, and less streets were sitting beneath inches of water. The work my people had done in our district had helped here. We were downhill, and the efforts in clearing out the storm drains and dismantling the trash and rubble that was trapping water in certain areas had freed the water to flow down towards the beaches. Still, that wasn't saying a whole lot. There were too many areas where it was dangerous to walk without proper boots, due to the glass and the wooden boards with nails in them. Piles of trash sat everywhere, with nobody to clear them away. When people had run out of plastic bags, they began throwing the trash in cardboard boxes or plastic totes. When those had proved too short in supply, they'd started throwing debris and litter wherever they pleased, out windows and into alleyways. I could see rats in the spaces between some houses, not even shy about being out in plain view while I walked by with my oversized rain boots. Plant life was alternately dying and flourishing, with trees and lawns drowned and algae and moss blooming. Weeds were cautiously emerging wherever there was ground to take root. It was funny how nature reclaimed this world in its own way. It was silly to say humans were destroying the environment. We were simply changing it. Nature would persevere until the world was a barren wasteland. Whatever apocalypse Jack was supposed to set in motion, I suspected Jack was right in what he'd said to Bonesaw. Something would undoubtedly survive, and this sort of thing would likely happen across the world, starting in the cracks, spreading out, only to overwhelm and bury the ruins of civilization. A weird direction for my train of thought, but this was one circumstance where I didn't want to think too much on things beforehand. I stopped, not out of hesitation, but nostalgia. The wooden staircase in front of me had rotted out on the bottommost step. Not recent, not a fault of Leviathan or the city's conditions. Older. I skipped past it and headed up to the front door and rang the bell. My heart pounded. I tried not to think about anything particular. Didn't want to chicken out. The door opened, and I found myself face to face with my dad. It took all the courage I had not to turn around and run. I was such a coward. I'd been like this with school. I'd stopped going to classes for reasons that were more or less reasonable in the moments I'd made the decision. And somewhere along the line, I'd continued to avoid school because I didn't have the courage to own up to my previous absences. Only this wasn't school. It was my dad. He still had marks all over his body where the glass had cut him, dried scabs and lines and circles all over his face and arms. He had one large bandage on his shoulder. Shouldn't he have healed by now? Or had it been that bad? "It's good to see you," he said. His forehead was creased in concern. "You're hurt." I looked down at the sling. "It's not major." "Is it why you?" he said, stopping himself as if he didn't want to jinx things and scare me off with a poor choice of words. "No," I said. I found myself searching for an explanation, opening my mouth to respond and then closing it when that explanation didn't readily come. "He's my boy." I could imagine the mayor's voice, the pain and raw emotion I'd heard. I only ever wanted what was best for him. I just had to look my dad in the eyes, and I could see that same expression in my dad's eyes. "No," I said again. "I just saw someone nearly lose her daughter. It made me think of you and Mom." I'd changed the genders on the spur of the moment to be safe. As if I'd prodded a wound, I could feel that deep-seated ache from earlier come alive. I wanted to look away, but I forced myself to meet my dad's eyes. "Do you," he said, pausing, "want to come in?" I nodded. He stepped out of the doorway, and I stepped into the house for the first time since Shatterbird had attacked. That had been the start of June, or thereabouts. I hadn't exactly had time to look around, nor had I really been in a stable state of mind. The last time I'd really been able to look around the house had been the start of May, nearly 2 months ago. I looked at the mantelpiece above the fireplace. Things had been rearranged. There was a small clock with a broken face, a family picture of Dad, Mom, and me that had survived Shatterbird's attack, and a little statue candlestick featuring a woman with a flowing dress. I touched the statuette. There were memories there. Too many things in the house had them. The statuette was part of a pair, My mom had bought them at the market. The overly tall, skinny, exaggerated figures had seemed to match my mom and dad in a way. Where's the husband statue? Were you robbed? I looked at him and he looked embarrassed. I traded it away. More than a few things. Why? For what? Selling and bartering for food, he answered. But there's supplies. Did you not get enough, or I trailed off? Why was I attacking him? Accusing him? Was it guilt, failing to look after my dad and make sure he got the supplies he needed? The explosion with the glass. I suffered some minor kidney damage. The doctor advised me to up my iron and protein intake while we wait to see if it'll scar. Not nutrients you find in good supply in supply kits. Kidney damage. Is that the worst injury? You're otherwise okay? I'm mostly okay. Better than most, thanks to the warning you gave me about the Slaughterhouse 9 being in town. Some of my coworkers owe you thanks as well. I nodded. I was glad people were okay, but the fact that word was spreading, it put me in a dangerous spot. But I should be the one asking how you're doing. What happened to your arm? Foreign body got trapped in there at some point, I said. Needed minor surgery. I could see the alarm crossing over his face. Had he heard something? Flechette passing on a message that people with injured shoulders. Surgery? He asked. It was only local anesthetic. Really, not that big a deal. I looked over the bookshelves. One of the better pictures of Mom and me had been destroyed by the explosion of glass, ripped to shreds. He had to have picked up that frame and stood it up on its own, sometime after Shatterbird's attack. I prodded at the picture, as if I could push the tattered remains back together. You're so different, he said. You're standing straighter, dressing like you aren't trying to hide in your clothes, moving with more purpose. I think you've grown too. So many people, they seem like they've been burdened by what's going on. They've given up a little, lost important things. That just makes the contrast between you and them that much stronger. I turned around. Was I? I don't feel that much stronger. I spent 15 years raising you. 2.5 of those years I spent raising you alone. I can see a difference. I'm not saying there isn't a change. There probably is. I don't know if I'm better because of it. Oh. A silence stretched out. Neither of us were adept conversationalists, and any familiarity we'd had was gone. Do you want to sit? He asked. I nodded and seated myself. There were papers on the coffee table. 2 loose stacks, headed with the title, Know Where You Are. They looked as though they had been printed using a 15-year-old photocopier. I picked one up. Know Where You Are, the area extending east of Captain's Hill, is believed to be under claim by the supervillains Gru and Imp. Both are members of a group known as the Undersiders, who have joined with the Travelers in an unnamed alliance. These villains will not attack civilians unless provoked, and cleanup is tentatively progressing throughout the area with no objections from either villain. Gru has the ability to create clouds of darkness. Should you find yourself in one of these clouds, retreat to the nearest cover you remember seeing and assume there is immediate and present danger from vehicles, gunfire, moving pedestrians, and fighting between capes. I put it down. There was more, noting a lack of information about Imp as well as the gangs and possible rivals that Gru and Imp might be fighting with, but it was over a week out of date. The second paper. Know Where You Are. The area extending west of the ferry station north, including the factories and the remains of the boardwalk, is believed to be under claim by the supervillain Skitter. Skitter is a member of the Undersiders, who are allied with the Travelers in an as-of-yet unnamed alliance. Skitter is an unpredictable young woman tending towards acts of apparent kindness to those she deems her subjects and bursts of sudden and extreme violence towards those she sees as her enemies. The city is not funding work in her territory, as Skitter is handling matters there. Skitter controls insects and senses what they do. Anyone with allergies to stings or insect bites would be advised to leave this area. She offers food, shelter, and care to anyone who agrees to work under her. But the Dock Workers Association cannot suggest that anyone accept her offers, as her ulterior motives are unknown. This area is not currently the site of any ongoing disputes between capes. There is limited power in this area. There is limited cell service in this area. There is not water service in this area. Again, a little out of date. Our water was running. Still, it was startling to see this here. From the beginning, I'd wanted to keep that part of my life and this part of my life separate. It had been a fierce enough desire that I'd avoided taking revenge on the bullies because of it, at least a little, and it might have had something to do with my running away from home. Your DAU has been putting these up? Yes, making sure people are informed. Too many stories of people taking the wrong path through the city and getting cornered by a mutant dog the size of a small tank. Right. You said you were staying outside the city with Lisa's family? At the north end? How did you get here? I walked across the market, down to the boardwalk, and crossed through Skitter's territory. I was pretty sure I wasn't acting strange as I said the name. They didn't give you any trouble? They stopped me at the border and I asked permission. They were nice about it. Okay. Lie after lie. Another uncomfortable pause. Have you eaten? I have some liver and mashed potato in the fridge. I've eaten, I lied. No use taking some of my dad's money when he was having to sell stuff to get food. Would you like some tea? Please, I said, grateful for an offer I could accept in good conscience. He retreated into the kitchen to put the kettle on. I looked around. It didn't feel like my house anymore. I'd only been gone 2 months, but things were different. Things in the house had moved or been sold, or they'd been damaged by Shatterbird's attack. The atmosphere was different too. I wasn't sure how much of that was the humidity, the lack of upkeep, and the fact that the family of 2 had been just a family of 1 for nearly 2 months, and how much of it was me. It was all too possible that I was viewing my surroundings in a different light, tinting things with my paranoia about my dad making the connection between me and Skitter, viewing things more negatively because of my guilt over leaving him. My dad rejoined me. If you give me a minute, I can make your bed. I'm not staying, I blurted the words. Oh, I could see the pain on his face. In the mutual awkwardness that followed, the vibration of my cell phone was a mercy. I picked it up and checked the display. Heart C apostrophe square. Tattletale. I'll be right back, I said, hopping off the couch and hurrying out the door as I hit the button to pick up. Please be okay, I thought, shutting the door behind me. Hey, she replied. You're okay, Cactus B. Sun Y or Sun N, whichever you prefer. I'm not sure what color that's supposed to be. Neither am I. So I talked to Coil. Things have been clarified some. Okay, should we? It's fine, pretty much, even if he's listening in. You're not in danger. No threat on your life at this present moment. Okay, I said, not sure how to expand on that. She hadn't precisely said it was Coil that was the threat, so maybe she was hedging her words to be safe. Which scares me, she confessed. Scares you? She said. It wasn't like her to be lost for words. I told Coil that Trickster got injured. I wasn't sure if you'd told him. He didn't seem concerned. There was zero indication that his plan had been disrupted. Told him you were on your way back. Again, no concern. Everything that had been telling me he was harboring plans to assassinate you was telling me he wasn't and hadn't ever been this time around. Your power lied to you? That's what I thought. I was thinking maybe I was working under a mistaken impression, tried adding and removing the elements to see if I could get a different result, interpret his earlier behavior differently. No go. And I was doing all this while having a perfectly normal conversation with Coil, until he says something like, very dangerous. You want to be careful who you're picking a fight with. I felt my blood run cold. I had to sit down on the stair. He totally meant. If I was 100% sure he was planning on killing you before, I'm 500% sure he was telling me he knows what we're up to. What should I do? What should we do? I don't know. But that wasn't the end of it. I was still processing what he'd just said when he stepped toward the door to leave. He put one hand on my shoulder, leaned close, and he spoke in this very quiet voice. He said, "Be careful, Tattletale. I value your service, but you should know your power isn't as reliable as you like to think," sounding civil and caring while expressing a very clear threat. So the fact that it lied before, it didn't lie, Skitter. I said he was testing me before. He was, just not like I thought. He's found a way to confuse my power, to counteract it. This thing with the hit on your head, it was just to scare us, to let us know that any security my power afforded us, it doesn't apply to him. He can make us think you're going to be killed when you aren't, and the opposite is true. He can make us think we're safe when we aren't. I finished. Exactly. What do we do? I don't know, she said again. Listen, I've got to call the others. Are you with Gru? No. Maybe I'll head that way before the end of the night. We'll figure something out, she said. Figure something out? Coyle was on to us. He'd effectively taken Tattletale out of the equation, and by all accounts, he seemed confident enough to continue letting us work for him, despite our intended mutiny. I couldn't bring myself to agree. Bye, I said. Bye. I hung up. Before I could convince myself to head back to my territory and start plotting some counteroffensive, I stood from the stair and walked back inside. Seeing my dad's face, I was reminded of the dream I'd had, where my dad had turned out to be Coyle, where I'd taken too long and Dinah had died. I looked away, made my way back to the couch. My dad set a cup of tea down in front of me, then sat beside me. I wasn't religious, didn't believe in a higher power. Mundane government was crappy enough. The idea of a divine one simultaneously scared me and made me want to laugh. As a consequence, when I thought of a soul, I was thinking more about some collection of the abstract parts of the mind that covered a person's mental and emotional well-being, their psyche, and the defining aspects of their personality. A more religious view of the soul would probably add up to a rough equivalent. Whatever my overall motives might be, some part of what drove me was some desire to patch up the damage, fix that part of myself that had been taking a beating ever since I'd gotten that call about my mom's death. Only it wasn't working. Try to help the city, help the heroes, shore up my sense of self-worth, find myself fumbling, tearing, and discovering fresh holes in my subconscious makeup, with Dinah and my betrayal of the people who'd become my friends, betraying myself by failing to keep to that overall goal. And there were other moments where I'd been brutal and violent, accidental or otherwise, moments I'd made sacrifices or where I'd been callous. It wasn't subtle either. The stack of papers in front of me said it, clear as day, sudden and extreme violence. Even coming here, it had been at least partially motivated by my desire to fill that hole deep inside, that spot where family was supposed to fit. I sipped on the tea. My dad had made it with sugar, not honey. Sitting here and drinking tea with my dad, my head someplace else entirely, it wasn't fixing anything, wasn't mending or filling anything. I sipped again, then drank it in big gulps. It burned going down, and I pounded my collarbone as if I could banish that sensation. Taylor? I stood and picked up my backpack and shrugged it over the one shoulder. I've got to go. He stood too. I'm sorry, we're heading back, and it's dark, so we're going with a group. I'll come. No, you'd be alone going back. It's okay. He looked hurt. A hug? I hesitated, then stepped close and hugged him with the one arm. He gingerly wrapped his arms around my shoulders and squeezed. I'll be back, I mumbled into his shirt. No vague promises. You're going to promise, he said. Day after tomorrow? Okay, I don't have work then with the mayoral elections. We can eat lunch here and then go to the town hall. Oh shit. If Coyle had something for us to do? I stepped away, thinking of a way to formulate an excuse. I saw his forehead creased with worry. As thin as he'd been before, he looked thinner now, looked years older, wounded, tired, lonely. I'll see you then, I told him. See you, he said, smiling sadly. No pressure to stay. He had no idea what was going on, I hoped, but he was still letting me do what I needed to. I felt the need to reward him, to express some kind of gratitude, but I had only one thing to offer that he really wanted. I don't know when, but maybe I'll come home? Vague again. Just like with what I'd said before, there was no set date. I'd said the exact same thing when I'd left in the first place. It was almost an insult. But I saw him smile. Anytime, any day. But we can talk about that over lunch, day after tomorrow. I nodded and turned to leave. I wasn't half a block away from the house before I felt the tears welling up, running down my face. I couldn't say whether they were because of my love for my dad or my despair for Dinah.